Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Portimão. The 2022 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, day 2 of competitive on-track activity is nearly upon us. Myself, Henry Baudet, joined as always by Jen Wade, and for the first time in Grand Finals history, we have our roving reporter, Who's Specken. It's going to be a fantastic day. Jen, what have we got lined up on track and off track?
Well, we have lots lined up today. Of course, warm up this morning, but we're finishing off the qualifying. We've got 6 groups to go, junior, senior and DD2, so the double grids as well. After yesterday, I think they're probably happy. It's not raining, excuse me.
Well, it's not raining at the moment.
I'm just looking outside. The pedals, the pedal is still there, but there's no droplets falling in.
Yes,
So
it's going to be a race against the competition.
Well, I did the weather yesterday for the first time, and I said 16 to 21. Cloudy, but no rain. Okay, so
well,
I didn't order
as
rain.
I said, it's starting to rain now. So
Okay.
we're just upon junior max
Who
qualifying.
made that weather forecast? Okay, they're setting me up.
Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic day. Gust, from your perspective as a former driver, now a respected commentator and broadcaster, you're going to be joining Jen in the studio. You're going to be joining me on commentary for a little bit, and you're going to be getting the information from the driver, right from the paddock, the pit lane itself, up to the minute information. It's going to be a fantastic day, isn't it?
Yeah, I've got my step counter with me, so I'm hoping it's going through the roof for today. So I'll be doing lots of walking, lots of talking, lots of information getting throughout the paddock, and then bring that to Jen in the studio and to you in commentary. So that'll be the day.
That'll be great. And of course, today it's not just about us three. We're going to be joined on commentary by Alex Goldschmidt for the E20 races. Hust, we're going to do the Micromax race together. Tiffany Chittenden's going to be joining me for Minimax and DD2 Masters. Senna van Valstein from Sodicar will be joining us for the senior races. Justin White from Team USA joining me for the junior races. And Eugene Brits from Team South Africa will be joining us for the DD2 races. Today, at the end of today, all 394 drivers from the 60 competing nations here will have competed in at least one race. The pressure will be on for some drivers, and other drivers will be resting a little bit easier.
Yeah, sure, because we've before we go, we have the double grid qualifying. So that will be juniors, seniors, and DD2s. And yeah, when you have 72 drivers lining up in a class, you want to make sure you have a good start to the weekend, because you miss qualifying or you have a bad qualifying. You need to get through the heats to make these positions up to get to the final and to get a good starting grid for the final. So this is all very important. And with the weather being as it is right now, a little bit changing, and we've seen that yesterday with the other classes. It's very dicey at that point.
And Jen, of course, at the end of the racing today, we have another packed studio show. Tell us a little bit about what you're going to have.
I'm going to make it shorter though. I'm going to make it shorter today. But yesterday was really interesting. But yeah, today we're talking about the colours. So, you know, we have so many nations here, and I think this is also the special part about the Grand Finals, about the nations. And as you said yesterday, they represent their nation, not necessarily a team or a brand. But also we're going to talk to some of the distributors. We're going to have our distributor of the year in the studio.
Excellent.
And I'm going to try and find out what they're actually doing, which he said, we're so busy, but I think I can squeeze you in.
Well, they're selling lots of Rotax engines by the sounds of it. That's great stuff.
And of course, I think about 19 drivers in the paddock, but everyone can guess which team it is, I won't say. We're going to learn about a new region that's developing again, of course, or redeveloping.
Yes.
And yeah, it's going to be good. We're going to hear from Andy, our social agency, Andy Social. About what's happening as well. We've got new video online. E20 went on last night.
Yes.
The e-karting. So make sure you check that out on YouTube, Rotax Karting, and follow all the social channels. Studio at 5 o'clock.
And remember, the hashtag you must all use if you're going to be posting anything on Instagram. It is hashtag RMCGF2022. I got that in.
Yeah.
Let's look forward to a fantastic day of racing. Qualifying for juniors is shortly upon us. We'll be back in a very short minute. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm back in the commentary position, and you're looking on your screens at the first group of junior drivers who are set to go out. Let me tell you a little bit quickly about the format for today. Hello and welcome to the commentary position. We're going to start off with junior qualifying. 72 cars split into two groups of 36. They will have 8 minutes on track each for their qualifying session. Then we move on to senior qualifying, senior Rotax, again 72 drivers in each class, split into two groups of 36. They will have their qualifying session. Then move on to DD2, the ultimate class, the fastest karts we have here. They will have their qualifying session. Once again, 72 drivers split into two groups of 36. After qualifying is finished, we'll take a short break for lunch, and then this afternoon, the first of 11 races. Every driver, each one of the 394 drivers, will get one race today. around this fantastic 1,531 metre 16-turn circuit in the Algarve region of southern Portugal. The weather is not exactly tropical at the moment. As you can see on your screens, the track is dry. How long it will remain dry for is a different matter altogether. But at the moment, slick tyres are the name of the game. In this class, if you are watching from any of the following countries, you have a driver in junior to cheer for: Argentina, Australia, Austria, Belgium, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Colombia, Croatia, the Czech Republic, Denmark, Ecuador, Estonia, Finland, France, Germany, Great Britain, Greece, Hungary, India, Israel, Italy, Japan, Kuwait, Kyrgyzstan, Latvia, Lebanon, Lithuania, Malaysia, Mexico, the Netherlands, New Zealand, the Philippines, Poland, Portugal, Romania, Slovakia, Slovenia, South Africa, South Korea, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, Thailand, Ukraine, Uruguay, and the United States of America. Every one of those nations represented in junior, just in the junior class. Now, the drivers have been split, and it is the odd-numbered drivers that will go out. That would be the drivers who have the odd numbers on their cards, obviously. There's a look at the paddock. Now, the furthest building from you, that is the restaurant area on the second floor. You have the timing building in the middle. Underneath that, that is the technical scrutineering area where the Rotax awning is. That is where the drivers get their fuel. All the fuel is kept away from the driver's tent in there, so it's controlled fuel. You have Paul Klassen and Ernie Salmon and the rest of the technical team here. They're in the garages underneath the restaurant area. In the centre of your right-hand side of your screen, that double-storey glass-fronted building, that is the Rotax Club, where all the distributors and the VIPs stand. But this is a Sodicart-supported class. Sodicart, one of our 3 chassis partners here at the Grand Finals. Sodicart providing all the chassis for the junior class, the senior class, and for the E20 junior and senior classes. So all drivers, if you're new to the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, all drivers are given the equipment, the engine, the tyres, the chassis. Don't bring any of your own equipment. There is a look at some of our VIPs watching down our distributors. 394 drivers in total. Every single one of those drivers have brought mechanics, family members, friends. There are entrants, distributors, partners, several thousand people here, and that's before you get to spectators, and we are expecting a large number of spectators towards the end of the week. Today, Wednesday, all about heat racing. Tomorrow, all about heat racing. Friday, the pre-finals, and then the finals themselves on Saturday. Let's have a look at some of the drivers on our screens now. You'll notice each driver wearing their national race suit. No individual teams, it's your national colours that you wear. There is number 233, Cooper O'Clair. Cooper finished 41st in this event last year, but Cooper qualifying for his second Grand Final. Kacper Torobojski from Poland in kart number 225. These junior drivers aged between 13, 14 and 15 years old, or on identical Rotax 125 engines. Top speeds, well over 100 kilometers an hour. See the second group of drivers behind the fence there. They're in the holding area, and the first group of drivers now must all be sat on the dummy grid. They will get a warning for the mechanics to leave, and then it will be just the drivers. The whistle just about to blow, and all the mechanics see help from Sodicart there. The chassis partners are everywhere, from Birol ART, from IPK Praga, and from Sodicart on hand to offer technical support. And now the drivers left alone with their own thoughts. An 8-minute session. The track dry but damp in patches, We'll see the likes of Ziming Wang, Ethan Jeff Hall, Scott Marsh, Katarina Wing Dong, Casey Enser Smith amongst the drivers in this session. And very, very soon we will have karts on track for the first time. Yesterday we had qualifying for 5 of the classes. We had qualifying for E20 Junior and Senior, Micromax, Minimax and DD2 Masters. Today we have qualifying for the rest of the field, and everybody gets 1 heat racing today. Tomorrow will be a hectic, hectic day of racing. Every driver will qualify for the pre-finals, but only 36 drivers from every class goes through for the finals themselves. Now in E20, in Micromax and in DD2 Masters, there are only 36 entries, so everybody makes the final. But in DD2, Junior, Senior and Minimax, we have to halve the number of entries. The green flag has been given, and one driver, just the one driver, heads out onto the circuit, everybody else choosing to wait. You don't have to go out for all 8 minutes of time qualifying. Of course, this is the session where every driver is on brand new wet, slick tyres rather, or they have used them for warm-up this morning. They are sitting and waiting to get the absolute best. Well, the first driver out on circuit, and of course it would be. Well, the beauty of this event is that drivers from all over the world compete, including drivers with names sometimes commentators struggle to pronounce. But for the first time on track, number 211, and here is one of those drivers from Thailand, Varunchit Watanathanakakun. Watanathanakun. There he is, number 211, the Team Thailand driver, Varunchit Watanathanakun. We'll get it right eventually, Varunchit. We went through it yesterday several times. Here he goes, through turn number 1, down the main straight. This is one of the fastest areas of karting in Europe. Now you begin the descent downhill through turn number 2. This is turn number 3, you're still going downhill. Now, turn 4. There's that turn 3 and 4 complex down to turn number 5. Great passing opportunity, but you can see the track is still a little bit damp. Now, out of turn 5, you head uphill through turn 6, and now in the foreground, turn number 7, flat out through turn 7. Get the kart straightened up on the brakes for the double apex. 8 and 9, run out a little bit wide coming out of turn 9. Now we begin the descent downhill again through turn number 10, through turn 11, steep downhill towards turn 12, a key passing zone into turn 12, but you don't want to mess it up because you have now the steepest climb uphill through 13. This is turn 14, and now the last 2 corners, 15, and you're flat out from this point on through turn number 16, over the crest and down all the way down to turn 2. It's a long, long time. Varunchit gets a lap time in, and Team Thailand, you are top of the pile, and just like that everybody else comes piling out, so he has a lap spoilt. But here come the 35 remaining drivers out on the circuit. Now in qualifying, the name of the game is don't battle, find a slipstreaming partner, because with the nature of the circuit, that's such a long, fast first sector, if you're slipstreaming and following another driver closely, they break the air and you get a nice tow down the straight. Don't forget, these drivers, 13, 14, 15 years of age, and travelling well in excess of 100 kilometres an hour, about 110k, I believe, in these junior Rotax class karts. You can see there, driver number 249, that is the Italian driver. Sorry, it was number 239 possibly. Philly Phillips from the Team UK. Now, there goes Varunchit Watanathanakun. He goes across the line. He's now second fastest. It is Ecuador's Francisco Paredes Altimar, who is quickest of all in kart number 235. Francisco with 103.0, 1/10 of a second faster than Varunchit, and Varunchit on a quick lap though. This circuit split into 3 timing sectors, and if I hear me talk about a green sector time. That is a driver's personal best time. If the sector time flashes up on my screen in green, that would be the personal best sector time for that driver. If it goes a purple sector means it's the fastest sector time of the entire session. A yellow sector time means it's not that driver's personal best, and that driver better pull his or her finger out. Yellow flags at post number 8. Somebody is exploring the Portuguese countryside, but it is Hugo Martinello now to the top of the charts. No, Tito Giafone from Brazil in kart 215 goes quickest. There is a look at the mechanics. Every driver has a mechanic watching from the area, trying to signal to their drivers, anxiously watching on. But it is Brazil's Tito Giafone quickest, but not for long. European champion Ethan Jeff Hall goes fastest for Team UK. Charlie Hart goes second quickest. Francisco Paredes from Ecuador is now third. KC Claydon Enser Smith from South Africa is fourth. Vinnie Phillips up in the 5th place. Giafone down to 6th. Casper Schumann 7th. Cooper Auclair 8th, and Maxence Bouvier for France rounding out the top 9, with Eric Inache for Romania 10th quickest at the moment. The best time is a 61.76 lap. That is number 203, Ethan Jeff Hall. You can see on your screens now that Vinnie Phillips has gone purple through sector number 1. So, Vinnie Phillips in kart 239 for Team UK. He is on course for a very, very fast lap. Eric Inache goes quickest. Now it's Louis Iglesias from France, top of the pile. The laps changing as the circuit warms up, as the tyres come up to temperature. Order changing, second after second. Jeff Hall back to the top of the chart, ahead of Sherman's Iglesias. Now it's Vinnie Phillips who goes fastest. So Vinnie Phillips and Ethan Jeff Hall, their teammates at the Strawberry Racing Team in the UK, in their domestic championship, and they are 1-2 at the moment. Sherman's is third. Torobojski from Poland is fourth. Iglesias from France is fifth. Hart and Scott Marsh now 6th and 7th, so 4 British drivers in the top 7s. Bouvier, second of the Frenchman, is in 8th place. Inache from Romania 9th, and Georgios Kafantaris from Greece now into the top 10. Ahead of Patrick Lipovic from Hungary, Austin Lee from Germany, Giafone, Radenkovic from Belgium, Leon Zelenko from Croatia, 15th fastest, and our Thai driver, Watanathanakun, is down in 31st place now. So, Varunchit Watanathanakun was fastest, now 31st, and Scott Marsh goes fastest of all, a 60.696 seconds. See the mountains behind the circuit, a mixture of clouds and blue sky. The blue sky means the temperature heats up, the track warms up, it gives off a little bit more grip, the tyres are up to temperature. Now, following the drivers around turn number 5, there is the Finnish driver with the white and blue crash helmet. No, that's the Greek driver. That is Emanuel Liudakis on your screen there, but with a very Finnish-style crash helmet. Liudakis is in 10th place. Maxence Bouvier for Team France on a purple sector lap. Bouvier in kart number, the Frenchman, 229. It's a bit difficult to check out the numbers on the karts in qualifying. 20 seconds to go. It's Vinnie Phillips, Scott Marsh, Ethan Jeff Hall and Charlie Hart. While Team UK, 1, 2, 3, 4 at the moment. KC Enser Smith from South Africa is 5th. Leon Zelenko from Croatia is 6th. Then 2 Frenchmen, Luis Iglesias and Matis Karnijak, 7th and 8th. Shermans, the Netherlands, is 9th. Bouvier for France is 10th. So 3 French drivers in the top 10, but it's a British 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 4 British drivers in this session. Ethan Jeff Hall got his ticket through the European Trophy. The rest got the tickets through the British Championship. The British Championship this year had nearly 100 drivers in it. They're the 2 Greek drivers you see on your screens now. The green and the blue and white race suits. Georgios Kafantaris is 15th fastest. Liudakis is 16th. The checkered flag comes out now. It's Phillips, Marsh, Hart, Jeff Hall. 1, 2, 3, 4. Scott Marsh take the checkered flag. Oh, Belgium's Mateo Radenkovic moves into second position on his last lap. Vinnie Phillips crossed the line. Vinnie Phillips fastest at the moment. We're looking for Maxence Bouvier, has still to complete his final lap. Is this Maxence coming across the line now? No, that was Ugo Martinello, who is 27th. Bouvier a bit further back, and it is Vinnie Phillips provisionally in this session who is fastest of all. Now his time 60.437 seconds. The drivers in the second qualifying group will all be trying to beat that time. But what a session for Team UK. 4 drivers in the session, all 4 of them in the top 5. Matej Radenkovic from Belgium in kart number 271, who finished 22nd in this event as a Minimax driver a year ago. He breaks the British stranglehold, but only just. Vinnie Phillips, by a quarter of a second, takes pole position in the first session, subject of course to post-race scrutineering. Now for those of you unfamiliar to karting, you'll see the drivers on the left hand side of your screen. They come into the weighbridge. Every class has a minimum weight that the drivers must come up to. At the end of each session they come in, they go across the weighbridge to make sure they have made the minimum weight. There'll be an official there with an iPad. The nose cones have drop down brackets on them, so if anyone makes contact with the cart in front, then the nose cone bracket will drop, and that is a penalty. Obviously, if you're underweight, that is an exclusion from the session. After the carts go through the weighbridge, you can see the holding area there on the left-hand side of your screen. That is where Paul Klassen and Ernie Salmon and the rest of the technical team are waiting for the carts to come in. They will pick, obviously, the drivers that finished the front and random carts to check certain elements of their equipment to make sure that they conform to the regulations. Then each driver or each mechanic must take the fuel tank off the cart to give it back to the officials. Their fuel tank is then kept in the building next to the Rotax awning. So that is the procedure. There's the number 221 of Casper Shermans, who was very competitive in that last session. Going through the number 269 on your screen, that's Mathis Carnejac from France. Have to say, the French race suits look very, very similar to the British race suits. Oh, there's one unhappy mechanic. That's Georgios Kafantaris' mechanic there, looking a little bit upset with his driver. Maybe not in the correct position on track to get a draft or a slipstream with his rivals. As we look ahead to the second qualifying group now. On your screens, driver number 232, that is Belgium's, oh, this is another Dutch driver. That's a bit of a strange one. He's got the Dutch flag next to him, but he's in a Team Belgium race suit. That's Tommy van der Stroys. Number 268, Kamal Murad, or 266 rather. Kamal Murad from Australia, the 14-year-old from Sydney. And just behind him, you can see the 2 Australian drivers, Armand Hamilton, together. Now, their plan is obviously to go out, to work together, to push each other along. Abhay from India, that's Abhay Mohan Kumar, from a 14-year-old from Bangalore. Now, he is the Indian champion, and I think the Indian team getting some help from some British mechanic. There is the number 240 car of Noah Wolf. Noah Wolf, the British Minimax champion, but too old to race in Minimax, so he has a junior ticket. The British junior champion, Brandon Carr, was too old to race juniors here, so he's in seniors. There is 206. That is Matej Konik, 9th in this event last year. The 252 kart of Andrzej Pikl from the Czech Republic. He was 38th last year. There's the number 272, Dion van Verven from the Netherlands. The Dutch race suits, as always, looking very, very spectacular. And we sit, we wait. These are the even-numbered junior drivers. The sun is making what I hope is not a fleeting appearance in this paddock today. At the front there on the left-hand side, you can see Noah Wolf, very distinctive, crash helmet. Here's mechanic Sam Fugit just sitting there having a few moments, a few words with Noah. Now, in the history of this event, which began all the way back in 2000 in Puerto Rico, a total of 39 nations have stood on the podium. We've got 25 nations have won an event. 25 nations have won one of these classes. They have like a gold medal. 39 in total have at least one podium finish in the 23-year history of this event. There is driver number 248. That's Jensen Burnett, who just missed out on a podium in Minimax last year. He is back in juniors this year. And the number 264 car, that is Bern Corpino from the Philippines. Hello, Bern. Good to see the Philippines back. Not every nation gets a ticket and can get a driver here. We're missing some nations because they didn't get a ticket. There's the number 204 car of Greta Rosen, the young lady from Sweden. And the number 244 on your screen, that's Ryan Maxwell. And if you notice, what's Multimatic? Well, Multimatic is the Ford racing team that Ryan's dad Scott runs, and that they have raced the Ford GT at Le Mans. They've raced in Grand Am, and they're developing something very, very interesting for Ford and the Baja 1000. There is number 270. That is Filippo Parmigiani from the UAE. Traditional Gulf state name, Parmigiani. Then it's number 262, Alan Krepsik from Hungary. And behind the circuit, the Formula One track here in Portimão. This is the fourth time this event has visited Portimão, 2012, 2015, 2017, and now this year. And what a sight. If you don't like that sight, then you're quite frankly watching the wrong sport. The whistle down on the circuit goes. And very shortly we will be underway with the second half of qualifying. Now, it's a 60.43 is what the drivers are trying to beat. The rule in qualifying is if the difference between the two session leaders is greater than 101%, then we will simply split it. The faster session gets positions 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, etc. The slower session, those drivers slot into 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. After all 72 drivers are qualified, we put a combined order out. We split them into 4 groups. Groups A, Groups B, Group C, and Group D. The fastest of all will be in Group A, second fastest Group B, third fastest in Group C, fourth fastest in Group D, and so on. Each group will race against each other. So Group A will race against Group B, Group C, and Group D once. So during the course of all the heat races, each driver will compete against every other driver at least once. The green flag has waved. 8 minutes of qualifying begins, and absolutely nobody wants to go out onto the circuit. There is a look at Jorge Ortiz in car 212. He won his ticket here in the Rotax Winter Trophy. Our onboard camera is with Mohammed Vali, one of only a couple of drivers here representing Kuwait. He has a Kuwaiti license. Mohammed originally from Saudi Arabia, and of course the FIFA Football World Cup is going on at the moment, and there were several very, 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 very happy Saudis in the paddock yesterday. There were a group of not so happy Argentines, but there we go. That's football. This is karting, and on track, who's the first person to break ranks and head out onto the circuit? Well, they'll get a little bit of free air time, I'm sure, as the rest of them just sit and wait. There's Italy's Fracassi sitting there. Now, out onto the track goes 2 karts, 34 sit and wait. 2 drivers. One of them is Mohan Kumar as Abe Mohan Kumar from India, and the other one is Bern Corpino from the Philippines. So without being unkind, these are two drivers that aren't expected to feature very strongly for the race victory, but they go out first. And one of them has gone off because the yellow flag is waving at post number 8. So India and the Philippines are on track at the moment. Bern Corpino in kart 264 and Abhay Mohan Kumar in kart 250. The rest of the drivers sit in the pit lane and wait, and the yellow flag has been withdrawn. Let's see as they come round who we're going to get a little bit of. Now, of course, the problem is there come the rest of the field. Now, just as the rest of the drivers, the two drivers that went out early will come around to start their flying lap, they'll suddenly be confronted with 30 other drivers all trying to warm their tyres up. Never mind. Once again, this class supported by Sony Kart, one of our loyal chassis partners. It's Junior Rotax qualifying even numbered drivers. Wait, down 5.5 minutes to go. Not a lot of time. So the rest of the karts, the rest of the drivers, they can't afford to lose so much as one lap. Abhay Mohan Kumar at the moment is on course to set the fastest time. Hope that Abhay is not in amongst this group, because these are the karts that are all just warming their... Purple first sector for Abhay. Second sector for Abhay. Looking strong. Let's see where he winds up. Don't forget, 1 minute, 0.430, 60.437 is the time that everybody is trying to beat in this session. We're watching the rest of the field come up the hill through turns 15, through turn 16. Abhay Mohan Kumar, India and Philippines, take a picture of the timing screen. Your drivers are 1, 2 and 2 at the moment. How long they last there is debatable. My guess is not very long, but it's India and Philippines, 1 and 2 at the moment in this session. Mohan Kumar and Corpino. Ben Hernandez is in third position. Our camera guy, Mohammed Bali, we will pick up the action with him very shortly because he's been very, very strong in practice so far. Now, here's a look at the karts going round turn number 8 and 9. In and amongst that group are the two drivers on a flying lap, and they're having their fast lap absolutely ruined by all the drivers still warming their tyres up. But it is, it's looking down, purple sector for number 240, Noah Wolf. Igor Stepanov from Kyrgyzstan goes fastest. Here's Mohammed Bali behind Greta Rosen. He chooses not to slipstream with Greta and goes straight past down towards turn number 2. On board, this turn number 3 and downhill to turn 4. Just clipping that inside curve, running wide over the grass blocks. Down to turn number 5. Mohammed has got, looks like Team Australia just in front of him. This is good for Mohammed. He can work on, that's a target for him. He's a target as he comes up the hill towards the next crack. He's not being held up by that driver. Sebastian Garçon for Colombia goes quickest. Oh, yellow flags waving at post number 8. Can't quite see who has gone off. Mohammed Bali has done a purple middle sector. One driver in the barriers at turn number 8. Getting back into the car. We'll try and see who that is. It may be Greta Rosen from Sweden. At the moment, it's Jorge Ortiz who is quickest. No, Igor Stepanov. Mohammed Bali goes fastest of all for Team Q8. 60.621 seconds. 2.5 minutes to go, and Mohammed Bali is 2.5 tenths off the overall pole position. Here on board with currently the fastest driver on track, Mohammed Bali goes through turn number 5. He has got Greta Rosen, no, that's the number 264 car. Bern Corpino in front of him. Bern out of the way, Mohammed backs off. Obviously Mohammed deciding, no, I'm not in the correct track position. So we'll watch now to see as he comes through turn number 8. The driver that went off earlier on is back on track. It was Sebastian Garzon. of the and so we're ready with Bahrain. Is that it's Wally? Turn number 8. Pinto from Israel is in 3rd position. Then it's Andre Pickle, Gaston Irasu from Uruguay. Uruguay have got their biggest ever team here. 3 drivers. Konik is 4th. Daniel Hausworth from Austria 5th. Noah Wolf 6th. Mikael Pedersen from Denmark 7th fastest. Ortiz from Team USA is 8th. Throwback. 40 seconds to go. 40 seconds to go as they come off the line. It's still Van der Stroys, Volley, Pinto, 60.53. Van der Stroy, the Dutchman in car number 232, is less than a tenth of a second off Vinnie Phillips's session 1 leading time. This will be the final flying lap for all the drivers. They head down towards turn number 5. There you can see flashing through your screen. That is Van der Stroys now coming up the hill. Head down. Yellow crash helmet, Dutch race suit, goes out of turn 6. He is in the lead, but look for Noah Wolf. Team UK's Noah Wolf, purple's first sector for Noah in car 240. I can't see where he is on track. He's in this pack somewhere during the middle sector. I'm looking down to see any improvement through the 2nd sector for Noah Wolf. No, it's not a great middle sector. Nick Trobech puts in a very good middle sector. Now we wait. The checkered flag will come out. They cross the line. Ortiz stays 11th. Krepsik 3rd. Mohamed Vali stays 2nd. Alberto Fracassi moves up to 9th for Italy. And there's Enzo Ball now into the top 6. Yuzuki Sato from Japan into 3rd position. Yep, Pinto 4th for Israel. Wolf drops to 6th right at the end, but it is Tommy van der Stroys from Belgium. Even though he has got the Dutch race suit on, I think there may be a slight issue with the nationality on my screen, or rather on my entry list. I apologize. Tommy van der Stroys from Belgium leads session number 2, but it's Vinnie Phillips fastest overall. Mohamed Volley for Team Kuwait into P2. There, we're on board with Mohamed. At the start of the week, Mohamed was a little bit skeptical about wearing our camera cart, but I said, look, you know, you're going to be up at the front this year. It's the 3rd year that he's qualified for the Grand Finals, and Mohamed Vali has put our camera cart into the top 5 overall. He comes into the pit lane. It is Van der Stroys, Vali, Sato, Pinto, and Trobech. Belgium, Kuwait, Japan, Israel, and Slovenia. Your top 5. There is the number 262. That's Hungary's Aaron Krepsik getting out. There is a look there. Oh, who is that? That's the Finnish driver. Team Finland. That's Uso Saranki, I believe. Actually, it's Uso Saranki. My timing screen has changed. No, that's number 238. It is Martti Rittanen. And there is number 250, the Indian driver, Abhay Mohan Kumar, who had his moment of glory at the start of the session, finished a little bit further down the order. My time screen has decided to reset itself, so I can't give you the order, but here is the full order. Tommy van der Stroys from Belgium, Mohamed Vali for Kuwait, then Yuzuki Sato from Japan, Jan Pinto from Israel, and Nick Trobech from Slovenia. That's your top 5. Noah Wolf is 6th, Enzo Ball for the Netherlands is 7th, Andrej Pikl for the Czech Republic in 8th, and Gaston Irasu for Uruguay completes his qualifying session P9. Matej Konik from Slovakia is 10th. Then we have Daniel Houseworth in 11th. Alberto Fracassi is 12th. Santiago Bastaricha from Argentina is 13th. Mikael Pedersen 14th, and Jorge Ortiz 15th. Rio Sakai from Japan 16th. Jensen Burnett from Canada 17th, and Tino Sidler from Switzerland in 18th position. Hungary's Aaron Krepsik is 19th. Then for the Netherlands, Dion van Verven in 20th. Ryan Maxwell from Canada in 21st, ahead of Armand Hamilton from Team Australia. Alvaro Aritman from Spain. Igor Stepanov from Kyrgyzstan, and Kamal Murad from Australia. That's your top 25. Sebastian Garzon Orozco from Colombia. Javier Herrera from Mexico, and Martti Ritteran from Finland are 26th, 27th and 28th, with the top 30 rounded out by the UAE's Filippo Parmigiani, Anton Humphreys, that's your top 30, followed by Soichiro Shioda from Japan, Rian Boshoff from South Africa, Ben Hernandez from the United States, Greta Rosen, Bern Copino, and Awai Mohan Kumar. The drivers that started the session first and second finish 35th and 36th. That is junior qualifying over and done with. So I tell you what, let's go over and see what Jen Wade and Gus Specken thought about that in our studio. Take it away, guys.
Well, Gus, I think it was a little bit exciting there at the end, but of course we were riding on board with Wally, as I call him, Mohammed. Crazy, absolutely crazy start. I know you even said, oh my goodness, because when they all went out the gate at the same time, you knew it was going to be a tough one.
It's very tricky because when you get out, of course, we have the drop-down bumpers here the last couple of years, and you need to be so careful because the bumper, if you got it in qualifying, it will set you straight to the back of the grid. So that's something you do not want in this phase of the event, you know. So so yeah, going out there, a couple guys, we were looking through the back here to the guys coming out of the pit. They were very close, but then again, you have to on this circuit, as Henry mentioned in his commentary, you need to have the slipstream on this track because it's such a long straight, and you need the slipstream to get that time correctly. We saw with Wally on board that he wanted for that last opportunity. He wanted to get the right slipstream, the right toe, but not be too close so that it's hurting him in the corners. But yeah, in the end, it did relatively work out for him, but he didn't get the pole. So it was, I believe, Phillips from what was it? From the UK, he is, I do believe. Yeah. And then Tommy van der Struijs for Team Belgium getting the second fastest time eventually in the second group. So
that's right. So he topped the group in the second session, but of course not quite quick enough. It's all provisional because we don't have the official results yet. Yep. But otherwise it would be Phillips from Van der Struijs. Of course, one thing, the sun's coming out now. It's getting hotter. We've lost the rain at the moment.
You be careful with that statement.
Got to stop with the weather thing. I just started last night on the studio. But for the qualifying, I guess now, what are you thinking? The track's warming up. There's still a little bit of wind. Maybe some clouds coming over. We hear the whistle, so we know they're getting ready to go here on the grid. Yeah, so
the mechanics just cleared the grid, so that'll mean we'll be...
So we've got a few minutes. Now, are you thinking about tyre pressure here? That's the only thing they can do on the grid, of course, isn't it? Change
but that's past now. So the mechanics are gone. All you're thinking now is getting that right spot for the slipstream, especially now with seniors coming up as well, as we see the green flag now waving, and well, not everyone being that hastily to get
I think they'll do the same thing. So we're going to sit here and look out the window. Hand back to you, Henry, and let's have a look at what happens in the first group of seniors.
Very good.
Yes, thank you very much, Jen, and thank you very much, Gust. As usual, everybody decides to do absolutely nothing when the green flag waves. This is a case of tyres. They want to make sure that the tyres are absolutely the correct temperature when the track is at its best. And the Mojo tyres, they have one set for the qualifying and the racing, so they look after them. They know that they will be at their peak performance about 3 or 4 laps after they have gone out onto the circuit. So with an 8-minute session, and of course, nobody wants to be the guinea pig. That's the thing. This is the senior class, 72 drivers, the original class. Senior Rotax, the only class that has run in every single version of the Grand Finals, beginning all the way back in Puerto Rico in 2000. Just to give you an idea of where we have been to Puerto Rico, to Malaysia, to South Africa, to Egypt, to Lanzarote, to Portugal, to the United Arab Emirates, to Italy. We have been over to the United States, to Spain, and of course to Brazil, and last year in Bahrain. Senior Rotax, sponsored or supported by Sodicart. If you are from any one of the following 49 nations represented, 49 nations: Argentina, Australia, Austria, Bahrain, Belgium, Brazil, Canada, China, Chinese Taipei, the island of Taiwan, Colombia, the Czech Republic, Denmark, Estonia, Finland, France, Germany, Great Britain, Greece, Hungary, India, Israel, Italy, Japan, Kyrgyzstan, Latvia, Lebanon, Malaysia, Malta, Mexico, the Netherlands, New Zealand, Norway, Paraguay, the Philippines, Poland, Portugal, Romania, Saudi Arabia, Serbia, Slovakia, South Africa, South Korea, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, Thailand, the United Arab Emirates, Ukraine, or the United States. You have a driver in Senior Rotax to cheer for. Half of them sitting on the grid, still sitting on the grid. This worries me. Why does it worry me? Because the drivers will go out and they will then spend a minute or two shuffling around, trying to back out and back off. Other drivers will just be going flat out. It always creates a potential problem. What it also does is it means, and I shall guarantee you this, ladies and gentlemen, that there will be at least one or two drivers that before this session, during practice, have been amongst the quickest, and suddenly they will mess up their qualifying because they won't get a clear lap. We're nearly halfway through qualifying and no one's gone out. They won't get a clear lap. They'll have this time ruined, and instead of qualifying in the top 5, they'll be qualifying 65th, and then they're in trouble. Conversely, there will be one or two drivers that haven't featured much in practice that have been down the order, but they'll go out, they'll get it right. They'll get the track position, they'll get a bit of luck, and there'll be a few surprises up at the sharp end of the grid. Ethan Ho from Team USA is our camera cart driver. There he is on your screens in cart number 329. There's our Brazilian driver, Giuliano Raucci in cart 341. There's the view from Ethan Ho's cart. We are now halfway through qualifying session, and not a wagon has rolled yet, ladies and gentlemen. There are drivers sitting and waiting, and sitting and waiting, and nobody wants to be the first. I'm looking down. This is where normally, finally, Giuliano Raucci decides to break ranks and go, and a few other drivers following them out. Everyone else just saying, nah, not into it just yet. There we go, and now the floodgates open. Everyone tries to get out. Ethan Ho following number 353 out of the circuit. That's Guillermo Pernia Diaz. And still one or two drivers sitting on the dummy grid. Now they'll try and warm the tyres up. So at least now everyone's in the same boat. We haven't got a case of two or three drivers like we saw in one of the previous sessions where two or three drivers have gone out and they're coming flat chat through turn number 1 to start their hot lap, just as the rest of the field start poodling their way out of the grid area onto the track. Green flags waving. This is going to be short and sweet. 3 minutes to go. The drivers are going to get 2 flying laps at the most, 2, possibly 3 if they're lucky. One mistake, one wrong bit of track position, if you stumble across one back marker, that's your qualifying session done, and you face starting your heat races right at the back. This is high risk. Ethan Ho following our Filipino driver Miguel Quinones across down the first straight. Quinones goes through turn number 3. Nobody, with 2 minutes of this session to go, no one has set a lap time yet. And look at Ethan Ho, he's forced to try and battle past slower drivers. He gets to the inside of Quinones. He's following one of the New Zealander based drivers. That's Gerardo Cuesta from Ecuador in front of us. There's 2 drivers from Ecuador here. They were happy with the football the other day. So that is 3, 2, 1 in front of us. Ecuador's Gerardo Cuesta. And we still wait. Still no one set a lap time. This is going to be very, very interesting indeed. There's going to be a shock. There's going to be a surprise, both at the top and at the bottom of the timing charts, because not every fast driver here will get the rub of the green in the correct track position. Now the times come in. Guillermo Diaz from Spain, Jan Stiak from Germany, Edwin Knesser from Lebanon, and Diego Cantu from Mexico, the top 3. Daniel Kukuruzov from Ukraine, and Aliska Babichkova at the top 7, 8. Now Kai Rillarts moves to 3rd for Belgium. One of the favourites, Ethan Faramond from France, goes 2nd. But 60.0 the best lap so far. It is 1 minute to go. Diaz, Faramond, Stiak, Rillarts, Patrick Donica, Aidan Fox, and from Malta, here's a shock, the only Maltese driver here, Owen Mangion, up into the top 10. Then it's Joep Rietveld. The Joepsters fan club will be going absolutely nuts if he gets in the top 10. Then it's Edwin Knesser, Theo Eriksson, Harrison Hoey, Diego Cantu, Daniel Kukuruzov, Babichkova, Rohan Madesh. From India is 15th, then Ji Kao Ji Kao's not 15th, Ji Kao from Taiwan is now 7th, Stiak goes fastest, Rauchi goes 2nd fastest, 30 seconds to go. Now, the drivers on your screen, they're going on to their final flying lap now. Who has got track position? The driver at the front of this group here, he is breaking the air for all the drivers behind. Now, no one wants to be overtaking. Second place driver, that looks like maybe one of the Czech Republic drivers, that could be Babichkova. Oh, the driver there makes a move. It is one of the Czech drivers who is in this session. Now we'll wait. We'll wait to see. It is Babichkova making a move. So now Aliska Babichkova is the front of this group. In cart number 371, Theo Eriksson from Norway has taken the checkered flag. He's 22nd. Babichkova, green first sector, not a great middle sector. Rohan Madesh has just put in a purple first sector for India. Now, checkered flag. Stiak stays 4th. Diaz, 5th. Rauchi is 6th. Ethan Faramond is quickest at the moment. Rohan Madesh from India is 2nd. And Joep Rietveld is 3rd. Madesh stays 2nd. Ethan Faramond stays pole. And now Kai Hunter moves up out of nowhere to finish 3rd. But get ready for this, India. You had your first ever podium in the Grand Finals last year with Kyle Kumaran. And in senior, Rohan Madesh has just gone P2. And there's going to be a relation here with Team UK because Rohan's mechanic, Reggie Dewey, is from Team UK. And Reggie just Rohan at the start of this week. Well, they're going to be brethren for life because Rohan Madesh has just gone 2nd fastest, but Ethan Faramond for France, pole position at the moment in senior. The top were not very good, however. 59.33 seconds for Faramond. That is less than a second quicker than the juniors. The order: Faramond for France, Madesh for India, Kai Hunter for the People's Republic of Taiwan, then Rietveld for the Netherlands, Stiak for Germany, Rillarts for Belgium, Kishi for Japan, Pania Diaz from Spain, Rauchi from Brazil, and Harrison Hoey from Team Australia rounds out your top 10. Looking further back, so which drivers got caught out there? Let's look down the order. I'm looking at Kukuruzov from Ukraine, only 28th. David Lachner from Austria, only 30th. Edwin Knesser won't be happy with 26th. Owen Mangion, 22nd. Aliska Babichkova, only 20th. Our camera cart, Ethan Ho was 19th. Vilgot Edqvist, very, very experienced driver from Sweden, only in 16th position. Let's have a look at your session 1 leading time. It's France. Ethan Faramond, from India's Rohan Madesh, then Kai Hunter from the United Kingdom, Joep Breedveld from the Netherlands, and Jan Stiak from Germany. That's your top 5. Kai Rillarts is 6th, Fujakishi 7th. Then from Spain, Guillermo Pena Diaz, and from Brazil, Guiano Rauchi. Australia's Harrison Hui rounds out the top 10. Kenta Kumagai from Japan is 11th. Patrick Donica from Poland is 12th. Aidan Fox from Team USA 13th. And Team UK's Brandon Carr 14th. Gabriel Cacciolo from Portugal 15th. Wilgot Edqvist from Sweden 16th. And Alexander Abkazava from Latvia this year, represented Georgia last year, but Abkazava is next with Diego Cantu from Mexico in 18th. Ethan Ho from Team USA, our camera car, 19th. Aliska Babitskova is 20th. Terry O'Connor from Team Thailand, 21st. Owen Mangion from Malta, 22nd. Ji Kao from Chinese Taipei and the island of Taiwan, 23rd. Christos Chatsis from Greece, 24th. Then Austria's Leon Mandel, rounding out your top 25. Edwin Knesser, 26th fastest for Lebanon. Norway's Theo Eriksson, 27th. And Ukraine's Daniel Kukruzov is 28th. From Ecuador, Gerardo Cuesta is 29th. And Austria's David Lackner, 30th fastest. Yunbum Hong from South Korea is 31st, and Akash Nandi from Malaysia, William Exton from Team New Zealand, Toby Spinks from Australia, Miguel Quinones from the Philippines, and Khalid bin Shalash from Saudi Arabia rounds out the 36 drivers in session number 1. Session number 2 will be with you shortly after this short commercial break.
For the kids to be here, it's huge emotionally on them. It's a life experience. It's huge, you know, where would you get to travel to Bahrain normally for most of the drivers here now? One thing I keep telling all of my drivers is our goal was to be here, so now we're here, let's just enjoy it.
My favorite part of the track is the flowy section. We have turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, till turn 5. I mean, it's like a roller coaster. It's really nice.
I feel like, oh my God, I'm going so fast. I want to go faster, faster, faster. My heart beats really fast. Gives me goosebumps, but that tickling feeling in my heart is what I like about the speed.
There are 72 drivers. We have 3 heats, and yes, it feels quite nice to be racing with other champions.
I think, you know, the Rotax program, for years now, it's been the best program out there. take the engine out of the box and off you go and you're competitive. And that's what we want when we're teaching drivers. We don't want to have to question the go-kart or question the engine or anything. We want to focus on the driving. So that's why the Rotax, I think, is #1 across the world.
I always look out for #1, but I also appreciate the other drivers on the grid, because what's the point of looking out for #1 if there are no other drivers?
For the final race, anything could happen, but I'm always aiming for P1.
Everyone wants to win, but there's 72 other drivers that want to win as well. So let's just enjoy it, and if they're having fun, then they'll be competitive.
Ready to rock and roll? Let's hit it.
Glad we got up early for this ride.
Fire up, let's roll.
Look who finally caught up.
Awesome, we should do this every week.
Can-Am was never just about building a motorcycle. It was about doing things our own way. A passionate group of engineers, riders, and rebels. Creating the unexpected. Pushing the limits of what's actually possible. If Can-Am can take that DNA that my father built into the very first motorcycle in 1973, then get ready to ride.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're looking down at the DD2. No, you're looking at the second group. Getting ahead of myself there. The second group of senior Rotax drivers. These are the even-numbered drivers. And we will wait to see if anybody wants to go out to play at the start of the session, or if they all just want to sit and wait like we saw in the senior thing. Now, I know that Husbecken has been down talking to the drivers on the grid, talking to the mechanics. We'll get his feedback a little bit later on, as soon as this session is over, perhaps. The Mojo D5 tyres, they are good for, well, they're good for the rest of the week, but their absolute peak performance, it's a very, very narrow window. Now, these are the even-numbered senior drivers. Now, we talked a little bit about who has won and which nation is the most successful. We've had 39 nations who have had a podium in the 23-year history of this event. South Africa are the most successful nation. They've got 14 wins, but they're being closed in on by Team UK, 10. France have got 9. The Netherlands have got 7. Canada have got 6. So have Australia. Estonia have got 5. Japan have got 4 wins. Belgium, USA and Spain have got 3 wins apiece. Finland, New Zealand, Austria, Hungary and Ireland have got 2 wins apiece, and single Rotax Grand Finals victories for Indonesia, the United Arab Emirates, Latvia, the Czech Republic, Argentina, Russia, Italy, Lithuania and Germany. Nations that haven't won a Grand Final but have been on the podium, well, the nation with the most medals, the most podiums without a win is actually Portugal. 2 second places and 4 third places. Denmark have had 5 podiums but no wins. Sweden, 3 podiums, no wins. Greece, 4 podiums, no wins. Poland, Bahrain, Croatia, Costa Rica, India, Brazil, Switzerland, Turkey, China and Slovenia have all had podiums but no victories. There is a look at the DD2 drivers set to go out in the holding area. The senior Rotax drivers are on grid, and you can pick your favourites. You can see the karts waiting now on the dummy grid. There is number 350, where's the back end of number 350? That is Matteo Richter from the Czech Republic. The number 318 is Mads Rees, very experienced driver from Denmark. And the number 368, that is one of what is a very, very strong French team, Michael Dauphin. And a look down from our drone camera, what a beautiful sight. 36 wagons waiting to roll. The spectators in the grandstand, well, the seats aren't being used. Everyone's on the edge of them, hanging over the barriers to try and cheer on their drivers. There's another grandstand halfway down the first straight, and looking at the back, that big white tent you can see there, that is where all 3, well, not the E20 drivers, but there, 360 drivers all in that huge white tent. They're in their nations, they've got a table, they've got chairs, they've got nowhere to go and hide. It's nation standing with nation. In the center of your screen, you've got the Rotax office, the Rotax shop, the stewards' rooms. You've got the tire tents to the right-hand side, the catering. This is a great view of just how big this facility is and how vast this event is. Rotax invest heavily every year to make this event the biggest and the most spectacular in the world of karting, and there is the circuit. You can see the Formula 1 track to the right, the hotel at the top of your screen that a lot of the drivers are staying in, and there is a look. On your left is the grandstand halfway down the main straight, and this is one of Europe's best karting facilities. The green flag has waved. We're 3 minutes into qualifying and nobody's gone out, so we're going to see an absolute bum rush at the end of this qualifying session. Now, I think the drivers waited till there was about 3 minutes to go before they went out of this last session. There's number 362. That is Ukraine's Paul Christian Hamburg. And there's number 334 on your screen. That is Adam Ali from Canada, one of 2 Ali brothers, his brother Daniel racing in DD2. There's number 364 car. That is Juan Esteban Adia from Colombia. The Colombian race suits have got a real honeycomb effect on them this year. Number 302, that is Najashi Rashdan from Bahrain. And of course, who can forget last year's Grand Finals in Bahrain? What a spectacular event that was. The number 304, that is Sean Butcher from Team UK. Sean has raced in this event before. looking for his first Grand Finals victory. The number 330 card is Gustavo Carrera from Argentina. And normally you'd get the drivers waving and smiling at the cameras, but they are now ultimate focused. As the first driver halfway through this session goes out, Gustavo Carrera was one of them. Here we go, the first rush of drivers out on the circuit. Let's pick up some of the names and nations have gone out, but you can see a lot of other drivers still sitting away, all looking over their shoulders. They've been practicing for 2 days, so each of these drivers know, driver X is quick, so I'm going to wait for that driver. So you can see at the front there, that's the number 372. That's Luke Niesen from the Netherlands, looking over his shoulder. He is waiting for another driver, a specific driver that he has decided, I want to follow and work with that driver, and I will not move until the other driver moves. Of course, the other driver in question, whose name I don't know, might be sitting and waiting for somebody else. And therein lies the problem, as we've got 3 minutes to go. 3 minutes to go. We had a massive shock in the first session. Are we going to have another one in this session? Drivers just warming their tyres, or as we say in the UK, they're just checking their steering repeatedly. Now, out of the commentary box window, the second batch of drivers head out onto the circuit. And look at this, nobody wants to be the first in line. The problem is, if you're the very first kart in the queue, you're breaking the air for everybody else. So nobody, and oh, this is the problem. Oh, they're going to run out of time. This is going to be chaos, ladies and gentlemen. Nobody wants to be the first. Somebody's got to go. And I think it's possibly Team Italy's Pietro Ponce with the bright blue crash helmet, the turquoise blue crash helmet has gone, okay, well, I got to go. And of course, if it rains, they're all in trouble. And do you know what? There's a few spots of rain in the air. 2 minutes to go. Sit down. Well, no, you're lucky to sit down. Stand up. Start biting those fingernails, because it's going to get very spectacular very, very, very quickly. They're all trying to beat 59.63. Christian Pastrian from Chile goes quickest of all, a 60.8. That's not going to last too much longer. Less than 2 minutes to go. We're looking at this group on our screens. The driver with the turquoise blue crash helmet, that's Pietro Ponce. Oh, they're tripping over each other, going through turn number 8. The driver at the front of the queue decides, nope, I don't want to go, I don't want to go. And that has spoilt everybody's lap in this group. Can't quite make the name. It looks like a Team UAE race suit. That might be Theo Kakati at the front of the group. And they're running out of time. Nobody has put in a competitive lap yet. Oh, and they're stopping. This could get dangerous. It's going to get naughty if they're not careful. And all those drivers, they weren't even flat out going on to the start-finish line. We're going to have a situation here where half the field aren't going to even set a lap. This group of drivers on your screen are absolutely messing it up. I'll tell you that now. This is not part of the plan, and there's going to be some angry mechanics. There's going to be some angry mechanics, some angry drivers, because a good 15 to 18 of the drivers that we're looking at now, they've got 40 seconds to go. They will get another lap in, but it's going to be one flying lap. Now, Michael Dauphin, 60.25. Dauphin, Mads Rees, Matteo Richter, Christian Pastrian, Arnold Domingo, Daniel Maulem from Israel, Shirin Naidu, and Juan Esteban Ardia are your front runners. The likes of Callum Bradshaw, former world champion, hasn't got a lap in yet. Neither has Miska Kaskinen. We'll wait. Dauphin's on a quick lap. Oh, and they're still not going to get a lap in. 5 seconds to go. Some of these drivers aren't going to get towards the checkered flag. This is going to be an absolute disaster for some of them. Now the checkered flag comes out. Ryu Heng from China, 9th. Shirin Nadu. I'm going down Theo Kakati. He's taking the checkered flag. It's gone badly wrong for him. Gustavo Carrera, it's gone badly wrong for him. We're going to have one flying lap. All these drivers, it's now or never. This is going to be a real turn of the books. Eduardo Barrichello goes quick. the son of Rubens Barrichello, who we're going to see in DD2 in a minute. But at the moment, Eduardo Barrichello is 36th and last. The difference is 14 seconds. Oh, the cart's going off. Dauphin leads. Dauphin, Rees, Richter, Pastrian, Dominko, Petrovic is your top 6. Now Zsombor Kovacs goes fastest. Zsombor Kovacs, Eduardo Barrichello into 5th. Miska Kaskinen goes 2nd. We're waiting for Sean Butcher, Nolan Lemare, Pietro Pons to take the checkered flag. Callum Bradshaw takes the checkered flag. Butcher goes fastest. Somehow, Sean Butcher managed to put it to 59.9. It's 3/10 slower. Did do that? In the middle of that gaggle of carts, he found a clear track. It's Butcher from Zsombor Kovacs, Miska Kaskinen, Michel Dauphin, and here's the surprise. Here is the surprise, ladies and gentlemen. The only driver here this year from Paraguay, Alejandro Samaniego, has just put Paraguay into the top 5 in senior qualifying Group 2. Nolan Lemare is 6th, Callum Bradshaw 7th, Luke Neeson is 8th, and Paul Gustavo Huera from Argentina didn't get a lap in. Paul Christian Hamburg didn't get a lap in. Neither did Samuel Ifrit, neither did Corrado Malmieda. Now a replay. This is the problem, and this is with a minute to go. Look at the marshal saying, go, go, go. We'll pick out number 304. There's Sean Butcher, 304. He goes to the inside now as the checkered flag is going to come out in a few seconds' time. Butcher managed to get a bit of clear track, and it was a split-second decision, and that could, well, it went horribly wrong for some of the drivers, but what a dramatic senior Group 2 qualifying session. It does mean, however, that the Session 1 leaders were the quickest, and you're going to have a situation where India and Paraguay are in the top 5 or 6 overall in qualifying. Here is your unofficial results from the even number session. Sean Butcher, well, Anglo-Australian driver representing Team UK, pole position, the only driver under 1 minute. Zsombor Kovacs 2nd, Miska Kaskinen 3rd, Michael Dauphin is 4th, Alejandro Samaniego is 5th. Then it is Francis Nolan Lemare in 6th. So 2 French drivers in the top 6. Callum Bradshaw 7th, Luke Neeson is 8th, Pietro Pons is 9th, and Eduardo Dudo Barrichello rounds out the top 10 for Brazil. Then it's the pride of Scotland, Lewis Gilbert 11th fastest, Francesco Grimaldi 12th, Mats Rees is 13th, Matteo Richter 14th, Christian Pastrian for Chile 15th, and Axel Roos from the Netherlands 17th. Oscar Christiansen, the nephew of Tom Christiansen, is 17th. Arnold Dominko from Hungary rounds out the top 18. Now we move on to the second part of the qualifying session, the second timing screen. A lot of these drivers, very slow lap times compared to session number 1. So even though they might have been 15th or 16th in this session, that might be only about 40th overall. Andrej Petrovic is 19th. Then Daniel Maulam, Petrovic, the driver from Slovenia. Then it is Adam Ali 21st, his countryman Gianluca Savaglio 22nd. Gianluca will be disappointed with that. Mathis Parlon from France 23rd, Kevin Foster 24th, Theo Kakati from the UAE 25th. Romania's Tommy Dragan is 26th, and China's Ryu Hengye is in 27th. Juan Adia 28th, and Bahrain's Najashi Rashdan is 29th. Shirin Naidu is 30th, his South African countryman Karabo Malamela 31st. Christian Vitse is 32nd. Then it's Igor Kichin from Kyrgyzstan, Samuel Ifrid from Switzerland, Paul Christian Hamburg from Estonia, and Gustavo Carrera from Argentina in 36th position. Well, Jen Wade and Hust Specken in the studio. What do we make of that? Tyres. It's all about tyres, isn't it?
Well, it's all about tyres, and I think there's a lot more to this racing in the next few days than what we were expecting, and now it's going to be crazy because of what's happening.
I've seen
What's
crazy
happening?
qualifyings, but this is right up there. So I've actually wrote this down because what Henry mentioned, you have the tires. So the Moyo D5s, they're running in seniors and DD2s.
Yeah.
So they're peaking really fast. So that's like second, maybe third lap, and then you're off. So it's the first or second lap, maybe third lap. You have to put this timer. So that's why they're waiting so long, because you only get one set for the whole racing portion of this event. So then you have to get these through qualifying, through 3 heats for seniors especially, and juniors with the big grids, and then through your pre-final and your final. So that's 5 times you're on track with the same tires, and the final is the one which really counts. So that's why they're waiting so long. They're saving tires, then they're trying to get a slipstream. Then 1 minute to go, everybody gets
What
a
a
bit.
disaster that was. I don't know what the mechanics must be thinking, really. Watching this, it must be nerve-wracking for them at this point, because it's so important.
Yeah, they've put in the work, and they know they have a fast driver, and then to see a qualifying go up in smoke like this is immensely.
What would you recommend if that was your driver out there? You know the situation. Everyone waited and waited and waited. There's a couple of minutes left.
Well, then just go, because when so the slipstream, it works down the straight. It gives you that couple of tenths maybe when you do it right. But then there's so much more time to be lost in the infield when there's the corners and everything, and guys quicker than you behind are trying to overtake, or you're gonna get holding up, or this or that or the other. So, like what Sean Butcher did in the last portion of that qualifying was absolutely perfect. Get ahead of the queue as quick as possible to make sure he get that lap in, and then he was the only one to get under the 1 minute mark, and putting himself on the top spot in that second qualifying group means he will slot in second, I believe, overall, because they're
That's
stacking
right.
grids.
Yeah. So obviously in the first group, the time was there, but
Yeah, it was a 59.633.
Yeah. So so we've got Group 1, and then of course the next group, whichever is the slowest group, takes P2, and so on. So then it goes back to P3, and then they're split into the different groups, A, B, C, D, E, F, for the actual heat racing. So
that's the lucky bit for Sean
Exactly.
Butcher in this regard, because otherwise it would have been somewhere 15 or I don't know.
So regardless of the actual lap time, it's really only the first 2 that determine that for us, for the grid. So.
Yeah. So no, but I mean, I think I saw Callum Bradshaw, world champion, couple years back. He was P9 or P10 in the group. He was down. There's some other guys down further back. There's some guys, because of this mayhem going on, a bit further up. So just like you had Minimax yesterday with the rain and everything going chaos, it's the same for Senior Max. So we'll be up for very interesting heats later.
Of course,
this week.
I did hear Henry say there's some rain in the air, and I'm thinking, oh no, they were still sitting on the grid. They've just come out. You just don't know here, because you see the wind moving quite quickly, moving the clouds, and you're thinking, okay, the rain can be just over the mountain there, over the hills. Anything can happen, but is it worth waiting? Because if it starts to rain, I think I can hear them.
For now it is, because there's not that many clouds in the air at the moment, so they can. There's no point in not waiting if you get.
So we're back to the casino, aren't we?
Well, maybe DD2's a little bit older, a little bit more wise, perhaps. You never know, but I think we'll let Henry get that over with.
We will. He's going to tell the story.
Thank you very much, Jen and Gust. Yes, and as you say that, we're not quite at the casino. No one's playing Russian roulette with their tyres this time. Somebody has gone steaming out of the pits. There goes a few more drivers, the DD2 drivers. Like Gust and Jen said, a little bit older, a little bit more experienced. This is the fast of all class, 130 kilometers an hour. And the first group of DD2 drivers heading out. So in DD2, 40 nations are represented. Argentina, Australia, Austria, Belgium, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Chinese Taipei, Colombia, the Czech Republic, Denmark, Estonia, Finland, France, Germany, Great Britain, Greece, Hungary, Ireland, Italy, Kyrgyzstan, Kuwait, Latvia, Mexico, the Netherlands, New Zealand, Norway, Peru, Poland, Portugal, Saudi Arabia, Serbia, Slovakia, Slovenia, South Africa, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, the United Arab Emirates, and Uruguay. This class brought to you by Birrell ART, who are providing the chassis not just for DD2, but also in the Micromax class. We'll see the Micromax on track after lunch, but this class, well, we could see history. We've got history making in terms of no driver's ever won 3 different categories in the Rotax Grand Finals. Several drivers have won 2, including the most successful driver of all time, Cristiano Morgado. And hello to Cristiano, I know you're watching back home in South Africa, and sure that one day you'll be persuaded back into the seat of one of these karts. But Mark Kimber, who is not in this session, he has won junior and senior in the Grand Finals, but going for a record-breaking 3rd different class win. But that's a bit later on. Let's talk about what we're looking at on our screens now. On track, it's Suleiman Alkandari. Oh, sorry, Suleiman Alkandari in kart 401 for Q8. He's out there. He is fast at the moment. Roger Young from Chinese Taipei in the island of Taiwan goes quickest. Louis Large, and a big hello to everybody at Karting Northeast up at Warden Law in the UK, who are cheering not only Louis Large but also Kai Hunter, and there are several mechanics from that region, so the People's Republic of Thailand are well represented here at the Rotax Grand Finals. Louis Large got his ticket in the Rotax 177 class. There he is on your screen, coming into turn 1. This is his first weekend on a DD2 kart, getting used to it in kart number 425. And there is the queue of drivers in this session. We have David Cardenas is second. Louis Large goes fast of all. He did tell me that Newcastle, his home city, have just got the internet installed, so you can save a screenshot Newcastle. So it's Newcastle front and centre of the timesheet at the moment. Colombia second with David Cardenas, then Jonathan Markison from New Zealand, and Clay Osborne from Team New Zealand fourth. Nico Bereza from Austria is fifth. Alejandro Herrera Gama from Mexico sixth. Roger Young from Chinese Taipei seventh, and Suleiman Alkandari from Kuwait is eighth. Ruben Kverkilt is ninth. Norway, they're the only 9 drivers that have set a representative time at the moment. Bertold Bors from Hungary on a quick lap. Paolo Besonsone, the 2018 DD2 champion, is our camera kart in this class. Watch Paolo at work. He's following the number 451 Team Germany driver Fabian Bock at the moment, out of turn number 5 up the hill, and Paolo looks like he's got a nice little group here. Nobody is easing back. The 3 drivers in front of him. He is quick though. He has to dive to the inside of Fabian Bock. He's now got the number 403 car. That's Ragnar Virus, 22-year-old driver from Tallinn in front of him. But Besonsone on course for potentially a good lap here as he comes out of turn 12 up through turn number 13. Meanwhile, it is Juan Rodriguez from Colombia, 58.973 seconds, and Ruben Kverkilt in second position. Bertold Bors third, then Yannick Jacobs fourth. Now the changes come. Besonsone goes quickest, so that was the quickest lap, 58.80. Virus second quickest, so that group that we were following is the fast group. Glenn van Parijs from Belgium now goes fastest, so it's Belgium. David Mastakiewicz, Johnny Bravo from Poland is now in P number 2 in kart 455. Zendarua from Slovenia up into third fastest time. Besonsone fourth, Vera sixth, Rasmus Fridell from Sweden is sixth, then Christopher Sask from Denmark, Nicolas Pico from France, and Axel Sanyala, winner of the closest ever Grand Final event, 2019 Senior Rotax event in Sarno. Sanyala is 10th. Emils Akmens from Latvia moves into 7th place. But it's Paolo Besonsone, our camera kart, on a very quick lap. Purple middle sector for the Frenchman Besonsone. Look, there is the number 447 car. That is Thomas Javorek from the Czech Republic, just getting moved out of the way. 90 seconds to go. Van Parijs on a quick lap. 58.512 for Van Parijs. Nicolas Pico from France moves up into 5th position. Besson-Sede is 4th. It is Van Parijs, Masterkiewicz, De Rua, Besson-Sede, Pico, Virus, Pradel, Akmens, Sask, Sanyala, Rodriguez, Palladino from Italy is 12th. Kverkild is 13th. Then Bors, Jacobs, Carmona, Imke Arts, the Dutch lady, is 17th. Lochmelis, Tosic, Louis Large, your top 20 at the moment. 1 minute to go in this first DD2 session, and Nicolas Pico is on a quick lap. So is Masljakiewicz in kart 455. We're watching down the hill. Driver with a green crash helmet and the black race suit. Number check on that driver next time around. It might be Emils Akmens, possibly. Double check. It's the Team Latvian driver. Now, quick look back as the session winds down very quickly. Van Parijs, Masljakiewicz. Nobody putting in personal best laps now. Oh, Emil Akmens does put in a personal best, 58.837. He goes 6th, but it's Belgium, Poland, Serbia, and then a pair of Frenchmen. Besson-Sede and Pico rounding the top 5. Emil Akmens takes the checkered flag, 6th fastest. Now, will he stay 6th as the checkered flag waves? The time has ticked away. Masljakiewicz, personal best, 1st sector in kart 455. Not too bad through the middle sector for driver number 455. For the white and red Team Poland race suit. He's in this group, is he? Possibly. Down the hill. Chopping, drivers chopping and changing. There's the driver of the Czech Republic race suit at the back of your screen. Just going through, it's number 401, that's Suleiman Al-Kandari in the Bahrain colours. He's representing Kuwait, he's 35th at the moment. Will this put him further up? He crosses the line, and the answer is no, it doesn't. Van Parijs pits early. There you see him just peeling off at the side of your screen. Nobody has beaten Glenn Van Parijs. 8.512. Van Parijs, Masterkiewicz, Besson-Sede and Pico are your 5. There's number 467 on your screen. That's Mick Knowlton from Belgium. He is 26th fastest in that group. There is the driver from Chile, kart number 431. That is Max Jaeger getting out of his kart. Max ends that session in, let's have a little look, where did Team Chile finish in that one? 22nd position. Number 427 kart on your screen. That's Emils Akmens from Harold Garkaklis's Birol Art Baltics team. And Emils, well, 6th fastest in that session. 58.512 is the time that they all have to beat. And you can see the progression. The juniors doing 60.5s, the seniors doing 59.5s, the DD2s doing 58.5s. Glenn Van Parijs from Belgium, David Masljakiewicz from Poland, Zen De Rua from Slovenia, Krzysztof Sachs, from Denmark, and Nicolas Pico from France, top 5. Then Latvia's Emils Akmens, Estonia's Ragnar Virus, Sweden's Rasmus Frizzell, and France's Paolo Besson-Sede. That's your top 9. Axel Sanyala from Finland round out your top 10. Colombia's Juan Rodriguez in 11th. Italy's Francesco Palladino 12th, and Norway's Ruben Kverkild in P13. Bertolt Bors from Hungary is 14th, and Yannick Jacobs from Germany is 15th. Daniel Carmona from Spain in 16th, and Imke Arts from the Netherlands, she finishes 17th. Patrick Slotmelis from Latvia round out the top 18, followed by Nikola Tosic from Serbia, Louis Large from the United Kingdom, that's your top 20. Then it's David Cadenas from Colombia, Max Jaeger from Chile, Fabian Bock from Germany, and Joshua Bethune from New Zealand. Thomas Javorek from the Czech Republic, Mick Knowlton from Belgium, Christos Oikonomou from Greece, Jonathan Markison from Australia, Clay Osborne from New Zealand, and Manuel Ochoa from Peru are your top 30. Outside the top 30, Nico Bereza from Austria, Roger Young from Chinese Taipei and the island of Taiwan, Guillaume Lemos, the Portuguese man of war, is 33rd for Portugal, Alejandro Herrera from Mexico, Suleiman Al-Kandari from Kuwait, and rounding out the field on his very first time in a DD2, he had never sat in a DD2 kart before Monday, Talal Binakli from Saudi Arabia. That is the first half of Rotax DD2 qualifying in the books. Just 36 drivers left to go. Once the next session has completed, then every one of the 394 drivers here will have completed time qualifying. We will set the grids for the racing this afternoon. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon I will be joined by a veritable who's who of the great and the good in the world of kart racing and karting commentary, but that will be a little bit later on. There on your screens, the driver this year, Kyle Kumaran, is representing the UAE where he lives. Last year he finished second for India, their first ever podium in the Grand Finals. The Indian Express is about to leave the station, hoping for another podium. The background, you saw Rubens Barrichello from Brazil. His son Eduardo has just finished in the top 10 in his senior session. And now we look at some of the other names. Jackson Rooney's kart to the left, standing tall, that is Victor Frost Bay. The great thing about this event is that you learn lots of interesting things about some of the drivers. Victor Frost Bay, for example, can eat a cheeseburger in less than 5 seconds. That's his claim to fame. And you know what? We're going to find out that because we're going to take one of our social media cameras in the paddock, and he's just saying, so he better be quick. But yeah, we'll film that later on. Apparently, it's nearly a world record. But that's the joy of this event. You get to know the drivers, the personalities. We talk about the Rotax family. Drivers qualify year on year. Some of them only qualify once. You have to earn your ticket here. But the distributor network that Rotax have, the teams that run that, you see the same entrants, the same distributors every year. It really is one of the biggest, most colourful families in all of motorsport. And over the years, I've been very, very lucky to do this job for 8 years. There is Bas Lammers, who is now coaching Italy's Gregorio Bertoccio. And Baz said to me very funny. During one of the practice sessions on Monday, Gregorio in kart number 416 had evidently had an accident because he was coming back to the paddock and his tyres were covered in mud. And I sort of said to Baz, what happened? And he goes, my driver, he has a little bit of fun in this last session. And I said, well, you know, you want to explore the Portuguese countryside, but maybe Gregorio will now be exploring the Portuguese countryside away from the track, not while he's supposed to be driving round it. There's the number 472, Chris Hannan from Team Netherlands. Chris first came to the Grand Finals in 2016 as a Micromax driver. He has gone through the entire family of Rotax karts. There is the circuit that we are at. The big driver's tent, the center point of each event. Inside that driver's tent, every driver has one workspace. They're in their countries. Above that, they have put flags. Team Australia have got about 27,000 blow-up kangaroos. Team South Africa have some very, very, very poignant white rhinos in there that trying to raise awareness for the plight of the white rhinoceros in South Africa. There are flags, mascots, motifs everywhere. Before we get underway, just like to take one moment to take Team Canada. We are a family. Last year, Teddy Sin raced in E20 for Team Canada, and sadly, earlier this year, Teddy passed away. So, on behalf of everybody at Rotax and Team Canada, we'd like Teddy's family to know that we are thinking of them and that we are one family member down this year. But Team Canada, as always, have brought a very strong team with us. And but there's one member that's missing, and so it would be remiss of us not to pay tribute to Teddy, who made one Grand Finals appearance. The 32-year-old Canadian driver last year passed away earlier this year. But even though he only made one appearance, he will forever be part of the Rotax family. But now we wait for the last qualifying session of the 2022 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals to get underway. Each of these drivers are trying to better 58.512 seconds. If anyone goes quicker than 58.152 seconds and leads the session, that is the outright pole sitters. You can see the film crews there. You can see Mickey Houndschmidt there watching and filming to the left, the white sleeves. Mickey and Basti Funk and Tuna, they produce the daily clips that you see, that they are cinematography. They're the best in the world, and you can see them on the Rotax Karting YouTube channel. We've got them on the commercial breaks. We've got them in the studio show as well. Now, that's what the drivers are going to see as they head out onto one of the fastest straights in European karting. You can see the sun is beginning to shine. Who is going to shine on the most in this next 8 minutes? Make that 7 minutes, because we're playing the sitting and waiting game. You can see at the front, number 416, that is Gregorio Bertoccio. Bas Lamas' driver. Bas has obviously said, get to the front. At least then you can choose when you go out. Behind Gregorio, the number 466, that's Kane Cherian, the Al Ain Raceway entered drivers. And have to say, the Gulf states looking very, very strong this year. Personally, I can't wait to go out to the MENA Nations Cup in Oman next month, and then the Dubai O-Plate at the Dubai Autodrome in January. Just 2 events that Rotax sponsored, backed events that are growing and growing in the Middle East and the Gulf region. There is Uruguay's number 426, Jose Pasadore, the 38-year-old driver from Montevideo. He's not the oldest driver in DD2. He could go into DD2 Masters. DD2 Masters for drivers age 31 and above. I can't tell you who the oldest driver in DD2 is, because if I did, Rubens Barrichello would string me up and beat me with a stick. But there we go. Lucas Pernaud. For Canada, French-Canadian name, kart 440, 20-year-old driver from Montreal. He's a Montreal Canadiens fan. We won't hold it against him. There's the 444 kart of fellow Canadian Olivier Bedard. And the number 408, Kyrgyzstan's Nikita Ilyanov. And Ilyanov decides, I've had enough of waiting, we go. Everyone else goes, you go, we sit. But Kyrgyzstan will get a bit of coverage now as he goes out. There goes Nikita, the Vladimir Andreychuk entered driver. And see the puffs of exhaust smoke. Who's going to be next to join Nikita on track? There goes one name. We'll find out who that is very shortly. And a trickle of karts going out. This is Rotax DD2, brought to you by Birrell ART. And we have less than 5 minutes of qualifying to go. Less than 5 minutes. Glenn van Parijs from Belgium, the Session 1 leader, will be watching intently. Can anybody beat 58.512? If the driver that ends this next session, top of the timing screens, does not beat 58.512, then Van Parijs is your outright pole man. Nikita Ilyanov and Brian Quevedo from Argentina are on track. So's Nathan Glenn for Team Ireland. This is Nathan's first time in a DD2 kart. Mark Kimber is in this session. So is former champion Petter Bazel. This class is, every class here is stacked to the rafters with champions. You've got to be a champion to get here. But DD2 this year has got to be, in my 8 years of doing this event, one of the strongest entries. Any one of at least 30 drivers would be not a surprise winner. Anyone of 72 can win because the equipment is all equal. But obviously some more experienced than others, some race against stronger fields back in their home countries than others. But you throw anyone of 30 names out and I can say, yep, I can see that, yep, I can see that, easy. So, Nikita Ilyanov from Kyrgyzstan, 59.28, sorry, 59.82. Nikita goes quickest. Here come the rest of the field, and with 3 minutes to go, the vast majority, looking out, in fact, out of my commentary box window, all 36 karts now on track. Ilyanov, the only driver to have set a fast time yet. And there are the two Bazell brothers on your screens. Jakob Bazell, the younger brother, Petr Bazell, the elder. Both qualified once again. And now we see and wait. Brian Quevedo from Argentina goes second fastest. Rasmus Vendelbo, purple first sector. Philippe Moitzi from Austria, purple middle sector. Nathan Glenn goes second quickest. Well, Irish eyes smiling. A big hello to everybody at Nuts Corner in Ireland, the Eastwood family. This, of course, 10 years since Ireland won with Charlie Eastwood here at Portimão in 2012, I believe it was. Nathan Glenn has been proudly wearing his Nuts Corner t-shirt everywhere in the paddock. Rasmus Vendelbo now goes to the top of the charts. 58.9 for the Danish driver. Hugo Crixon from France. Jackson Rooney from New Zealand. Jackson Rooney sporting the finest mullet in the paddock. Say, Mark Kimber, 58.79, moves to the top of the charts in kart 452. Bradley Liebenberg from South Africa is now up into P2, make that P3 as Philippe Moitzi goes second. It is all changed. Jakob Bazell and Petr Bazell go first and third. Looking on our screens, there's the number 424 kart. That's Antoine Barberou. At the head of this group, Barberou for France at the moment is, looking down the order, he's only 28th fastest, but he's going to pick up a good, well, lap time here. The head, even without the slipstream, is the head of the pack. Jakob Bazell, Mark Kimber, Petr Moitzi, Vendelbo, Liebenberg from Canada, then Nicholas Szabo, Slovakia. Barberou moves up to 8th. Kimber goes back to the top of the charts. Mark Kimber, it's a 58.6, 20 seconds to go. He's got 1/10 of a second to find and 1 lap to do it in. Down the hill, trying to pick up. Kimber is going to be approaching our screens about now. You can see him, very, very distinct driving style. There he goes through turn number 6 with the Union flag on his sleeves of his race suit. The checkered flag will come out now. So, who's going to be first across the line? At the moment, it's Kimber, Bazell. The two Bazell brothers, Jakob leading Petr, Moitzi, Hannen, Vendelbo, Liebenberg. Andre De Castro from Brazil goes 28th fastest. Vendelbo stays 6th. Jackson Rooney 12th. Victor Frost Bay is 16th. Matthew Taskinen goes 18th. Jose Pesador from Uruguay 21st. Now we look up. Mark Kimber doesn't improve his time. 58.6 for Kimber. Can Jakob or Petr Bazell beat that? They're in their final sector. I don't believe they can. The middle sector wasn't great for either driver, either Bazell brother. Will we see a change? Rubens Barrichello comes across the line in 35th. He's a second off the pace. And no, Jakob and Petr Bazell do not improve. Philippe Waka does the 22nd. So, Mark Kimber, in his quest for a third title, will take top spot in this group, but Glenn van Poppel by a tenth of a second, the session 1 leader, will take outright pole position in DD2. The rest of the field now come back into the paddock area. It's Kimber, then the two Bazell brothers, Watsi, Hannon, Vendelbo, Liebenberg, Barbaru, Leung, Boyd, Zabo, Rooney, Quevedo, Kumaran, and Malinovskis. Your top 15. We'll run down the full order very shortly. There's the number 444 kart of Olivier Bedard on your screen, and now there's the Jackson Rooney. His mechanic comes over, tap on the shoulder. Yeah, not too bad at all, Jackson. Top 12. And results on your screens now from the even number DD2 session. Mark Kimber, Team UK, fastest. Then Jakub Bazell and his older brother Peter Bazell from the Czech Republic, second and third. Philip Watsi from Austria is fourth. Chris Hannon from the Netherlands is fifth. Rasmus Vendelbo for Denmark is sixth. Bradley Liebenberg for South Africa is seventh. Antoine Barbaru from France, eighth. Jason Leung from Canada in ninth. Sebastian Boyd rounds out the top 10. South Africa competing in their first Grand Final since 2019. They put two drivers in the top 10 in this qualifying session. Welcome back to the Springboks. Nicholas Szabo is 11th fastest for Slovakia. Then we have Jackson Rooney from New Zealand, Brian Quevedo from Argentina, and the Indian Express, Kyle Kumaran for the United Arab Emirates in 14th. Matis Malinovskis for Latvia is 15th. Then Denmark's Victor Frost Bay, France's Hugo Krikison, and Canada's Matthew Tuskinen. That's your top 18 in the second DD2 qualifying session. Joseph Oyles from South Africa, Kacper Siemientowski from Poland, Olivier Bedard from Canada, Philippe Waka from Switzerland, Nathan Glenn, Team Ireland, Gustavo Suarez from Chile, and Jose Pedro Pasadore from Uruguay round out the top 25. Lucas Perdo is 26th, Kane Cherian 27th, Jordi Vesterleken is 28th, Daniel Ali 29th for Canada, and Brazil's Andre de Castro rounds out the top 30. Gonçalo Coutinho from Portugal 31st, Gregorio Bertoccio from Italy 32nd, Hyungjung Chang from Chinese Taipei in the island of Taiwan 33rd, then Devin Sagadi from Estonia, Rubens Barrichello, and Nikita Ilyanov from Kyrgyzstan. That is your top 36. Well, Jen Wade and Uzbek in the studio, we've had qualifying. What a dramatic morning.
Has been a dramatic morning. I think Gust, now we can all relax a little bit before the action starts, but qualifying right down to the last checkered flag, we were waiting. Every session has been exciting and as Henry said, a little bit dramatic.
Yeah, of course we've had seniors before we talked about, but then now DD2 we saw what we kind of expected. Like they saw that last senior session and they were like, we're having none of that.
Yeah.
So they were all out well before the 3-minute mark,
Yeah.
I think. So but then I followed the quickest guys, and then the first session, of course, Glenn van Prijs, he put the 58.512, which was eventually the pole time, and he did that right in his first lap out. So he
Yeah.
did the warm-up lap, and then he did straight.
Yeah.
He went straight to that quick lap, and then came straight in. So we only did 1 or 2 timed laps, and then that was it.
But of course, Glenn has so much experience, and I think we know he's been here before, but he knows what to do. He knows the tyres, and I think this is going to be something, and we'll look a little bit more, maybe you can investigate that, a little bit more about the tyres and how the drivers are managing that, especially if they don't have any more rain. And some, if they have a wet session, will have better dry tyres available, but also considering tyre pressures and setup and everything, to really get that lap now, they'll have to go and change that, of course, for the racing.
Yeah, so they've done their quick lap now, and now it's all about getting these tires through to the end. If we don't have any rain anymore, then that will be a really hard task, because as we said, we have I think about 4 or 5 more on track.
But we're on the Mojo D5s and Mojo D2s, so I don't think we'll have a problem.
Well, a problem, I think it's a big word to say a problem, but I think it's always going to be a challenge when you have the high horsepower from the DD2 and then the D5s, of course, the softest tire we're bringing to the event. So this combination makes for really exciting qualifying, but then getting these tires through to the end is like trying Formula 1 on soft tires through the whole race. So it's a bit...
Is it possible? I suppose the other thing is too the driving style of the drivers, the track conditions, all the different factors, and whether they choose to go a little bit higher pressure, if the temperature drops like we've seen, you know, in the afternoon once the sun starts to go down. So it can be also that in the same session you can look and people have, you know, managed them differently.
Yep, yeah, correctly. So that's what we'll see through to the heats, and of course the pre-finals and finals being the longer sessions, we will have a little bit more of an idea on what they are doing with pressures and setups through to these sessions. But we'll have a look in the tent when we have the lunch break, and then we'll be back after lunch with some more news on these.
And also some exciting racing, no doubt. We'll be back about 1:15 after the lunch break, so go and do what you need to do, and don't leave this spot because we'll be back and it's going to be exciting. First heat racing ready to go with, of course, the e-kart. So the Rotax Project E20, junior and senior on the grid up next.
So we see them after lunch.
We will.
Mountain beasts for off-the-hook riding. Virtually unstoppable crossover sleds. A trail legend. But the question is, have you got what it takes? We are Lynx. Are you?
Let's hit it.
Glad we got up early for this ride.
Fire up, let's roll. Lead into the turn. It works really good.
Look who finally caught up.
Awesome, we should do this every week.
You guys think you can keep up?
Up high,
up high.
We gotta go out again.
Can-Am was never just about building a motorcycle. It was about doing things our own way. A passionate group of engineers, riders, and rebels. Creating the unexpected. Pushing the limits of what's actually possible. If Can-Am can take that DNA that my father built into the very first motorcycle in 1973, then get ready to ride.
Let me be free. Let me be free. Let me be free.
For the kids to be here, it's huge emotionally on them. It's a life experience. It's huge, you know, where would you get to travel to Bahrain normally for most of the drivers here now? One thing I keep telling all of my drivers is our goal was to be here, so now we're here, let's just enjoy it.
My favorite part of the track is the flowy section. We have turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, till turn 5. I mean, it's like a roller coaster. It's really nice.
I feel like, oh my God, I'm going so fast. I want to go faster, faster, faster. My heart beats really fast. Gives me goosebumps, but that tickling feeling in my heart is what I like about the speed.
there are 72 drivers. We have 3 heats, and yes, it feels quite nice to be racing with other champions.
I think, you know, the Rotax program, for years now, it's been the best program out there. Take the engine out of the box and off you go and you're competitive, and that's what we want when we're teaching drivers. We don't want to have to question the go-kart or question the engine or anything. We want to focus on the driving, so that's why the Rotax, I think, is #1 across the world.
I always look out for #1, but I also appreciate the other drivers on the grid, because what's the point of looking out for #1 if there are no other drivers?
For the final race, anything could happen, but I'm always aiming for P1.
Everyone wants to win, but there's 72 other drivers that want to win as well, so let's just enjoy it, and if they're having fun, then they'll be competitive.
The road to the 2021 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals has been full of twists and turns, but at long last, a familiar sound is in the air, the Rotax roar. After the silence, out of the darkness come 378 brand new chassis and Rotax engines heading towards a new future. And joining the family as part of the most spectacular sight in karting is our newest member, the Rotax E20. The smiles are hidden, but they are still there, as are the hallmarks of the Grand Finals: parity, fairness, and equality of equipment. Some things never change. Surrounded by this new, intoxicating, mesmerizing kingdom, our hearts begin to beat a little faster. The differences in 2021 are night and day, double the challenge. A new track, one that is beloved by all who tackle it. Scorching desert sun and cool Arabian nights. To be a champion, you must master both. Some will shine brightly, others will fade to black. After nearly 800 days, the Rotax family is back together. Our international bond resumes. Each driver is connected, but their goal is singular: to beat every other champion and become the best in the world. 5 long days and nights of practice, qualifying and racing have passed, and for the finalists, one last check. Every nut, bolt and wire fastened, secured and ready for the final test. Who will stand tallest and conquer the Rotax world? For the winners, the long road to Bahrain was worth it. All the trials, tests and tribulations fade to memory, replaced with the title of Rotax Max Challenge Grand Final Champion. For those who fell short, there's always next year. There will be a next year. Our journey to Bahrain was tough, but BRP Rotax would like to thank everyone who walked it with us.
T-minus 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff.
When my dad brought home like an own-built go-kart, and we used it on the driveway, just driving back and forth in the neighborhood.
A girlfriend of mine asked me if I want to go karting, and I joined her. I had no idea what it was.
It was at a track in Hong Kong, a rental track in Hong Kong. It was the fastest thing ever, and I absolutely enjoyed it. I really want to go back every day.
And I remember that day like it was yesterday. It was a really great experience.
I was like 4 or 5 years old, just driving that. It was pretty amazing.
It's just amazing for the E20s to be the first time part of the Grand Finals. I mean, there are 380 cars. That's just a really big event.
I think it's pretty good that we start pretty early with it and can develop it from here. And then we are testing it out and see what the pros and cons are with having the e-cars here.
The support from Rotax really made this first experience for me in the E20 class much easier than I thought it would be. I felt pretty comfortable in this environment. When you step on a gas, it's like, I've never felt torque like that in a racing go-kart before.
It's just immense speed, so the acceleration is just incredible.
When I saw the track on the ground for the first time, I said, wow, okay, this looks really good. I have to say that Brain has actually really delivered on both the Parc Fermé and the track as well, and the grandstand and everything.
Very exciting to drive in the E20, and hopefully I'll be on the podium.
Yeah, I'm here to win it. I'm here to win it all. Absolutely, no question about it.
Why do you come here? Is this your career?
Or is it all about fun? A chance to get away and leave it all behind?
Or do you chase your personal best? Challenging yourself over and over again. Why do you come here?
Maybe you're here to collect moments. Good ones. And not so good ones.
Or you can't afford mistakes because you want that victory. It's all about this one moment when the hard work finally pays off.
This is the place that brings us closer to the people who share our story. Whoever we are.
Whatever we're here for. Racing is who we are.
When I saw the karts for the first time, you know, it was just magic. I loved my first race suit, helmet, gloves, and boots. I looked like a hero, my own superhero. And when I went on the track, I knew this was my dream. The rumble of the engines behind me, the screech of the tires around me, and I was in control of it all. I felt like the king of speed. Then I learned it would take much more to be first. But every time being second just made me strive harder for victory. Week after week, month after month, we learned, we practiced, we traveled, and we raced. We couldn't buy speed, we had to learn it. The power was always there, and it was down to us to unlock it. Every year we set out with one goal, one dream: to earn my ticket to the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Money can't buy the feeling I got when I qualified. Money can't buy the feeling we had when we knew all those years of hard work was worth it. And now I am here. I raced my way to a ticket to the most spectacular, most colorful, most unique karting event in the world. All the sacrifices were worth it. For the chance to compete with the best, to finally be among the best, and to give it all I had. To hit every apex perfectly. To be the best Rotax driver in the world. To be part of this is like a crazy dream. To get to the final, to hold your flag, to hear your anthem on the podium. I have raced, I have competed, and I have won. Through all these years, I made so many friends. I became a part of the Rotax family. The noise, the color, the speed, it still makes my heart beat faster, my eyes open wider, and my desire to race get stronger. And still to this day, I feel like the king of speed.
Garantir que todos os clientes que entram no nosso site saem sempre satisfeitos das nossas estações. Desde a reserva, check-in e check-out, até à recolha das chaves e levantamento do veículo. É tudo 100% digital e 0% complicado.
Aqui ninguém anda aos papéis nem em filas de espera. Garantimos que a melhor parte da sua viagem começa sempre na garagem. É só pegar e arrancar.
E na hora de regressar, o processo é sempre igual. Simples, rápido e autónomo.
Porque no final de cada experiência, o que nos move é tudo uma questão de tempo. E aqui é garantido que será de qualidade.
know from history and looking forward that the kart sport is the foundation of all things motorsport. This, I believe, is what people have been searching for a long time.
The immediate reaction is the performance, for sure.
It gives so much power, it's unbelievable.
You want that feeling of the engine noise, but when we start doing this, we really enjoy the silence to stand beside the track.
Now I hear the tires, how they work. I can really work together with the tires. I can hear the wind and the boost function on the car. This they really love as well.
If it's a kart, it's a kart. If it's electrical or fuel, it doesn't matter. You know, once the helmet is on, the rest doesn't matter.
I think the way that Rotax have sort of really embraced this new technology, you know, you can really get an idea that Rotax sees this as a future technology, but also it's here now alongside with the internal combustion engines with the Rotax Max Evo engines.
Some of the questions that we get asked regularly is how the E20 lives at the racetrack. And we need to answer these questions of how you can do this at the track on a large volume. It's not as complicated as people think, it's just new ways of thinking and setting up at the track, and we can actually have a more sustainable future with these solutions.
I think then you need to look at the whole energy stream of basically solar energy, converting it to battery, so that you can basically charge on demand when you need it.
In Denmark, we're pretty lucky, especially with this track, because there's solar panel all around the track, and actually the whole power infrastructure is here, so it's a small investment.
It doesn't have to mean digging up the roadways, installing new cables and massive expensive infrastructure. You can do it in a very cost-effective and simple way when you think about it.
Also wir haben ein modernes Stromnetz hier und Rotax hat uns jetzt mitgeteilt, sie bringen ein neuartiges System, ein Batteriesystem, mit dem man alle Fahrzeuge laden kann, direkt vor Ort, innerhalb kürzester Zeit und völlig ausreichend. Also ich finde, das ist eine Möglichkeit, das Ganze irgendwie einfacher zu machen, und von dem her finde ich das ganz gut.
Well, here we are back obviously after the lunch break and about to go out for the first race of the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals 2022 here in Portugal. Of course, kind of nice weather. There we go, wave to the photographers walking through the studio. Nice weather, but a little bit windy. Of course, it's been a bit of a challenge the last couple of days. I know a bit of chaos, bit of pressure, I guess, stress today with qualifying, but now we can sit back, relax, and really enjoy what we're here for, and this is to go racing. Henry Baudet is joined, of course, by Alex Goldschmidt for the E20 senior and junior classes to start off. Joined together, obviously, for the first few races, and then the finals, they're separated. Smaller classes, but for the first time ever, we're seeing the debut of the E20 Junior. Here we go. So sit back, relax and enjoy, and we'll be joining you a little bit later again with a little bit more technical info as we go, and let's see who's going to take the first checkered flag of the week. Over to you, Henry.
Thank you very much, Jen. It's great to be back with you. Joined in the commentary box by the Rotax Euro Trophy commentator Alex Goldschmidt. Alex, it's always a moment of anticipation. We've had practice, we've had qualifying, now it's time for the real racing to get underway. You could see the drivers, the karts, the red Rotax E20 karts numbering 700 on up. They are your senior karts, and the junior karts are the ones, the yellow karts, with the 600 numbers. But Alex, it's been a really exciting season in the world of E20 racing. You followed it very closely indeed. Tell the audience a little bit about what we're about to see.
Well, as Henry alluded to earlier on, firstly, a very good afternoon to the global Rotax family, my third venture to the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals when we first jumped in the commentary box together back at Minimax in 2019 at Sarno. So a very good afternoon, everybody. Project E20, now in another year of competition, we've had 2 Euro Trophy seasons. We've had some fantastic action. We've also had the likes of the Prince Carl Philip Racing Pokal back in GTR Motor Park earlier on this year. We had the e-kart race where 3 drivers qualified, and we also had the recent Portuguese e-kart cup at this circuit just a handful of weeks ago, and then we had a further 2 tickets given out because Daniel Halsworth, who won the junior event, actually qualified as a junior Rotax driver, and that superseded his entry into E20 Junior. We had 4 qualifiers through the Euro Trophy, so Project E20 Junior had Dave Stevens from the Netherlands, who was pretty much dominant throughout the season. Dave Dam's closest competitor. He's even had Kasper Turoboyski and Anja Levar. Just a handful of the drivers. Anja's going to be running in the junior class this week. Had run in there. Luca Köster, 2 weekends. He missed out at the second weekend at Val d'Argenton, where Eric Lemoyne had a little bit of a struggle on his home turf, but still managed to wrap up second in the championship. But Matthias Najim, a good friend of ours, part German as well, ladies and gentlemen.
We're holding against him, though.
Yeah, I mean, me being Anglo-German myself, he got third. He won the weekend. He dominated the heats. He dominated the finals. But he was that close to actually automatically qualifying. He could have picked Eric Lemoyne. So Joel Bergstrom and Jesper Sjöberg, of course, it's a Swedish event run by Prince Carl Philip Bernadotte, who's run that event since 2013. But it's great to see the amount of people. And if you haven't already seen the Power of Silence video that was premiered on the Rotax Karting YouTube channel and our social media channels last night. From my experience, I've actually driven this.
Yes, and I get the joy of driving one of these karts on Sunday after the event. Probably best to wait till the cameras have gone away before they let me loose.
That's exactly what happened with me. I did it on the Monday after the first round of the Euro Trophy this year. But I'll be completely honest with you, for those skeptics out there, give it a try.
Yes, absolutely.
It is it's impressive technology.
Indeed. So, and again, thanks to Alex and his statistical knowledge. If you are a fan of the following countries, you have a driver in this next race: Argentina, Belgium, Canada, Chile, Chinese Taipei and the island of Taiwan, Denmark, France, Germany, Japan, Mexico, the Netherlands, Lebanon, Poland, Portugal, Slovakia, South Africa, Sweden, Spain, Switzerland. You are in for a treat. The first race of the 2022 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals getting underway. It's a split grid. There will be a gap between the drivers. The senior drivers will go out front, then there'll be about a 15-second delay for the junior drivers. They will be separated for the finals. They have an exclusive final. And of course, Alex, last year, we made a bit of history in Bahrain. Yep. You and I commentated on the first ever E20 Senior Grand Finals, which was, of course, won by Francis Oscar Pellemel, Hannes Morin from Sweden second, David Oleszna from Poland was third. A bit more history this week. We're going to crown the first ever E20 Junior Grand Finals champion, who will add their name to the list of champions in this event. Can't wait to find out.
No, neither can I, Henry. But also, we've got some birthday shout-outs from members of the karting media.
Listen up. Shall I get the candles out?
So, from the race box, happy birthday, Alex Fernandez. And also Michael Mellis from kartphoto.com, one of the more prevalent Dutch photographers, both for the Chrono Karting Dutch Championship, the Belgium Max Challenge, and the B&L Karting Series. I'm returning, there was a big announcement made on the B&L social media that I'm back in the booth for 2023, and also I can say the same now for the Euro Trophy as well. Those wondering, the Rotax Winter Cup is taking place in the mid-part of February at Karting Campilos. Yes. Had the opportunity of catching up with circuit manager Martin Roivers and his wife Estefania, who celebrated their 12th anniversary this week.
I don't know, congratulations or commiserations? Congratulations!
They're very
Martin.
happy.
Commiserations to her. Yes.
Well, it could be the other. It could be the other way around. Who knows? But Martin might throw me under the stick for that one.
So sorry, Alex. On screen, we're just watching now quickly. Ramiro Brito, the race director here of the Grand Finals. You can see him in the red Rotax jacket. Next to him is Stephen Chapman from the E20. He's going to give the drivers a briefing of what he wants to expect from them at the start. Now, our commentary is going out over the loudspeaker, so we'll just be quiet for a moment to let Ramiro speak, and you can pick out your favourite drivers from the images, just for one moment.
As soon as you get on track, make one lap. The red flag will be in the front of the grid. Okay? You place yourself in your places. Okay? The red flag will go out, and we will have 4 red flags before the start, red lights before the start. 1, 2, 3, 4, sequential. At the end they shut down. All, that's the start. You cannot, this is for the seniors, okay? The first grid. 15 seconds, 15 seconds after, the juniors, stay where you are, don't move. 15 seconds after, the deputy race director will raise this flag. When it do this, is the start, because the lights are too far and you could not see it. I will repeat it again. Okay? You go to the grid. The red flag will be up. Stay in position on the grid. The red flag go out. 4 red lights. 1, 2, 3, 4. When they turn off, is the start for the city. The juniors remain where they are, and 15 seconds after, the deputy race director will raise the Portuguese flag. When he does this, okay? Guys, yes. In case of a red flag, what is the procedure? You don't do nothing. I know, if we are going around. During the race? Yeah, no, before the start or something. You stay where you are. Okay? So, let me just say one more thing. The CIK regulations says that you cannot move, not move at all before the start. If you move wherever it is, it's considered a false start. So, you stay where you are, you cannot go further and back, nothing. You stay where you are, and you can only move when the start is given. Okay? It's clear for everybody? Yes? The bumper is the tire. Sorry? It's the bumper. It's the bumper. The tire is the in the box is the bumper.
I will be on the grid. If you have a problem, put your hand up. We can come and help, okay? That's what we're there for.
And they will help you. They will help you after the start, of course. Otherwise, they will be. It's clear for everybody? Okay? Let's do it, guys. Thank you and good luck.
Well, there you go, Alex. That was fantastic insight into what Ramiro Brito, the race director, is asking for. There's Griffin Dowler with his Iron Man helmet. That's always good. We've got a couple of drivers of the Marvel universe. So to recap, ladies and gentlemen, this will be a standing start. The only class in the Rotax Challenge Grand Finals with a standing start. The senior drivers will line up at the front. They will go on the red lights. And then 15 seconds later, the assistant race director with the Portuguese flag will start the junior drivers. Alex, the standing start, the talk of these cars is the most spectacular bit of all.
I mean, very much the case. I mean, when I test drove these, the senior E20 back at Karting Genk just after the first round of the Euro Trophy, folks, you've got nearly 200 Newton meters of torque. These karts will accelerate from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in 3.5 seconds. That's on a par with the Porsche 911. then the top speeds. You can max out with the boost function, the E20. The 20 stands for the 20 kilowatt output, which is around about 32 horsepower, but you get the additional boost button, which is an additional 4 kilowatts.
Extra 4 kilowatts. So it's like push to pass, basically.
Effectively, the chronometers on these carts are very specific. When the 5 blue lights flash up, you can engage it at any point on the circuit. Once you've deployed, it's an automatic 30-second recharge. The 5 lights come back on. As we had last year, it's an effective defensive and attacking countermeasure. The biggest point where they're going to use this is coming out of that final right-hander over the crest of the hill and down through turn 1. That's where you're going to see plenty of slipstream, but there's also opportunities around this circuit. There's some, you know, the infield part from around about turn 5 and turn 6. You could see some users of that through the left-hand kink.
Now, what you're saying is, so the boost button is 15 seconds.
5 seconds.
5 seconds.
5 seconds.
And then it's a 30-second recharge.
Yeah.
So in a lap, they're doing the lap times about 59 seconds. So you can, once a lap, possibly twice a lap, you can use this. But is the system, so if you come out of the final corner, you've got less than 5 seconds before you get to the start-finish line. Does it then restart at the start of a lap?
It automatically, that's the full deployment, and then the recharge cycle goes into effect.
Okay.
So
you couldn't sneak 10 seconds in one go?
You can't, no. You literally, you have to be strategic. We saw that.
Crafty.
Well, I mean, if anyone might remember, Hannes Morin trying to go around the outside of Theo Kakati and Oscar Pelmel in the first corner in Bahrain at the final, and that was a doozy because I think all breath got expelled from my body at that point, and you said, Alex, what have you just seen?
Well, here we go. They're on their rolling lap. Here is your starting lineup in full for E20 Senior and E20 Junior. It will be Jesper Sjoberg and Raul Vargas on pole position and second on the grid in Senior for Sweden and Spain, respectively. Then we have Griffin Dowler from Canada and Matthias Negem from Lebanon on row 2. Luca Cuesta and Chen Han Lin from Chinese Taipei and the island of Taiwan on row number 3. Eric Lemoyne from France and Tobias Follett from Germany on row 4. Chan Li Yi Lin and Armin Harnell are on row 5. Row 6, Gilberto Luaca and Musa Kaji. Then Manuel Martins and Hector Ramirez, Joao Diaz and Hisen Yao Hu and Jose Hurtado with Shota Kitazono on the back of the senior grid. Alex, take us to the junior starting lineup.
So pole position for E20 Junior, Sweden's Joel Bergstrom with Michael Zoltis from Slovakia. Tomasz Ibsen and Christopher Holst, row 2, representing Poland and Switzerland. It's Belgium and the Netherlands, row 3. Thijs Dams versus Thijs Stevens. Enrique de Oliveira from Poland, from Portugal, and Canada's Coco Shi on row 4. Jan Stenzel and Adam Sidor, row, and that's the top 10 completed. Vicky Koleja, Christian Cantu from Poland and Mexico with Poland's Colin Ważny. Pablo Benitez from Argentina, Anja Levar from Slovenia, and Matthias Jellerup from Denmark, bringing up the end of the 16 E20 junior drivers.
18 seniors, 16 juniors, 34 karts in total. Normally we say the engine notes rise, but in 2022, it's the sound of silence that gets us underway. The senior race gets going. A good start from the poleman, Jesper Sjoberg, into turn number 1. 18 karts come out of turn number 1 with 3, 4 wide. Down the straight towards turn number 2. Sjoberg from Sweden leads, with Vargas from Spain second, and Griffin Dowler, I think, has dropped back to 5th position. A spin back in the pack. But now we look, and it'll be the junior drivers getting set to go very shortly. Hopefully, there they've gone already, Alex.
So, down the hill for the first time, it is the 613 of Joel Bergstrom leading the way. Looks like Tomasz Ibsen has made his way up into second position. Look at the train coming down into turn 5. And there's going to be, like, short bursts that they can use. But once you use a part of that 5-second deployment of the additional 4 kilowatts of boost, there is different mapping for the respective classes as well. A little bit of a look there from Enrique de Oliveira, younger brother of 5-time previous qualifier. Now running with Interpol competition in LMP these days, Guilherme de Oliveira. As there has been a moment a little bit further
Yes.
at the far part of the track. I saw 2, maybe 3 karts off circuit in the juniors.
So the seniors complete lap number 1. Sjöberg under pressure, coming down the hill towards turn number 2. The Swedish race suit still in front, Vargas second. I believe that's a great start from Chinese Taipei driver Chen Han Lin. Matthias Ngem in 4th position. It was like Griffin Dowler has now moved past Ngem. Chen Han Lin drooping back to 5th position. It's Ngem up into P2, but again, Raul Vargas now in 2nd place, Ngem 3rd, then it is Griffin Dowler in 4th position. Sjöberg, I'm not going to say he's pulling away, but he's got a bit of breathing space.
Well, Thijs Dams in the meantime is putting pressure on Tomasz Ibsen and Joel Bergstrom for the lead in E20 Junior, but Shota Kitazono has already done 5 overtakes. He's up from P18 to P13. He said he was out of practice. He's definitely getting that on the fly right now, but as you can see, the E20 Junior, the E20 Seniors now coming over, and Jesper Sjöberg still looks to be leading as lap 2's in the books, Henry.
And what is impressive, Alex, is that last year the split between the front and the back, we got one driver, that's number 712, I believe, of Shota Kitazono going, but of course all the drivers and so the separation between first and last much greater. And there's a car stopped on the main straight. That's
Kitazono. That is Kitazono, unfortunately. A technical issue bringing the Japanese drivers run of form to a halt, but we go back to E20 Junior. Just spotted the 605 of Thijs Dams representing Team Belgium, this year's Euro Trophy E20 Junior champion. Currently sitting in 4th position, but at the moment, Joel Bergstrom is still leading. Michal Zoltis and Tomasz Ibsen from Poland, and right behind them looks to be the Netherlands, I believe. Yes, Dave Stevens. So Thijs Dams was 2nd in the Euro Trophy this year. Dave Stevens pretty much won every race. A little bit of a cheeky look up the inside by Tomasz Ibsen on Joel Bergstrom for the race lead in E20 Junior.
And of course, this is the problem that they're going to have. The fastest juniors are closing in on the slowest seniors. Here comes a 5-kart breakaway at the end of lap number 3 in junior. The juniors with the yellow karts. Now they've moved Kitazono's kart off the side of the circuit. That is good to see. It's still Sjöberg, Ngem, Vargas, Dowler, Lin, Cuesta, Lemoyne and Follett at the front of the senior race. In juniors though, very, very close. Now back with the seniors, and Matthias Ngem looks like he's closing in. So Alex, where do you think Matthias is going to be coming up the hill? Is he going to be saving? He's got Raul Vargas right behind him, and then you've got Griffin Dowler for Team Canada in 4th, but he's going to be saving that last bit of push to pass now?
I would say probably coming out of the final corner, and then wait until you get past the exit curbing on the outside of the final corner, and then use the boost, because you can slingshot, you can use that all the way down through T1 and into turn 2 here. In the meantime, I did see that Thijs Dams has got past Tomasz Ibsen for 3rd place in E20 Junior, so the Belgian is quite clearly on the move.
And you can just see, look at this, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 drivers, almost all in a line. Sjöberg, Ngem, Vargas, Dowler, Cuesta, Lin, Lemoyne, Follett and Armin Harnell, all coming through turn 8 and 9 now. Griffin Dowler in 4th position, looks up, and there's a little nibble up the inside of Raul Vargas from Spain, but has to fall in line. But now Griffin Dowler, the Canadian driver, looking in good position as they go into turn number 12, but no, Vargas closed the door. In juniors, it's still Sweden leading juniors as well, Bergstrom, but like you said, Alex, continually under pressure.
Colin Ważny being the Polish word for importance, so it's Colin the VIP, we're going to call him for the rest of the week.
Okay, Colin.
But you can now see, there's the 711, Luca Köster up the inside. Beautiful textbook move on the inside of Canada's Griffin Dowler. Right through, coming into T1. Here at what's just been occurring in Project E Junior. Now this is coming out of the fire. It's going to be an attempt for a move. Oof. And there's a bit of a squeeze as well. That was Joel Bergstrom trying to go through, I believe. And who is at the front of the field?
It's now all changed. I think it's Ibsen has gone past Bergstrom. Let's have a look. Is that the the Polish race suit there in third, 603. That's Ibsen in third. Who is in the lead?
Michal Zoltis from Slovakia. So again, it's this cat and mouse game with this boost button, because you got the full deployment, as I said, 5 seconds during any point in the circuit. Bit of a run off the track there.
Yeah,
that was from
Ibsen.
And Daze Dams was looking very, very feisty. You can see that Daze Stevens is waiting in the wings, trying to get through on the Belgian for 4th position. But now we're getting a real great battle at the front of the field, because Bergstrom is in 2nd. Zoltis leads the way. They're coming up the hill. As you said, a lot of undulation changes, and sometimes you have to negate it with regards to harvesting that boost.
And it looks, well, I mean, we're on lap number 7 out of 8, but look at in front of this lead battle. It's the number 715, João Dias from Portugal, senior driver. He's the back of the senior field. Sjoberg, Njem, Vargas, Cuesta is your top 4 in seniors. This is the battle of the race lead in juniors. That is the Swedish driver looking to the inside. Bergstrom on Michel Soltis. Ibsen there in 3rd place, but they're looking so they're going to catch traffic. Will they catch traffic on the very last lap? Is that going to give Bergstrom a chance? Solstice is beginning to defend. This is going to slow them down a little bit. And I suppose, what do you do if you're Michel Solstice? You want to obviously stay in front, but you don't want to catch that back marker.
You've got to use that push to pass that boost function very, very nicely indeed. As Jesper Sjoberg really coming under the kibosh here. There's the Lebanese warrior, Mr. Matthias Njem. And Griffin Dowler was looking up the inside of Luca Costa. They're going into turn number 2, but the Canadian's still able to keep, well, Costa is now in 4th position. And who is that with them? That is Chenan Lin from...
excellent performance. Just goes to show that this new technology, new nations can come in and compete on a more of a level playing field. And there goes Dowler having a little look at the inside of Cuesta, but no dice there. This is the final lap now for the E20 senior and juniors. Sjoberg has led from the start. Njem runs a little bit wide coming down the hill towards turn number 12. Can Matthias Njem save anything? But you'll guarantee that Sjoberg has also probably kept something in hand. Vargas for Spain is 3rd. Cuesta 4th for Germany. Canada in 5th. But out of the final corner, Sweden will take the first checkered flag of the 2022 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Will they take the second? Who's leading juniors, Alex?
Well, at the moment, it's still, from my count, it's going to be Michal Zoltis from Slovakia, as we see the E20 senior field coming across the line. Punch in the air from the 707, as it's they have caught back marker traffic, and it was Solstice that took the victory by a fraction ahead of Poland's Tomasz Ibsen. It was actually Solstice versus Bergstrom. Bergstrom was trying to go across the line.
Yes.
Someone's down. Right. Someone's got a front Nassau panel that is being held by said driver whilst commanding the steering wheel.
That tells me that the action back in the pack was just as close, if not closer, than the action at the front. So, 2 winners. Sweden's Jesper Sjoberg in E20 Senior, and in E20 Junior, it was Slovakia's Michal Solstice.
Yeah.
Sorry, not Summer Solstice, Soltis. I do apologise. The KRK Racing driver. So Sjoberg, Njem now will come in. So of course these carts, they still have to go through the same procedure.
Yes.
The weight. But I mean, looking at the times, Sjoberg winning by 0.4 of a second from Njem. The top 7, I'd say the top 9 in E20 Senior, separated by just under 5 seconds. In E20 Junior, I'm just looking now, again, very, very close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 carts separated by less than 2 seconds. It bodes very well for an excellent driver. There go the drivers through the weighbridge. It bodes well for an excellent week of racing.
It does indeed, and of course, just like everybody else, I mean, they're running on the Sodi Sigma DD2 chassis, front and rear brakes, which when you have the experience on Sunday, I will definitely give you some tips on when I experienced it back at Karting Gang, but it is something to actually try. Steve Chapman, the head of the project for Project T20, you know, there is a plan to put electric karting to the masses to make it more accessible for people to join the sport.
Excellent. So here's a look at the results, the provisional results. E20 Senior, Jesper Sjöberg from Sweden wins from Lebanon's Matthias Nagem and Spain's Raul Vargas. Germany's Luca Cuesta in 4th, Griffith Dowler from Canada in 5th, Chen Han Lin from Chinese Taipei and Taiwan in 6th, Eric Lemoynier from France in 7th, and then Germany in 8th and 9th with Tobias Follett and Armin Harnell. The top 10 rounded out by Chan Yi Lin, Chinese Taipei and the island of Taiwan. This is the first time ever in Grand Finals history you have placed 2 drivers in the top 10 of any race. Musa Kaji from South Africa, Hector Ramirez from Chile, Gilberto Luaca from Switzerland, Xin Yao Su from Chinese Taipei 14th. Then the 2 Portuguese drivers, Manuel Martins and João Dias, 15th and 16th. And of course, in juniors, it was Mikael Soltis and Jo Bergstrom, the top 2. That is Slovakia from Sweden. Alex, Jose Hurtado finishing at the back of the senior grid, but Thomas Ibsen from Poland, 3rd. Take us through the rest of the results.
So, Thijs Daams from Belgium, ahead of Thijs Stevens from the Netherlands, Coco Shi from
Axin Shi, but everyone calls her Coco.
Yep, that's what I was told earlier on by good old Scott Campbell, and we've got a stat about him in a minute. Colin Vajny, Mr. VIP, followed by Christopher Holz from Switzerland, Jan Stenzel and Adam Sidor, followed by Pablo Benitez, Victoria Kuleja, Henrique de Oliveira, Anja Levar, and Matthias Jellerup, with Christian Cantu bringing out the rear, and unfortunately, retirement for Japan's Shota Kitazono.
Okay, thank you very much, Alex. The revolving door of commentators is in full effect, so that the first 2 races of the Grand Finals are here is Ramiro Brito giving our Micromax drivers their briefing.
You must be inside the corridor at the moment of the start. Okay? I said 2, but it will be 3. Third thing, the start is when the lights turn off, it's not before. So don't go to the straight and start accelerating, because I only give the start if you are all together at the straight with a reduced and constant speed. The man in charge is him. The man in charge is the pole position. He's the one that dictates the speed of the formation. You cannot be pushing each other. You cannot go in front of him. He's the man in leader. And the second one, that's you must be not in front, not behind, the most side by side you can. Okay? Reduced and constant speed from Marshall post 10 on. Yes, Canada? It's a false. No. It's a false start if you are not in your position at the moment at the start. If you are the 3rd, you cannot be in 2nd. Okay? And it's a false start if you go out. It's not a false start, but it's a corridor. You cannot go out with the wheels out of the corridor. But the most important thing, even for safety, is for you to make one formation lap from Marshall post 10 on. Please, 2 single lines, reduced and constant speed. Let's show to the oldest drivers how do we do it well. Okay, guys? Please enjoy, have fun, and good luck.
Well, Ramiro Brito summing up perfectly. Let's show the older drivers how it's done. Have fun, good luck. Hoest Becken joins me in the commentary box. Hoest, the Micromax drivers, the youngest drivers here, 36 of them, were in for an absolute treat. Of course, this class brought to you by Birrell ART.
Yeah, sure. So, as we said, the youngest drivers here, and I've had the chance to go into the paddock this lunch break, and they're all playing ball together. So it's it's the kids playing around and then having a good time on track in a couple moments' time. So we'll see how we get on. 29
nations represented in this class. People are asking, how come certain nations have got more? Well, the Great Britain have got more nations. We had 3 tickets in Britain, but then Albert Friend won the Rotax Grand Festival. As we look down on the grid, one of the British drivers, Daniel Minto, will start from pole position. Maxim Becker from Germany on the outside of row number 1. Obviously, you do a lot of work out in the Netherlands, you know, things like that. Any drivers there that spring off the entry list that the spectators and the viewers back home should be watching?
Well, it's a little bit difficult to tell because, as we said earlier on, the slipstreaming effect on this track is very enormous. So, for example, if we look at the results from this morning from warm-up, we have our poleman. I have to check.
Daniel Minto.
Daniel Minto, yeah, correctly. He was 22nd this morning.
Yes.
So I assume he didn't get a slipstream or didn't get something as he should have done this morning. So that shows you the competitiveness and the width of the field we're looking at, even with these youngsters, and we're going to see if Daniel's able to keep his speed up, or if there's.
It's almost that question of do you want to be in the lead of the train going on to the last lap, or would you rather be second or third? So here we go. Engines are fired and out onto the circuit for the only Micromax race of the day. We go. We'll bring you the full starting lineup very shortly. And on pole position for Team UK, it'll be Daniel Minto. Then from Germany, Maxim Becker on the outside of row number 1. Row 2 from New Zealand will be Marco Manson, and from Poland, Kasper Reipold. Then Albert Friend from the United Kingdom and Mahos Masinas from Lithuania are on the next row. David Matlak and Maxim Bobrishov from Slovakia and the United Arab Emirates, respectively, on the next row. Martin, the Mustang Marquez, and Jensen Cho on row number 5. On row 6, it is Diego Gonzalez from Chile and Oiva Ventenranta from Finland. Then it's Sebastian Piemonte from Colombia and Branislav Rentka in kart number 15. Branislav is from Slovakia. Then it's Vic van Kampenhout from Belgium, Jaroslav Matrenin from Kyrgyzstan, Marco Farley from Hungary, Feliciano Bruschki from Uruguay, Lachlan Johnson, Brando Ladono, Tygan Sakano, Ines Virinatis, Juan Garçon, James Bedard, Sen Lindemann, Rafael da Silva, John Hahn, Andres Kellerup, Luke Conjanapitak, Ricardo Gonçalves, Ronya Reda, Koda Singh, Yusuf Al-Gaith, Jan Dostal, Dario Galvez and Marco Samut, whose kart broke down in qualifying. I think we've got all 36 karts out on circuit. We're about set to go. Gust, for the very first time you're joining me in the commentary box, please bring the drivers to the start. Welcome to the Grand Finals, Gust.
Here we go, Micromax, first heat of the weekend. A little bit of a look outside of the box. I think it was there from the outside of the first row. Maxim Becker wanted to get to the inside of that front row really quick, but our poleman Daniel Minto, as we go, the best one out of the gate.
And a spinner halfway down the main straight there, off to the inside. 2 drivers, 3 drivers going off. None of them is the number 8 driver. That's Albert Friend, who finished in the top 10 last year. Let's have a look at the replay of the start. You can see on the outside, Maxim Becker thought about moving to the inside. Several drivers anticipated the lights very well. We can't see when the lights change. They may have just timed that perfectly, but the leaders coming through, and you can see that 2 by 2 by 2. Somewhere in the middle of the pack, somebody gets spun to the inside as we got bodywork flying off the kart, and there is contact. So that's in the middle of the pack, somebody, and then you can see Albert Friend from Team UK just getting turned sideways. It's Daniel Minto who has the lead, Maxim Becker second, somebody out of the race at the side of the circuit, and you can see there that's the number 9 kart of New Zealand's Marco Manson, I believe, in 3rd position. But it's Minto who has the lead, but under pressure now from Maxim Becker, the German driver, possible first lead. No, it's Martin Marquez. I apologise. It's Portugal's Martin Marquez who is challenging for the race lead, but it's still Minto, Marquez, Manson, Bobrishov and Gonzalez.
So that is indeed...
Oh, sorry, I thought that was our camera cards, but no, it's...
So that was indeed the top 5, as you see the green flag waving there at turn number 4, I believe that was. So plenty of action happening in the middle of that pack, as you see now. The top, the top 10 guys going away with it, finding a little bit of a train, as you see one of the cards there on the back of the circuit. I believe it was turn number 3 there.
Yes,
we have
Piemonte from Colombia and Vibrinatis from Lithuania have both retired. Lachlan Johnson and Albert Friend right down the back. Maxim Becker from the outside of the front row is down in 31st position.
So plenty happening in this opening phase of this first heat action of the week in Micromax, with still, I think it is the number 28 of Daniel Minto in the lead from Team GB.
Yep, Martin, the Mustang Marquez in second position. Obviously knows this track very, very well indeed. They complete lap number 3. There's the Lithuanian mechanic watching on, and that is the Lithuanian mechanic for Michaus Masinas, who is now up into P4 and looking to the inside for third place. Masinas makes the move in the green crash helmet. Minto still leads, and it's Maxim Bobrashov from the United Arab Emirates, the Gulf states, doing really well here. He is up into P2 with this nice big gap. We've got Masinas, Manson, Rapol, Jensen, Chalk up to 7th, Oiva Ventenrata in 8th. Then it's Tigan Sakano in 9th position. The top 8 are together, then a big gap back to Sakano, all on his own in 9th. Bruschke up to 10th, then De Silva, Rentke, Han, Matrenin, Lindemann, Kellerup, Bedard, Rieder, Gazon, Singh, Goncalves, Marco Samut up from 36th to 22nd. Konjanapitak, Galvez, Algaith, Yostal, Matlak, Friend, Becker, Johnson, Van Kamphout and Gonzalez. Marco Farley is down into 33rd position. In fact, we've had several retirements. Gonzalez, Farley, Londono, Piemonte, Vibratis. What have you spotted?
I think we have a new leader. As you see, Daniel Minto now dropping back to 4th, and I think it's Maxim Dobrashov now the guy leading. We'll see as they come round, and it is indeed Maxim Dobrashov now in the lead of this first heat of the weekend. We have some big movers throughout this heat. P10 at the moment is Rafael da Silva. He moved up 16 positions from the start, so in 3 laps 16 positions. He's got a big move on. We have John Han. He is from Taipei,
Hong Kong. He's the Hong Kong driver.
Hong Kong. Yet to get my flags in order, but he's moved up 14 spots to get into 13th. So we have a lot of movers here in this opening phase of this first heat.
And I think what we saw, Gust, is that the slipstream effect, it's just like a NASCAR race. You know, you get moved out of the way, and it's not one car that goes through, it's 4 or 5 cars that go through. You can see Minto now being forced a little bit wide coming out of turn number 9. They're through turn 10. This is turn 11. Down the hill towards turn 12. Bobrashov under pressure from the Mustang, Martin Marquez, and then the number 22 card of Michaus Masinas, that very distinctive yellow, black, green and red race suit from Lithuania, in good position. Now they're going to start lap number 5 now. Who's going to get the best run as they come onto the start-finish straight? Still the top 7 or 8 carts in line. Bobrashov, Marquez, Masinas, Manson, Rapol, Chalk, Minto and Ventenrata.
I think top 4 here in the best positions to get something worked out for the lead. As we see a change for the lead into turn number 4. It is Martin Marquez now getting into position number 1 into turn number 3, which means Dobrashov now dropped into 2nd, maybe a 3rd, I believe.
Well, yeah, because it's side by side for 2nd. Let's have a little look at that. The easy move up the inside into turn number 3. Martin Marquez, local knowledge perhaps, or just the door was open, and if someone opens the door, it'll be rude not to walk through. And there's the door opening again into turns 8 and 9. This is our 3rd leader in about the space of 5 corners, Gust.
It's typical Micromax racing. Is all kicking off now in the last couple of laps. We've got a lap and a couple corners yet to run in this qualifying heat for Micromax, as we see Martin Marquez now dropping back to 4th in the intermediate standings. If you're watching us on the live stream, you will see there on the left hand side the numbers changing. You spotted something there.
Well, side by side with the race lead almost, and someone was getting squeezed very wide. But as we start the final lap, it is Bobrashov and Masinas, the UAE and Lithuania, nose to tail. Manson 3rd for New Zealand. They're 4 wide behind between Rapol, Chalk, Ventenrata and Minto. But who is going to take this one? They're through turn 4, down the hill. The green crash helmet of Michaus Masinas. Taking a wide line in. Bobrashov's going to be vulnerable now coming up the hill, Hoost.
Yes, the top 2 broken away now from the rest of that 8 car group. But with the defensive work now of your leader, Dobrashov, we could well see that the group of 8 getting back together before the final part of this lap around Portimão. Of course, a long lap we have here, a lot of time for these Micromax, especially in the last sector, to place an overtake. But as it stands, there's still a reasonable gap between the first 2 and 3rd position of Marco Manson. As we see a change for leader, I think.
Oh, he's pushed him wide as well. They've both got a bit wide. He's just going to open the door for Manson. Look at the speed he's got coming up the hill. It's Masinas who has the lead in the green crash helmet. But we're going to come to the final corner. It has all come together. Michaus Masinas, maybe.
Let's check on the line. on the line, it's Majus Masinas who gets the win, and then moving up 8th positions throughout this heat is Jensen Kalk.
Jensen Chalk, yes, chalk that one up to a great last lap as the rest of the field comes streaming across the line. And what a last couple of corners. Masinas and Bobrashov at the bottom of the hill, almost like Masinas went for the move, Bobrashov defended, they both pushed each other wide. At one point it looked like Marco Manson getting a great run up the hill. Jensen Chalk was able to just thread his way through the traffic, but Lithuania have a winner. And well, of course, I mean, you're going to be joining me for more and more races in lots of classes over the course of the next 4 days, but that's not a bad start to the Micromax Grand Finals heat races.
It is, as always, Micromax bringing the heat when it comes to racing. They're so competitive and so close together, especially on a track like this where slipstreaming has huge effect on these karts. You will see these groups being very compact and the racing very hot indeed.
Indeed, indeed it is. So the drivers will head back to the pit lane area. They'll go to the weighbridge, and then they will go into post-race scrutineering with Paul Klassen, Ernie Salmon, and the rest of the technical team. And I think between now and the next race, I think you and Jen are going to discuss things and go through things in the studio. There is your race winner on screen. Number 22, Majus Masinas from Lithuania. Jensen Chalk. We'll talk about Jensen's journey here a little bit later on in the week, but he finishes second. Marco Manson, is going to be some handshake there at the top there. Well done, that's what we want to see. Marco Manson from New Zealand, first thing out to shake Jensen Chalk's hand. Then we have Martin Marquez finishing in 4th place, and here is results, your provisional rundown of the opening Micromax heat qualifying heat 1. Majus Masinas from Lithuania. Jensen Chalk finishing second for Team UK. Just 900ths of a second behind. Third for New Zealand. Well, New Zealand missed last year. They're back with a bang this year. Top 3 in their first race back. Marco Manson for New Zealand. Martin, the Mustang Marquez for in 4th, Oivar Ventenranta for Finland in 5th, Kacper Reipold from Poland in 6th. Daniel Minto, our pole sitter, finishes in 7th, and in 8th place. He led going into the last lap. He comes home 8th and only 0.8 of a second behind the winner, Maxim Bobrashov from United Arab Emirates. Taigan, the Tiger Sakano for Japan, finishes in 9th place, and Rafael de Silva from 26th on the grid rounds out the top 10 for South Africa. Uruguay take a top 12 finish, Feliciano Bruschi, and a lot of people from Nicholas from the Uruguay saying, watch Feliciano, is a very, very talented driver. He's proving that now in 11th place. Then Branislav Rentka and John Hahn from Hong Kong finishes 13th. Andreas Kjellerup is 14th. Then 15th for Kyrgyzstan, Yaroslav Matrenin. Sen Lindemann is 16th. Marco Samut from 36th to 17th. And then James Bedard from Canada in P18. The second half of the grid, Albert Friend had a crash on the very first corner, came back to finish 19th. Then it's Ricardo Goncalves, David Matlack, Ronya Reda, Koda Singh, Luke Konjanapitak and Dario Galvez. That's your top 25. The rest of the finishing order: Juan Garçon, Maxim Becker from 2nd of the grid all the way back to 27th, Yusuf Al-Gaith, Jan Dostal, Lachlan Johnson, Vic van Kampenhout, Diego Gonzalez, Marco Folli, Brando Lodono, and sadly Sebastian Piemonte and Ines Vibrianatis round out the finishers, or round out, not the finishers, round out the grid. They failed to finish. That is Micromax. It'll be Minimax up next. But the Minimax drivers are having their briefing down the grid. We'll be back in a very short few moments. Jen will take us through that last race very quickly. Hello, Jen.
Hi, Henry. Well, Gust, what do you think about, you know, the first time we've seen the junior E20? What do you think? First experience
so
here.
Coming back to the E20 project there, I think the racing in both classes was really good, especially the both top 5s stayed really close on track, and there was, as they said in the commentary, there was really tactical usage of this boost button and the tools they have available in the kart. So yeah, was nice racing to see. Of course, the Micromax, they got all berserk again and did their usual thing. But I have to say, the E20 project there, both juniors and senior classes, providing plenty of action.
Action right to the end, of course. It's always going to be something different once you start going racing. You know, we talked about this earlier. They're qualifying, they're on track, they've got the setup for that. They're in the mindset, I've got to get a great lap. But of course the strategy really comes in with the E20 because they do have that boost. There's a possibility they can do it twice in this lap because 1600 meters. So you don't know if the guy or girl beside you has actually used it or not used it. And once they hit that boost, there's not much you can do. But then you've got to be thinking about where you're going to put the go-kart, obviously the placement. So, you know, it's a lot of strategy. Lot, I guess, also with the Micromax, a lot of no strategy goes out the window once they drive out the gate.
Once the last lap board has been shown, then all strategy is put aside. But to be fair, I think Micromax has been great racing again. So you saw the top 8 there breaking away from breaking the toe from the guys from behind, and then that group stayed really compact right through the last sector. And then of course we had that little bit of shuffle with these top 2. Then they got split and some guys falling behind, and I think Dobrashov in the end got at the far end of that group, so he finished 8th, being I think first when they started the lap.
Yeah.
So you see Micromax, you starting of the last lap, you can never be sure when what the finishing order will be.
No, and of course when you consider they're only young, most of them it's the first time they've been on this circuit, but when you look now also at the Minimax, a little bit more experience with some drivers, some are new. Some drivers have never lined up with 36 karts on the grid as well, so this is a new experience for a lot of the drivers. Not in their own material. There's a lot of things happening there, isn't there? A lot of factors that can affect, obviously, their confidence or focus, things they have to consider, new circuit, and now we go for the first race, so...
Yeah, we'll see. I think we'll have a similar race to the one we saw in Micromax because, yeah, you have the similar chassis. Of course, the Micromax being provided by Birol Art and this one provided by the Praga brand. But I think the racing will be quite similar because you have this comparable package they're running. So the toe on the straight will be similar, and I think the racing as well, because also these guys pretty young, and as you said, not that many guys have that experience in running the bigger fields. So we'll head it over to our commentary team to get this one over with.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hust. Thank you, Jen. Joined now in the commentary box by Team New Zealand's Tiffany Chittenden. Micromax, the first of 2 races that we've got. Each driver will compete in one of them. This is Group A and Group B. I'll very quickly take you to the lineup. Christopher Elfagali and Harry Bartle on row number 1. Sebastian Mins and Valesios Malamas from Greece on row number 2. Row 3, Vicente Garcia and Alfonso Ferrero. Then Juan Pinzon and Thomas Preda from Colombia and France. Row number 5, we have Fion Shi and Toby Gale, Nikhilesh Raju and Zail El Hamousani on row number 6. Row 7 is Luis Bazare and Bautista Panetta, Min-Jae Lee and Marcel Zibo on row number 8. Row 9 is Yuso Soranki and Max Sidersky, then Alexander Rogovski, Zedek Babicek rounding out the top 20. Row number 11, Jakub Kasparovic and Adam Keji, Khaled Najjar and Jakub Kubera on the next row. Row number 13 is Iago Tlempen from Peru and Ruben Gutierrez with Mate Kobakidze from Georgia and Antoine Lemieux from Canada. Rest of the field, Marlon De Salvo, Patricio Guajardo, Paul Schoen, Caleb Odendahl, and then Adam Anderson, Brando Badoni, Nicholas Casarino, Edward Kennedy. 36 drivers. This is going to be a 6-lap race. They come to the line. The start formation looks good. We're off and racing down towards turn number 1. El Fagali for Lebanon has a good start. Now, hold your breath. 36 karts all through cleanly. Now the hard braking zone down towards turn 3. El Fagali and Bartle, 1 and 2 in the middle of the pack. Are they all going to get round cleanly? It looks as though they just about have, but Bartle already looking at the inside to try and wrestle the lead away from Christopher Elfagali, and Team UK's Harry Bartle in kart number 138 does take the early lead. 1 or 2 drivers at the back a little bit slow through turns 1 and 2, so there was a collision further back in the pack. I think Marcel Zebo might have been one of the drivers involved in that, and a kart spinning backwards. So we've got yellow flags down at post number 8, but it is Bartel, Figali, in fact, is that Figali, and Sebastian Mins, top 3. With Tiffany Chittenden in. Tiffany, welcome back to the Grand Finals. Minimax starting where Micromax left off, really.
Exactly, yeah, and they're definitely not taking any prisoners on the first lap. So you'd like to think they'd kind of ease into it, but not these guys.
No. As an ex-race driver, you know that will never be the case as we complete lap number 1. And Sebastian Mins checks over his shoulder, the driver, who is a Belgian-born, now based in the UK. At the side of the circuit, we've lost several drivers. We'll try and catch up with those, but it's Mins who leads. Now in the pressure of his teammate, Harry Bartel takes the lead down at turn number 5, and Christopher Alfagali. Great move there, Tiff. That's what you want to do. Let somebody else open the door, and you just waltz on through.
Exactly, just follow through. And I think offline here is pretty slippery at the minute. Obviously, we've had lots of rain over the last couple of days, so there's definitely kind of one quite narrow racing line with all the grippers at the moment.
The track, as we say in racing, the track is very green at the moment. Obviously more and more mojo rubber getting laid down towards turn number 12. It is Mins, Bartel, then Figali, Mins in 3rd position. The rest of this lead group, it is Vasilios Malamis from Greece, and Thomas Preda from France, Afonso Ferreira from Portugal. Toby Gale is up into 7th place. Now sadly, Jakub Kubera is out of the race from the Czech Republic. Marcel Zebo, Khaled Najjar, Alexander Rogovski, Patricio Guardo, Adam Anderson, Jago Lempen, all getting quite badly delayed, as was Marlon De Salvo. Zayn El Homasane also down in the pack, but lead battles going on. Turn number 3 is the site of lots of incidents and accidents, but also a lot of really good passing maneuver. The top 5 have broken away. And that was Mins being a little bit forceful going up the hill, but of course if you lose momentum coming out of turn number 5, it is a long way up the hill, so Sebastian Mins doing what he felt he had to do.
Yeah, exactly, and it's a long flowing track for these small karts, so the momentum is definitely key.
Yes, now that issue from Sebastian Mins where he was slow coming out of turn number 5, he had to put the block on Vasilios Malamis from Greece. That has cost the momentum. It's now a head-to-head fight. Harry Bartel in kart number 1-3, the driver that started karting in the Daniel Ricciardo series and then moved into the British Karting Championship this year, against Christopher Alfagali, who was top 10 as a Micromax driver the last time that we commentated together, Tiff, back in Paraíba, Brazil 2018. Look at this, back in the pack, 3 wide still across the line. We're up on that 4 out of 6, and 3rd, 4th and 5th showing no signs of giving up. Bartel leads. Figali content to just sit and wait. At this point of the race, you know, Christopher Figali knows if I go side by side with Harry Bartel, everyone else behind is going to catch. If I wait to the last lap, then I've got him all to myself.
Yeah, and he knows now there's a gap. You know, when there were 5, there's not much you can do without then being attacked. You know,
Yes.
the best form of defense.
Yeah,
the best form of defense is attacking the next person, but unless you're on your own like these 2 out in front, so then they can start to have a bit more of a plan, whereas I think before that it's just do or die.
And as well, Tiff, you know, you as a veteran of many of these events in the Grand Finals, you know that it's a long week now. Bartel and Figali, they both know we've got fast karts. The chances are we're going to be around each other quite a lot over the next few days, so let's develop a rapport, let's develop that element of trust. They both want to know what the other driver is like as a racer. Can I trust that driver to work with me, or have I got to be wary of him?
Yeah, and exactly with the minis especially with 2 grid falls, you can't afford any kind of bad result.
Nope.
So micro's a little bit different with only the 1 grid, but yeah, you need to be there, and those
and
2.
An issue there at turn number 3, 2 drivers there having a slight territorial dispute, I think is the politically correct way of looking at it, but still Figali on lap 5 out of 6. Change for 3rd place. No, Min still holding on to 3rd with Prida from France in 4th, and that is the blue and white race suit of Greece's Vasilios Malamis in 5th. Luis Bazire is 6th, followed by Toby Gale from Thailand in 7th, as Mins continues to defend. Ferreira, Panetta, Sadursky, Shi, Garcia, Pinzon. You're pointing, Tiff. What's happened?
Yeah, I mean, it's actually a pretty easy track to block around here.
Yes,
you can you can pole line it quite easily, but you can see how much space they're losing by doing so. But
Yes.
Yeah, it looks like Mins doesn't quite have the speed, so he's just thinking about behind rather than in front at the moment.
Obviously realises that first place isn't going to happen. Third's the best. You said attack is the best form of defence. Sometimes defence is the best form of defence if you're Sebastian Mins at the moment, but he's doing what he's got to do. Now, halfway on the last lap, Christopher Fegali starting to work over the rear bumper of Harry Bartle's kart. You can see still that massive kart coming around turn number 5. Bartle's got to defend. Fegali around the outside at turn number 8, turn number 9. Can he get it slowed down? Yes, he can. What a great move from Christopher Fegali. Harry Bartle allowed him to try and go on the outside. He did all he could to defend. Really, Fegali, you know, that Harry Bartle did all he could.
Yeah, and when there's only two of them, there's nothing to lose. You know, they're not going to, hopefully, as long as they don't take each other out, they're not going to lose third. You know, third's not going to get them, sorry, so.
Well, Fegali, 2 corners to go. What a move. We've seen our first really great passing move of the 2022 Grand Finals, and it's a race-winning one for Lebanon's Christopher El Fegali, Harry Bartle second, and the defending Sebastian Mins. It was, the tactics worked. He comes home in 3rd position, and look at this gaggle. You'd think it's a 6-lap race, Tiff, but if it was a 60-lap race, they'd still be like that
together,
at the
end.
Exactly,
yeah.
So we watch the field come across the line. We'll take you down the full running order. But in Micromax, we saw a group of 8 karts get away. This is proof that, you know, you can get a 2-kart break where you're not going to see one kart dominate. That never happens in the Grand Finals because of the nature of this event with the equipment. But that's 2 drivers working so well together. And, yeah, it worked very well for them. Fegali and Bartle, they'll be happy with that. And they'll know that, OK, I can work with this driver. And then... yeah, it's 1-0 for Fegali at the moment, but Bartle won't forget that.
Yeah, and Harry will know next time that you can't go as defensive. There's probably a difference between complete pole lining or just closing that gap, and you still need to keep the flow up. This track is, I mean, the second half of it is all uphill.
Yes.
So it's all about trying to keep that flow, and you know, and Harry hasn't lost too much. Just now he knows what to do, maybe slightly different next time.
And Fegali's very experienced around this track. I remember him doing very well in the International Trophy back here in December 2020. Bartle, new to this track. Like I said, you can practice and qualify all you want, but until you get into a race situation, you don't know how much defence is too much defence, and what have you. As the karts come in, this is the bit I like, Tiff, is seeing the drivers' reactions afterwards. Now, the iPad of doom is going out.
Yeah, so there's one quite far up, 152. Looks like he
is about to be photographed. There we go. That is Thomas Pradier from France.
Yeah.
The iPad of doom. That photographs the NASA, the nose cone bracket, which is designed that if you make contact with another driver and move that driver out of the way, whether it's deliberate or not, is irrelevant. If the bracket drops, that is a 5-second penalty, unappealable. You know, don't pass go, don't collect £200. Simply take your medicine or your penalty and deal with it.
And go, yeah, and that's one reason you'll see you can never give up. And also, you have to contemplate whether you're going to save tyres. If you've obviously got to drop down, you just have to go for it and try and get.
Yeah, and of course, you know, the drivers that finished maybe, you know, like Paul Schön gaining 22 positions. The reason you keep pushing on is because, yeah, you might finish 10th on the road, but if you're chasing and you're catching the pack in front, that 10th place could turn into an 8th or 7th place.
Exactly, yeah.
If there are no scope penalties.
And in these classes with the double grids, also one overtake in a heat is actually worth 2.
Okay.
If you think about it, so on the overall, so every single overtake matters. You know, it's going to be the difference between getting into that.
Giving away your secrets to your drivers now. Yeah, one overtake is worth 2.
Yeah, in the double classes.
But yeah, that's of course that's correct. That's completely correct. There we look at there's Antoine Lemieux, Canadian driver. Antoine's sister, Frédérique Lemieux, didn't quite qualify, but here is your unofficial subject to scrutineering. Christopher El Fegali for Lebanon takes the win. Harry Bartle and Sebastian Mins, 2nd and 3rd for Team UK. Then Thomas Pradier and Louis Bazaré from France, 4th and 5th. Greece's Vasileios Malamis in 6th, followed by Toby Gale, Max Sadursky, Paul Schön and Bautista Panetta. Paul Schön gaining 22 places, the International Trophy champion from Switzerland. Alfonso Ferreira finishes 11th. South Korea, Min-jae Lee finishes 12th. Caleb Odendahl is 13th. Then Zdenek Babicek in 14th. And Juan Sebastian Bonagas Pinzon in 15th. From Georgia. Mate Kobakidze, 16th position. Then in 7th, Mate gained 11 positions. A real good boost for the Georgian driver. Second part of the result sheet, Antoine Lemieux and Vincenzi Garcia rounding at the top 20. Yuso Saranki, Nicholas Casarino, Brando Badoni, Ruben Gutierrez, Jakub Kasparovic, Zain El Homasani, Edwin Kennedy, Adam Kaji, Marlon DeSalvo, and from Peru, Iago Klempen rounds out the top 30. Adam Anderson, Alexander Rogovsky, Patricio Guayado, Marcel Zibo, Khaled Najjar, the last driver to finish. Sadly, Jakub Kubera fails to finish. The first race. You're going to stay with us, Tim. But first of all, let's talk a little bit about your life out in New Zealand and karting in New Zealand, because of course last year travel restrictions meant that Team New Zealand couldn't join us in Bahrain. The last time New Zealand were at the Grand Finals was in 2019. You had a podium with Jay Unwin, I believe, in Irwin in Micromax. It's been a tough couple of years, like it has for everyone, but New Zealand extra tough. What does it mean to be back at the Grand Finals?
They also had the world champion in Clay Osborne that year as well. So
yes.
yeah, it means a lot to them. It's obviously a long way to go, and a lot of the team are new to this track, but they've all been fighting hard, and I think it has been really missing from the karting scene back in New Zealand, and yeah, the whole of New Zealand are really proud to be back here.
Yeah, and again, Tiff, you've driven at this circuit before. You've driven in Grand Finals before. I think my first Grand Finals in 2014, you were top 10 in Valencia. You're able to now coach drivers. I think you've got a driver that you've been coaching and helping. We're not retired at all. We're still driving.
Yeah.
But, and again, you've been driving for many, many years now from a racing family. I think if there's a camera in the top of the commentary box, and I know that your dad is home watching. Say hello to Mike. Hello, Mike. You're behaving yourself now. She's behaving herself here just a bit. There we go.
Hi, Dad. Yeah, so I look after Zach Tucker. He's in the next race, I believe, in Minimax, and yeah, so tough start for Zach. He doesn't actually race his category back home.
So in New Zealand, you start at junior Rotax.
Yes,
really,
exactly. Yes, so not yet. I'm sure it will come, but yeah. So at the moment, it's just a little bit different, and also obviously the track. It's been I think a really tough Grand Finals this year with the practice, that up and down.
Yes, the weather it's been so inconsistent.
Yeah.
It's been wet, dry, damp, sunny, cloudy. The mechanics have been sometimes changing tyres twice in the holding area, which means that you don't get a setup of the kart, or you don't get confidence in the setup. If you're driving here a couple of times a year, that's okay.
Exactly,
but
and you're still, you with a driver, when you work with the driver, you think, oh, okay, these are the points you need to work on next session. But if the next session is then wet, they're completely different lights.
Yeah.
So it's a lot to take on, but they're all doing great. And I mean, this category is awesome. You kind of say they're not that experienced, but they're all little professional racing drivers already.
Yes, of course. And the tracks you have in New Zealand, I know that like Lake Taupo, one of the most beautiful race circuits.
Yeah.
But we need to build like a 1,500 meter CIK
Yeah, for sure. I think the tracks, the Zach's home track, is 3 laps. Is the space of 1 lap here, so it's a lot to take on, but they're getting there, and they definitely, I think, beyond the size.
Okay, here we go. Starting lineup: Rasmus Koskinen from Finland and Jacob Ashcroft from UK on row number 1, Casper Nissen and Kai Johnson, Denmark and USA on row number 2. Row 3, Tom Strella from Latvia and Alois Girardet from France, Jack McLaughlin from Ireland and Travis Teo from Malaysia on row number 4. Row 5, Monk and Tiger Tezuka from Brazil and Japan. Then it is Luis Sanchez from Colombia and Ryusei Sawada from Japan. Row 7, Portugal's João Pereira and Austria's Ivan Simeonova. Dmitry Matrenin from Kyrgyzstan and Arnas Kaplikas from Lithuania on row number 8. Jakob Assam from Austria and Zach Tucker, driver from New Zealand, on row number 9. Franisek Belusiak from Poland and Gage Korn is up next. Then it's Gabriel Nader, Lucas de Longchamp, Alexander Van Meeuwen, Alexis Bayerjon. That's your top 24. Row 13, Chen Kang Tseng and Corey Carson. Then it's Patrick Mikulik and Philippe Race. That's a fast name for the race. Boaz Maximov, Jigan Yoshida, Uros Bogdanic, Nikita Lubimov, last year's Micromax champion from Estonia, starting 33rd. The final 2 rows of the grid will be Mats van Rooyen, Nina Islamov, Pascales and Fausto Arnado. Into the tram lines. Does the format look good? The answer is yes, it does. We are off and racing into turn Koskinen, the pole-sitter. Jacob Ashcroft tried to squeeze him, but Koskinen stood firm down towards turn number 3. This is where we've had problems so far. The leaders all through cleanly. Now, Fausto Arnado starting at the back of the grid. He had every lap disallowed for track limits yesterday. And Lucas Skeles had a technical problem, was excluded for qualifying as well. Up the hill, we got a couple of spinners, but at the front, it's a clean start tip, and Koskinen and Ashcroft, and I think that's Casper Nissen, have got away cleanly.
Yeah, and don't the British team have a strong support showing in this class? So
yeah. The UK Championship in Rotax this year has been outstanding. We supported double grids everywhere you look at it. There was, in one event, there was 96 juniors entered.
And that will make such a difference in how they cope with the racing. You can be fast and do a lap, but knowing how to cope with this that's going on right now.
In the British Championship this year, and again for other championships as well, like the Euro Trophy, every lap is like a grand final.
Exactly.
Rest easy for one lap as we complete lap number 1. Casper Nissen from Denmark now leading. Rasmus Koskinen, Tom Strella is third. Jacob Ashcroft down the 4th. Kai Johnson 5th rather. And Ireland's Jack McLaughlin, one of only 2 Irish drivers here. He is having a strong run in 6th. Then Gustav Bonk, Alois Girardet and Travis Teo. Next up, down the back of the Mats van Rooyen and Gabriel Nader from Mexico was some of the drivers that had problems, but generally a very clean first lap. The heat races go past so quick, Tiffany, that you can't risk having an off lap. You've got to get into that rhythm, get in that train and work together, because these drivers in the middle of the pack, they're jostling for position. The gaps to the leaders are growing and you just don't physically have the time to get back into contention. Oh, yellow flag waving down at turn number 12. Can't quite see who that's for. Who comes out in front? It looks like Tom Strella may have made a move, although we've got the red and white Danish race suits of Casper Nissen still leading Strella up into 2nd place. Half distance now, and battles going on down the field. Nissen, Strella, Ashcroft, Johnson. Different type of race. The first one, we haven't got a 2-car breakaway. We've got a lead group. That's going to change the tactics the leaders have to show.
Exactly, and they've got, they're halfway through already. These heats are going so fast, like you said, so there's not much time. I think, obviously, the front guys need a different strategy. They need to survive, whereas the middle guys are just have to go for it. They've really got nothing to lose, and it's, like I say, it's really attack or be attacked back there.
Yes, I mean, you can see the group of 4 with Koskinen now slitting back to 5th. So our pole sitter, Rasmus Koskinen from Finland, down into P. Ashcroft Johnson. Top 4 side by side going up the hill. It's so tempting to make moves, but of course you're just losing momentum all the time.
Yeah, and definitely the nature of this track as well, almost every time you get up the inside of one corner, you'll be on the outside of the next corner if you don't get across. So the moves have to be, you have to be all the way past, and you need to make sure you can be on the inside of the next corner, because especially in the mini, they will always cross you back over if they can. Yeah,
you have to be absolutely confident. You got to make that move, make it stick, and then it's like, you attack, then you have to defend just to try and get to stop the driver getting back at you. We're on lap number 5 out of 6 now, up the hill. Camera angles, no matter how good they are, it never gives you a full idea of just how steep some of the climbs are here. It's one of the most undulating tracks in all of Europe. Down the hill, Strella from Latvia. Last year, Thomas Dolsomanis took Latvia's first Grand Finals victory. That gives the country a whole boost, doesn't it? You've had this experience before when, a driver from your nation wins a race, you go out the next one, you think just that little bit taller.
And you're creating heroes, and then the rest of the country think they can do it too. So it's great to have the whole country behind you.
Now,
so you see the 3 car
5 out of 6, yes.
breakaway. Yeah, it will always happen sooner or later, I think. Someone will make a move and it will create a gap. once you have a gap here, it's virtually impossible to build it back up unless the others fight in front of them.
Yes, it's Nissan, Strella and Ashcroft, 1, 2 and 3. Up the hill, 4th position, Kai Johnson from Team USA is all on his own. Then it's Koskinen, Girardet, McLaughlin, Teo, Assam, Tezuka, Pereira, Gage, Korn. His real name's Henry, but and his dad is. We got too many Henrys. But Gage Korn in 12th. Then it's Beluziak, Van Meeuwen, Bonk, De Longchamp up 6th position, Sawada, Sibianova, Bayerjon up to 19th, and Zach Tucker hanging on to a place in the top 20. That'll be something that at least he can build on. We're getting towards the closing stages now, Tiff, and it is a 3-kart battle, and in 2nd place, Strella runs a little bit wider. That's going to affect his momentum.
Yeah, and you know, now he has to think about, unlike the race we just watched, he has to think about being overtaken from behind, which he just has. So
yeah, Ashcroft looking to the inside, making that move. Now can Jacob Ashcroft, he swings wide going into turn 2. Will he tuck up the inside? Yes, he does. And Jacob Ashcroft moves into the race lead side by side for second. This could be critical on the last lap.
Yeah, and there's also lots of runoff at some of the faster corners here, so you can see that I think the 2nd place driver, he used a bit of a runoff to keep the momentum going. Track limits comes into that, so you have to be careful.
Yes, the eyes are watching, and there's a move. There goes Strella back up the inside of Nissan, and this is handing the race to Jacob Ashcroft. So Jacob Ashcroft came to the International Trophy in 2020, got his ticket to the Grand Finals. Of course, just a few weeks later, the Grand Finals were cancelled. He never got his chance to race. He decided to give up his driving in cadet in the UK to have a one-off race at the Grand Festival in Kerpen in Germany. He got his ticket. He 2 years after qualifying, he finally gets to race. And now he takes the checkered flag. The long wait worth it for Jacob Ashcroft. Takes the win. Kasper Nissan for Denmark second. Tom Strella for third. The rest of the field stream across the line. This is why never give up. There's a couple of karts with some damage you can see on their nose cones, so I'm sure we'll see some penalties. That's why you've got to keep your head down, keep pushing. Ashcroft, and really it was necessarily Jacob's move for the race win, for the race lead that sealed it for him. It was the fact that one corner later, Nissan and Strella went side by side and just gave him that gap.
Exactly, yeah, and I've lost count of the times that I've begged for drivers behind mine to start battling, and you know that to get the gap, and that is actually the only way you'll ever get a gap in this Minimax racing.
Yep.
Is if a couple fight behind you. So yeah, you just I mean, there can be tactics if you want to try and back them up into each other and stuff, which gets risky, but that's probably for the much longer races. But
yeah, and also you know, because of the parity of equipment, yes, you haven't got somebody that turns up with a monster engine that can just, you know, arcade game style down the main straight.
No, and that's what makes it so interesting. Even though there's qualifying, you'll have the fast ones at the front, and they can't get away.
Yep. No, it's key. So I mean, it's these drivers, Minimax drivers, 10, 11, and 12 years old. But that's what Tiff's describing, and what you've just seen on your screen now here, the reactions between there. Someone shaking their hand. No, 104. Who was that? That is Travis Teo from Malaysia. Always good to see the traditional karting nations doing very well, the powerhouses, but yet in that race, Ireland 7th, Malaysia in 8th. Just goes to show that even if you can race against 50 drivers in your home country, or 5. If you are a champion, you come here, you have a chance to compete with the best. There's the number 132 car. Who is that going through on our screen? That's Kai Johnson. He has got his Team USA race suit, but that's Kai. There's the number 107 of Rasmus Koskinen, our pole sitter. Obviously disappointing. When you qualify on pole and you don't win the race, that is disappointing, but it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, it could have been a lot worse. It's still a top 5, and yeah, I'm sure he's learnt some lessons from that also. And I guess the good thing is he gets to start the next heat in pole as well, and hopefully do the opposite. Yeah.
So there we go. There is your unofficial result. Jacob Ashcroft from Team UK, Kasper Nissen from Denmark. I must ask if there's any relation to Chris Nissen, the ex-Danish driver who raced in the DTM. Tom Strella in third, Kai Johnson is fourth for Team USA, Rasmus Koskinen for Finland in fifth, Alois Girardet, we've got the names the wrong way around there, in from France in sixth, Jack McLaughlin in seventh, Travis Teo in eighth, Jacob Assam ninth, Tiger Tezuka in 10th, Joao Pereira in 11th, Gage Korn from Team USA in 12th. Good showing from the USA, the Stars and Stripes, 2 in the top 12. Franisek Beluziak in 13th, Alexander van Meeuwen from Belgium is 14th, and then Lucas de Longchamp, Ryusei Sawada, Alexis Bayerjon, and Lucas Scales. Lucas Scales from 35th to 18th in that race. Great drive. Ivion Simeonova, the fast lady from Austria, is 19th, and Zach Tucker from New Zealand rounds out the top 20. Luis Alejandro Umana Sanchez from Colombia is 21st, then Gustavo Bonk, Fausto Arnado, Corey Carson, Uros Bogdanic, Dinia Islamov, Philippe Race, Dmitry Matrenin, Boaz Maximov, Yugen Yoshida, Arnas Kaplikas, Chen Kang Tseng, then Nikita Lubimov, Patrick Mikalik, Gabriel Vega Neda, Mats van Rooyen is 36. 36 karts started, 36 karts finished. Nikita Lubimov, Micromax winner last year, moves up to Minimax, 36 this year.
Yeah, exactly. So it just shows you how tough this competition is. You can be hero one year and then...
Not zero, but working on it.
Yes.
So that's Minimax over and done with for today. Tip's going to stay in the commentary box, but to digest that, Jen, back to the studio to you. That was a couple of very good races.
Brilliant races. Of course, no surprises at the front, regardless of what happened in qualifying with the chaos. Because we know the drivers that are likely to be at the front, the more experienced, as we said, some really talented young drivers out there. But what a great battle, what a great way to start the heats, I mean, for the Mini as well.
Yep. So
Two really nice races.
Both Micro and Mini now, we've seen great racing, great passing, as Tiff said at one point that she lost count of how many overtakes we've had throughout the heats. So that was really good, and we'll see if DD2 Masters, as I always call them, the most experienced drivers on the grid, will handle that. But no, I think the racing we've seen so far is as expected from Micro and Minimax, and I hope there's more to come from this.
Of course, Christopher Fagali, he's been a front runner. I have to say he's a bit of a pedigree. Obviously, his dad Abdo is he's in the Guinness Book of Records. He's a world champion drifter. He's a passionate racer, and Christopher and his little brother also carrying on this tradition in the family. But also, you see, he's really this year developed so much. Also last year, it's no surprise to see him fighting at the front there with Harry, and of course in the second one, Ashcroft, the Grand Festival. You called it.
Yep. Yeah.
In Kirpen.
There's great drivers throughout these classes. As Henry said, they're champions for a reason. So it shows here on track that that's what they're doing. And we see now DD2 Masters heading out. Just wanted to make one point from with the tires we discussed. As we had the rain yesterday, and these were the classes who had their qualifying yesterday. There are some now starting on new tires. Some used theirs already in warm-up or some other session. So I think, again, what you saw in Minimax, some had that same strategy going for them. So we might see some interesting pace difference here. As I saw Dennis Stoom, I think he's starting, he's starting from the outside of the fifth row. He'll be starting on new tires. So let's have a look for some getting through.
They'll have that advantage, won't they? So we'll have to see. That's just a tip for Henry now. He knows because you had your eye on the tyres. So over to you, Henry, and watch out for that. Some quick lap times probably coming out.
Thank you very much, Jen and Gust. You're looking at the starting lineup. Tiff, this is a class that you're very familiar with. You've raced here, and top 10 finishes, podium contenders. Some of the drivers that are most familiar with the Grand Finals audience. I know that Derek Wang is in his 10th event, so is Antiola Kainen. Some drivers have qualified a bit more. Of course, we haven't got Christoph Adams this year, or Scott Campbell, two of the drivers that have raced in more than any of the Grand Finals than anyone else. But still, so much experience, excitement guaranteed. All drivers in Max Masters on Praga IPK chassis. Out of the final corner, it's going to be Paul Louveau, Martin Konopka, Fernando Guzzi, Krzysztof Kasparovich, Claudio Pagliarani, Derek Wang. This is a 10-lap race. Oh, and very kindly, Tim, they decided to have a false start. So we can talk a little bit about this class. There's been some drivers went out on slicks in qualifying, some on wet, so there will be a tyre disparity, like Rust was saying. But yes, tell us a little bit about DD2 Masters.
Yeah, so you'd hope these guys knew what they were doing.
Hope so. Well, you know,
experience
in racing drivers' term, that's yeah.
Yeah, and like we said, we were talking earlier, it's actually only one field this year, so you've probably got the very best of masters in the world. So
yes.
Most will only be the top ticket from each country, and yeah, the depth, like you say, is just massive, and these DD2 karts are, you know, the fastest out here
and
too.
There's still 29 nations represented.
Exactly, yeah.
Our camera cart is Troy Bretherton, so we're going to see onboard cameras as well,
yeah,
which is going to be really good.
And it was
Troy's
wet
starting deep in the field.
Yeah, and it was wet for the first time for them
yes.
in qualifying, so I do think you will have a few maybe up front that maybe won't be as quick in the dry, so
yes.
and vice versa, some faster ones down the back to middle.
Well, looking at there, Daniel Schollenberger was 4th last year, and he starts outside the top 30. Slawomir Moransky, very experienced driver, starting quite well down. Nick Izani, the last time Nick Izani, Malaysian driver in kart 502. He's going to be one of our guests on the studio show later on at 5 p.m. local time. The last time Nick Izani qualified for the Grand Finals was 2002. Now that's a wait. Here we go. Second time of asking. 10 laps into the tram lines. Now we're off and racing. Louveau takes an early lead from pole position. Stream through turn number 1 down towards turn 2 on the outside. Who is that trying to go around that? Is that Fernando Guzzi? No. Oh, it looked like Konopka rather. Trying to go around the outside. Louveau hangs on, looking over his shoulder, obviously trying to make sure that he's covering both the inside and the outside around turn number 5. 36 DD2 Masters, all through the first 5 corners cleanly, on board with Bretherton. At the top he's got Eugene Brits from South Africa, who's going to join me later on directly in front of him, and into the double apex, somebody running wide in front of our camera car, but good first lap, Paul Louveau. Now he defended, he's pulling it away a little bit.
Yeah, it's slightly different in these classes, obviously with the gears as well, but I did see a couple outside the tram lines at the start, so
the race director, Ramiro Brito, will have Hawkeyes, and his team, of course, of officials will have their Hawkeyes on that. Of course, the one thing we can't see is that we can't see when the lights change exactly. It could be a little bit too early, and here comes a move. Bretherton behind Eugene Brits. This is at about 130 kilometres an hour, Tim Chittenden.
Yeah.
What is going through your mind now?
It's pretty quick. It's yeah, I know when I raced here, everyone just went hard right along the white line, so it was really good to see them actually being able to do some racing. And obviously there's got 2 gear sets they can use here as well,
yes,
so
okay.
The shorter one will be quicker out the corners and the longer one will be quicker down the straight, so you'll see a bit of that as well. And it's just decision making which one you need, and yeah, the straight's so long here that it's tough.
Yeah, and so already Troy Bretherton has made up 6 places, up in the 20th position, making it 19th position behind Michael Hitchcock. Louveau, now Claudio Pagliarani, one of the drivers that they, oh, there's a yellow flag waving. Oh dear, now is that, looks like possibly Konopka in kart 505. It is Martin Konopka and Dennis Thum from Germany. Konopka, who started this race on the front row of the grid. Dennis Thum looks like he's out. That is such an ideal start. Now Louveau under pressure from Claudio Pagliarani. It's France, Italy. Krzysztof Kasparovich from Latvia is in 3rd position. Then it's Tankevicius from Lithuania. Guzzi from Brazil. Cusack Pico from France. Derek Wang, Captain America, is in 7th place. Henrys Gruber, Duque, Hamilton, Rodriguez, Mulkin, Seguin, Sai, Cunha, Hitchcock, Bretherton, Brits, and Gil Bronda, your top 20. Pagliarani looks like he's taking the lead, sorry Tim.
Yeah, and you'll see there's a bit of brake weight at the start here, and with the front brakes of a DD2, you are able to brake quite defensively into the corner, so overtaking is pretty tricky.
You can see Dennis Thum stomping away
DNF,
from his
that's
kart.
not good,
That's
yeah.
not good. So he's Martin Konopka has gone through in 35th position. We've had a problem for Antti Ollikainen as well from Finland in his quest to win a first Grand Finals title, down in 33rd position. So we didn't see the incident. Obviously there has been one as Jared Friesen, Massimo Ricardo moving at the place. But Paul Louveau, he's got to turn attack, defending the lead, now attack Claudio Pagliarani. Top 5 breakaways: Italy, France, Latvia, Lithuania and Brazil. Fernando Guzzi, never count Fernando out. Some of these drivers you've raced against, Guzzi's always been someone who's he's calmed down a little bit in recent years. I think it's safe to say that.
Yeah, I think he definitely won't give up.
Yes, he will be tenacious until the very end, whether it's first or 31st.
Yeah.
Pagliarani though, softly catchy monkey for Claudio Pagliarani, driver. He's raced in DD2, he's raced in Senior Max. Now the age has been lowered, it's 31 and over, so you just qualify now for the Masters class.
And you see, obviously it's a lot longer race, so 10 laps for these guys, and but only one set of tyres for the whole weekend as well, so they have to start thinking about that. You know, there's a lot to think of. When you're out front, how hard you push, you still need a set. No one really remembers who wins the heats.
No, exactly, but you want to put yourself in a position in the heats that you've got a chance at the final. So you've got Derek Wang, for example. Wang is in 8th position. You've got the top 2, 4, 5, then a gap back to 6, 7 and 8. So it's Kusak Pico, Gruber and Wang. There's the question mark, Tim. Do you push as hard as you can to catch the top 5, or do you accept the fact that 6 is going to invest and hang back a little bit to save those tyres?
Yeah, you're going to have to make a decision. You know, if there's only a couple of laps to go, there's no way on a flowing track like this will make the gap up, so you need to save your front tyres. This track is so flowing that you have to be so smooth on the tyres, and you need to, you know, if you start up there in the final, you're right on them. But
it's a bit like clay pigeon in the UK in terms of flowing, only 3 times as big.
Exactly, yeah, it's just flat out all the way, and you need to look after those tyres.
Now, our camera carts, Troy Bretherton up to 16th position, and you can see the middle of the pack there. There goes that's Giel Bronda in the Dutch team cart number 527 going for a move. Down at turn number 5 at the back, or at the front of the pack, you can see that very bright green and white race suit, that green and yellow race suit. That is Team Australia's. He's got Eugene Brits from South Africa right behind him. It's the battle we're looking at on screen is for 16th place on back. Pinit Sai from Estonia, Giel Bronda, Horacio Torres, and Jan Andreasen, who has qualified for the Grand Finals for the first time in several years. He's there. There's the number 514 cart. That's Igor Mukin from Kyrgyzstan. Are we going to look at a replay, or just reminding everybody why, what chassis we're on? We're on the Praga chassis. There we go, across the line, starting lap number 7 out of 10. Pagliarani looking as comfortable as you could possibly be in one of these races.
Yeah, exactly, and he'll just be trying to manage that. Obviously trying to get away as much as he can, but Louveau has to think about behind as well now, so that's the key, and just managing the gaps. And whereas this pack here are just still fighting.
Yeah, they're just going for a hammer and tongue. But like you said, Louveau, every time Paul Louveau thinks about, if I move offline to make a putt or to try and be aggressive, then I'm opening the door, and Krzysztof Kasparovic will, you know, invite himself in. Oh, there's a move. That's Horacio Torres at the inside. Oh, and Pinit Sai from Estonia on the outside there. And yes, that was a committed move, shall we say, from the driver from Latvia, just diving up the inside there. Let's have a little look back at that. You can see, Horacio Torres rather from Chile up over the curb, and 2 carts into 1 won't go. And behind that issue, behind Jan Andreasen, Fabio Kielka, Slawomir Moransky and Daniel Schollenberger were able to all pick up a position. Now Louveau attacking. So fastest lap, 59.198 seconds on lap 8 out of 10. Paul Louveau obviously thinks that the win is still there for the taking, or is he must do, because he's got a lap and a half to go and he's still pushing on, but he does have Krzysztof Kasparovic breathing down his exhaust pipe. Yeah,
and he'll be, you know, he's got someone to chase in front of him, and you can see they're actually quicker in different parts of the track, so that might be where the gear sets come in.
You obviously understand much more technicalities about the Masters, and again, the equipment that you get given, Rotax you're limited with the amount of equipment Rotax give you, but they do give you these options.
So the gear sets are pretty, and you'll just see that if they close up down the straight, then they have, you
can change that race on race, can't you?
Yeah, but generally you're putting your power down the straight or you're putting it out the corners.
Yes.
And that would change. If you're out front, you can carry more speed. If you're just in the fight in the middle, you really need some power.
If you're starting back in the middle of the pack, you need that extra speed coming out of the corners, so you react accordingly.
Yeah,
so
and they'll be learning from each other, and they'll be learning. You can follow the others and learn what gear set they're on.
Yes, we've lost Javier Campo from the race. We're down to 34 runners. Edu Cho is 34th, Alexander Gauthier 36th, Martin Konopka and Antti Olakainen, 2 pre-race favourites, are down in 31st and 32nd, and still the battles go on. There's the number 512 car, and that's Matis Rodriguez side by side. That is Team New Zealand's Matt Hamilton on the outside of Latvia's Henry's Gruber. That's the battle for 8th and 9th position. So Pagliarani, Luvo, Gasparovic, Tankevicius, Gutzi, Pico, Wang, Gruber, Hamilton, Rodriguez, your top 10. And New Zealand have got quite a strong record in this class. Matt Hamilton is in the top 10 at the moment. There's the 514 car of Igor Mukin. Mukin just behind this group in 11th position. Last lap, you can see the wide and white of Gruber. Hamilton hot on his heels through turn 7 into turn 8 and turn 9, but it's Pagliarani who has the race lead.
Yeah, and it's tough. You'll see the fight with Matt and those guys. You also have to think about your nose cone. So
of course,
you have to be well in there, and you can't catch the corner of it because that's a penalty as well. So
it looks as though Antti Olakainen's gone out of the race, which is a real shame. But Claudio Pagliarani will come out in the final corner. The checkered flag awaits. Italy take the win in DD2 Masters. It did look like Paul Laveau maybe backed off a little bit. Here comes this pack for the tail end of the top 10 across the line, led by Derek Wang in 6th position. The rest of the field streaming across the line. Something happened on the last lap. Have we lost Matt Hamilton? I can't quite see whether he's dropping down on the timing screen. Quite see where he came across the line. The yellow flags didn't come out though. Normally if there's a kart off circuit, we'll have to try and see if there's a problem. There's Troy Bretherton, our camera kart, and there was a good result from Troy Bretherton, who managed to get from 26th up into 15th position. Obviously listening to Scott, occasionally something Scott Howard says makes sense.
Just occasionally.
He's Scott Howard, former driver, now known as Captain Kanga, and captaining the Australian team. Once in a while, he says something that you've got to take on board.
Yeah, if you say enough words, then some of them.
Yeah, like me. If you say enough, one or two might just stick. But there we go. So the start of DD2 Masters will come into the pits.
Matt Hamilton on the side of the track there on the last corner. So
last corner. So there obviously was. Again, we don't see quite what happened, but there must have been some form of discussion over the same piece of tarmac.
Bit of debate, yeah. So that's tough to see, but like there's some good ones at the back there that will have to fight their way through, and the only positive of that is that this class only has one field, so you are guaranteed to make the final.
Here's a question: is it better to retire on the first lap or the last lap? Matt Hamilton has just done 9 laps on his tyres and he hasn't finished the race, whereas someone like Dennis Thom has done 1 lap on his tyres. It's a tough one, isn't it?
It is, but I don't think that many laps will make too much difference. I mean, and to be fair, in the final they're going to be in a real big fight anyway, so
yes, indeed.
Yeah,
indeed.
I mean, tactics like that, unless you sit out the rest of the
which you're not going to.
No, which he's still learning as well. And for example, none of these guys have had much running in the dry, so they're still learning and changing setup. And I know Matt's been changing the setup a bit, so he's still learned a little bit, and obviously had pace, but it's just the disagreements on track.
Yes, which will be resolved very soon. So there is DD2 Masters, the first race. Here is the official results. Tip, thank you very much. You're going to join me again during the course of the week, but we'll take you through the unofficial results from DD2 Masters Heat number 1. Claudio Pagliarani from Italy and Paul Louveau from France, first and second. Then Kristaps Kasparovic, Martinez Tankevicius, Fernando Guzzi, Derek Wang, Henry Gruber, Charles Seguin, Igor Mukin, and Juan Camilo Duque at top 10. Hitchcock, Cunha, Brits, Rodriguez, Bretherton, Bronda, Gusak Pico, and Andreasen, the top half of the field. Outside the top 18, Fabio Kjeltka from Belgium and Slami Moransky complete the top 20. Then it's Torres, Schollenberger, Freeston, Guitai, Izani, Alcant, Hogg, Sai, Kato, Konopka, Gaultier, Cho, and then the non-finishers, Hamilton, Olakainen, Campo, and Tum. That is DD2 Masters. I believe we're going to have a quick word with the studio. Is that right? Hello?
Just waiting for Jen to join, but DD2 Masters there, just finishing off their first heat. A little bit more civilized than the there we have her. Yeah, a little bit more civilized than Micromax and Minimax, but still lots of action in that last phase of that heat, with still a little bit of retirement. So it's part of racing.
It is part of racing, and I was just out there talking to a race driver who said, I should be in here for some commentary, but I've got no voice. And I said, save it, because obviously, you know, with this stress and everything, sometimes people are losing their voice. They're having a great time here, but yeah, it's not worth, you got to stay calm. First heat, but that was nice.
I tell you who needs to stay calm. We have a junior field of 36 lining up.
Okay.
They need to be calm, because junior heats are usually the ones who are, yeah, it's a great spectacle, let's say.
Yes, do we want to be watching the first heat of juniors or not?
We want to watch all
Of course, we want to watch
heats.
all of it. I'd like to know as well, if you're watching at home or watching in the paddock, you know, send us some messages or questions, or say hi to your team, or wish your drivers luck, yeah, friends, you know, maybe some of the mechanics. Tiff, she's been there. You, I know your mum's watching. So yeah, if anyone wants to say something and wish them luck. But as far as the Masters go, I think it was nice racing, but it's going to be a tough one, for sure.
Yeah, we have to see, of course, a couple of the front runners there, like Dennis Toom, Matt Hamilton, guys who are usually in the front now, having retirements early on in the week. So we'll see how that will affect the rest of their week, and they're starting.
Of course, they're still going to start on the same grid, but the points for the pre-final are going to be affected. Look at this view.
It's a great view. It's the beautiful Portimão track here laid out for us, ready to get the first junior heat of this weekend underway. So I'd say Henry is now joined by one of the guys from the American team. We'll head it over to them.
Who's luckily still got his voice. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Gust, and thank you, Jane. Yes, I am joined by 3-time Grand Finalist Justin White, 2 times on the track, 1 time we didn't quite make it there. But Justin, from Team USA, you know this junior class quite well. You're in a senior now this year. Just missed out on a ticket, but I know hungry to get back. The adrenaline as a driver now. We're going to run through the starting lineup. We've got Vinnie Phillips, Tommy van der Stroys, Ethan Jeff Hall, Jan Pinto, Charlie Hart, Yuzuka Sato, then Zelenko, Pico, Karnajak, Konik, Shermans, Fracassi, O'Clair, Bastarica, Usakovs, Ortiz, Vincent, Burnett, Suarez, Krepsik, Giafone, Maxwell, Inache, Aritmen, Baruti, Murad, Martinello, Rittinen, Tumingus, Humphreys, Vladimirov, Boschov, Watana, Thanakun, then Rosen, Azza, and Mohan Kumar. That is your starting lineup. Beautiful view. The junior Rotax class always provides an absolute bucket load of excitement. They come through turn number 16. Into the tram lines. Are the lights out? Yes, we are. Off and running in junior. Vinnie Phillips from Team UK leads them through turn number 1. down towards turn 2. 36 junior drivers slide through turn 2, now hard on the brakes for turn number 3. Looks like all the leaders are through cleanly. 1 or 2 drivers at the back of the pack running a little bit wide, but a great start for Vinnie Phillips. They come out of turn number 5. It looks like Ethan Jeff Hall for Team UK is there in second position up the hill. I can see the Belgian racer to Tommy van der Stroys. Yellow flags down at the back of the pack. They're coming out of turn number 5, but it is Phillips, Jeff Hall, Jan Pinto and Tommy van der Stroys are through into the top 4 positions as we head down the hill. Well, Justin White, you know, the first couple of corners in any race is so critical. As a driver, all you want to do is 1, pick up positions, but 2, just stay safe, and then you carry on with the race.
Yeah, most of the time, especially whenever you're starting, you really want to try to get down to that tighter line so you can keep all the positions, but also look for as many gaps in the people in front of you so you can get any positions that you can. You know?
And with the nose cones and the rules the way they are, it's like, yes, judging, is that gap worth it, or is it going to cost me a bit in the long run?
I mean, yeah, sometimes people think about it, but most of the time whenever you're out there on track, you're just trying to get the position.
The racing driver just takes over and it's like automatic. So down towards turn number 5, Phillips only got 1 kart off. That is Anton Humphreys and Greta Rosen. So not a good start for Scandinavia. You can see Greta Rosen there, the young Swedish lady on the side of the circuit there. So she is out of the race along with her Danish counterpart Anton Humphreys. Looking there, big movers in the first lap. Well, up 5 places, Casper Shermans for the Netherlands is up into 6th position. Further back, we've got Cooper O'Clair, one of your countrymen, Cooper O'Clair, Justin, up 4 places into the top 10. It's been a promising start for Team USA so far, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been pretty good. I've been watching a couple of my teammates' races, and especially for Cooper, it's really nice. Let's see if you can keep it there.
Yes, indeed. So as they come across the line, this is an 8-lap race. We complete lap number 2 and go on to lap number 3. It's a really closely matched pack at the front there. 5 cars in a breakaway. Phillips, Jeff Hall, Charlie Hart. It's a Team UK. 1, 2, 3. Then Van der Stroys and Leon Zelenko, the International Trophy Championship. There's Van der Stroys into 4th position, and Zelenko up the inside having a little nibble at Van der Stroys, but falls back in line, and that's going to cause a problem. The steep hill. Zelenko made the move, and of course it's going to cost him momentum. He's now got to think about defending, and defending does Jan Pinto. Oh no, that's Casper Shermans and Matisse Karnajak up into 7th and 8th place. It looks as though, Justin, that we've got a breakaway of 2, 4, 6, 7, then a gap back to 8th and 9th. Cooper O'Clair, your teammate, now at the head of that second group. So if you're ahead of the second group, you defend to keep everyone behind, or you try and get your head down and try and persuade everyone behind to push you.
I mean, when there's those 7 carts that are breaking away, they're not really thinking about the people behind them. They're really, in this heat, they're really trying to make it as far up as they possibly can. And if the group behind catches, then it's the problem for the person at the back of the pack to deal with it.
Yes, it is. That person at the back of that lead pack now is Matisse Karnajak, the French driver. 2.6, he's starting to lose touch a little bit. Even in juniors, the slipstream is so important. Now we're going to move. Van der Stroys looking at the inside, then backing out of it, and you can see him back out of it. It's going to cost him a little bit of momentum. Charlie Hart can scuttle away again. That's the type of thing that it's lap 4 of the first heat race. You can see the Belgian driver in the yellow race suit backing out of it. He's now under pressure. Oh, and off there. I thought he was under pressure. Somebody behind, whether that was Shermans, Karnajak, Zelenko, one of those drivers diving up the inside. I was about to say that Van der Stroys, he backed off going into turn number 5, and that's the type of thing you would do at the start of a heat race, but not in a final, and it cost him.
Yeah, it did cost him. I mean, whenever you're trying to go into a corner like that, especially with all the people around you, you got to make sure that you don't give anyone an inch, you know?
Yep, if you leave half a cart's width over the inside, then guarantee someone's going to try and make it a full cart width. But up at the front, Great Britain 1-2. Now, Ethan Jeff Hall and Vinnie Phillips in the UK, they race for the same team, Strawberry Racing. They know each other very well. You're guaranteed they'll work together as a team as much as possible. Charlie Hart in 3rd. It's Shermans for the Netherlands in 4th. Then it is Zelenko for Croatia in 5th. Karnajak in 6th. Battle at Cooper O'Clair. There he goes, the white race suit. Cooper doing a great job for Team USA, Justin, in 7th. But he does have that whole group of karts. Konik, Pickle, Fracassi, Pinto, Usakovs and Bastarika right behind him. So Cooper O'Clair, we're on lap number 5 now, so he's still pushing on, but at some point he's going to have to make the rear of that go-kart very, very wide.
Yes, he will. He will need to make it really wide, especially because they're all trying to catch up to the group ahead. You really got to hope the people behind him aren't really trying to make the pass on him.
Yep, there goes that second group with Cooper O'Clair at the head of it. Further back, we've still got 34 karts in the race. Looking back, Alan Krepsik has dropped quite back. So Van der Stroys is down 23rd for Team Belgium, so he's going to be not a happy Belgian. But up at the front, Phillips, Jeff Hall, Charlie Hart in third place. You know, the three drivers from Team UK, I would imagine they're going to try and work together as a team. The driver that is in the middle, so you imagine you're in fourth place there, Justin. You've got Casper, Shermans there. Do you attack, defend? If you move offline to try and attack, then guaranteed Leon Zelenko's going to do something. So as a driver, what are you trying to do now? You know that you've got someone behind you, but you want to get past the driver directly in front of you.
I mean, when you're in fourth place like that, if you're getting pressure from behind, to relieve that pressure, you're going to try to pass the person in front and then make it so that it's their problem behind, you know? Just try to get in front and then go from there.
But every time you move offline to maybe set up a move, like sometimes you see the undercut, you go wide going into a corner. If you go wide to set up a move, then you've always got the danger that the driver behind is going to stuff it at the inside and spoil your momentum.
Yeah, you do, but with some of these long straightaways, you can really get the pass done very early.
And there is the pass getting done quite early. That's Sherman's on Charlie Hart. Oh, and it's wheel to wheel. Oh, Sherman's backwards into the barriers. Charlie Hart trying a crossover move. And again, it's so tempting into turn number 3. You go through turn 2 and the karts all sort of ease out to the outside of the circuit, and the temptation is to dive back up the inside. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But still, Vinnie Phillips now beginning to pull away a little bit. No, this is the second group, so it's all working out for Cooper O'Clair. You can see Cooper O'Clair in 7th place, doing a really solid job. You raced with Cooper in the Grand Finals last year, and I certainly think this is a case of unfinished business for Cooper, isn't it?
It is. I think last year he didn't make the final, but I think this year he's definitely going to make it. He's looking really nice out there.
At the moment, so far, so there on your screen is the Team Latvia's number 247. That is Gustav Usakovs. Usakovs, born in Latvia, now lives in the UK. He's in front of another of the Team USA driver, Jorge Ortiz. Jorge got the ticket at the Rotax Winter Trophy in Florida, which this year will take place at West Palm Beach, brand new circuit in Florida, and the Orlando Kart Center. And again, this is going to be something you must be really excited about, seeing a brand new international style racetrack in Florida opening. Nelson Piquet Jr. owned event. We got more yellow flags, but again, good news that the USA, they've got a brand new facility that looks world class coming on stream.
Oh yeah, it's definitely world class. It's really nice, especially being down in Florida where a lot of the racing partakes, especially in the winter time. It's really nice to have another track down there.
Yeah, I hope to see as many of the Rotax family in Florida with myself in January, and the last weekend of January, the first weekend in February. Last lap, this race goes by very quickly. Vinnie Phillips, Leon Zelenko is in second, Charlie Hart third, but Vinnie Phillips led start to finish, checkered flag, Team UK, and he looks over his shoulder to see where'd everybody else go. Leon Zelenko comes home in second for Croatia, Charlie Hart third, Ethan Jeff Hall in fourth. And this is the beauty of the Grand Finals. The drivers back in 15th and 25th place still fighting tooth and nail. And you know, every single position counts. I think without bringing up painful memories, Justin, you missed out on a place in the final by about 1 spot last year. It just goes to show that you have to fight for every single corner and every single lap, don't you?
Yeah, you have to always try to make it as far up as you possibly can. I mean, it's really, really difficult out there with all these world-class drivers to make sure that you don't screw up, especially making passes and getting past, you know. You got to make sure that you're very consistent throughout all the heats, so then you can go into the pre-finals and then...
It's quite, I mean, obviously we talk about this event. I mean, we'll just go through the results. You're going to stay with us for the next race, but it was Phillips, Zelenko, Hart, Jeff Hall, Carnajac for France, Cooper O'Clair up at the 6th position, then Fracassi in 7th, Connick 8th, Pickle 9th, Ortiz 10th, then it's Usakovs, Shermans, Bastorica, Jan Pinto the 14th, then Tito Giafoni in 15th, Ryan Maxwell, Eric Inache, Emerson Vincent, Jensen Bennett, Tommy van der Stroys the top 20. This event, we try and have as much fun as possible. Like you've seen the drivers' party, the mojo contest. We've got the fitness routines up on stage. It's an awful lot of fun, and Rotax do a great job of making this event fun. But of course, the pressure is on, and you can imagine that Oh, there's number 228. That is Mr. Fracassi throwing his glove down. He's obviously had a no-scope penalty, I would imagine. That looks like the reaction of a driver that has just finished 7th on the road, but will not finish 7th in the final order. But yeah, some of these drivers will be now breathing a sigh of relief. Others will be, like Mr. Fracassi, for example, the pressure will be building. How do you manage that pressure?
I mean, when you go on from session to session, it's hard to build up confidence, especially throughout the weekend whenever you're having a really hard time. But you just got to really keep on pushing forward. I mean, you got to look for the best and for the future in the next heats and just keep pushing.
If you go into your second heat still angry from your first heat, then good things normally don't happen.
I mean, it goes both ways. Sometimes
you've got yeah, I see what you mean. The red mist, the determination to do something. Yeah, you get the bit between your teeth. But here we go. Here's your provisional qualifying results from A and B, Group A, Group B in Junior Rotax. Vinnie Phillips for the Team UK takes the win. Leon Zelenko for Croatia in second. Charlie Hart is third for Team UK. Ethan Jeff Hall fourth, also for Team UK. 3 British drivers in the top 4. Matisse Carnajac is fifth for France. Then Cooper Auclair for Team USA. Alberto Fracassi 7th for Italy. Matej Konik 8th position for Slovakia. 9th is Andrei Pickle for the Czech Republic. Then Jorge Ortiz for Team USA. Gustav Usakovs for Latvia finishes 11th, followed by Kasper Schulmans in 12th. Santiago Bastarica from Argentina 13th. Jan Pinto from Ireland 14th. And Tito Giafone is 15th for Brazil. Ryan Maxwell, Eric Christian Inache for Canada and Romania respectively. And Emerson Vincent for from Australia for New Zealand is 18th. Jensen Burnett 19th for Canada. Tommy van der Stroys here with disappointed with 20th. Then Mark Ritternon, Hugo Martinello, Alan Krepsik, Rian Bischoff, Matteo Baruti, Abai Mohan Kamur from 36th to 26th. Then we have Alvaro Aritmen, Tunas Tumingas from Estonia, Yuzuki Sato from Japan, Javier Suarez from Chile, Kamal Murad from Australia, Timofey Vladimirov from Ukraine, Geronimo Azza from Colombia, and, do you want to say this last one, Justin, or shall I have a go?
I want you to have a go.
Oh, okay, fair enough. That is from Thailand, Varunchit Watanathanakakun. There we go.
I can never do that.
Now, here is Ramiro Brito giving the drivers a briefing. Let's listen in for a minute what Ramiro Brito is saying.
Okay? Any question? No? Thank you. Enjoy, have fun, good luck.
Well, we just caught the very end of that, but I mean, knowing this event, what would Ramiro have been saying to the drivers before your first heat race?
Well, usually before the first heat race, they'll be talking about previous sessions, what they were doing wrong, and just letting them know not to be too aggressive. Tram lines and everything that they were talking about in the briefing prior.
But it's always good to say, I mean, how often do race directors, every race you go, at the end and saying, have fun, good luck, enjoy?
Do they?
Well, they did just there. But, I mean, Ramiro just there. I mean, that's what's nice. You know, every race director, all the officials, the last thing they want to give out is penalties. They have to if there are problems, but nobody wants to penalise anybody. It's just about, making sure that every driver, as best you can, enjoy yourself, even though the desire to win is above all else.
Yeah, for sure.
Now, we'll have a look. We'll take you through the starting lineup in this field. So Ben Hernandez is the only Team USA driver in this race, but Cooper Auclair and Jorge Ortiz, the 2 drivers, that's going to give Team USA a whole boost. What's the atmosphere like in the tent for Team USA?
I mean, it's pretty good. I mean, I'm not going to say that we're the most spirited country out there, but no, we're all very confident, and we think we can pull out some pretty good results.
Okay, here we go. The starting lineup. Row 1, Mateo Radenkovic from Belgium and Mohamed Wali on a Kuwaiti licence representing Bahrain. Then it is Scott Marsh and Nick Trobech on row 2. Clayton Enser-Smith from South Africa, Enzo Ball on row 3. Luis Iglesias from France and Gathon Irasu, driver you know quite well, Justin, from Uruguay on row number 4. Row number 5, Kacper Torobojski from Poland and Daniel Hausworth from Austria. Row 6, Maxence Bouvier and Noah Wolf from France and Team UK respectively. Row number 7, Austin Lee, originally from Portland, Oregon, now based in Germany. Mikael Pedersen from Denmark. Then it's Thomas Gomez and Ryo Sakai from Japan. Row number 9, Ziming Wang, it's his first full season of karting, the Canadian driver. Tito Sidler from Switzerland, Patrick Lipovic from Hungary, and Dion van Werven from the Netherlands. That's your top 20. Then Emmanuel Liudakis from Greece, Armand Hamilton from Australia, Francisco Altamayer from Colombia, and Igor Stepanov from Kyrgyzstan. Then it is Georgios Kafantaris from Greece, Javier Medellin from Mexico, Maxim Shurko from Lithuania, and Filippo Parmigiani from the United Arab Emirates. Rayan Menene, who raced the Grand Finals for Team USA last year, now he's racing for his native Lebanon, and Soichiro Shioda from Japan, Yong-Hyun Che from South Korea, and Ben Hernandez from Team USA on row 16. Katarina Tung, the first ever Malaysian lady driver we have had here in the Grand Finals, and Bern Capino from the Philippines on row 17. Sebastian Bach and Sebastian Orozco from Colombia round out your field. And oh, that's a problem, and there's the typical warming up your tyres on a cold track. That is the driver's worst nightmare, spinning on the warming up lap.
Oh, it is the worst. It's very embarrassing. So you got to make sure that you don't do it.
Yep, and if you do it, make sure there's not a global TV audience watching you.
Oh yeah, for sure.
No, he's got, well, luckily that driver, who will sure remain nameless, will be able to catch up the pack. Now, you had Cooper O'Clair and Jorge Ortiz. They started towards the front of that last race. Ben Hernandez starting down at the back. What's his tactics going to be? Obviously, aggression is going to be key, but too aggressive, you get a nose cone penalty, there's a problem.
Well, yeah, starting out from the back, you got to make sure that, especially in like the first couple corners, you can make up some positions when a lot of people are blocking and the people in front of you are starting to crash and incidents are happening. You know, you just got to make sure that as the race goes on, you stay very clean and you can just get the passes done, and maybe with penalties and everything.
Yeah, a 30-second starting grid could turn into a top 20 quite easily.
Yeah, for sure.
Now, 36 carts line up in 2 rows of 18. They come into the tram lines. Lights on the gantry will go out. We're off and racing, and it's a great start from Radenkovic, who gets the jump, and it's a huge pack, 3, 4, 5 wide through turn number 1. They all make it. Now you've got to hold your breath into turn number 3. Mohammed Wali has dropped a couple of places by the looks of it in our camera card. Not a great start for Mohammed Wali, but it looks like Scott Marsh, Nick Trobech up into second place, but it's Radenkovic leading. Trobech, you can see in the Slovenian race suit, that is number 246. Nick Trobech, actually, yeah, that's the Slovenian race suit, generally the white coloured race suit. Another good clean start. So for Ben Hernandez, Team USA's Ben Hernandez, the back of that group. You haven't had that situation where 5 or 6 drivers have gone off in front, but luckily you haven't been taken out by a round. So at least he can get his head down now and start thinking about making some moves.
Oh yeah, for sure. He can now start making his moves, but there's still going to be a lot of battling going on in these early laps. It's going to start gapping parts.
Yes, indeed. So
and it's going to make it harder.
It is indeed. Here's Mohammed Wali on board behind the number 260 of Austria's Daniel Hausworth. Wally looks to the inside, Hausworth defends. That's not what you want to see happening, defending on the second lap of 8. So Wally, who's very quick in qualifying, went backwards at the start. Now he's got to really move in front of him, 2, 3 wide. This is what a driver wants to see. Carts battling in front. They're going to slow each other down. Now we'll try and come up the hill through turn 6, turn 7. Leading the way is Nick Trobech now by the looks of it. Is that Trobech in the lead? Yes. Radenkovic is down to 4th place in the bright yellow Belgian race suit. It's Trobech and it's Scott Marsh in 2nd position for Team UK. Scott came 3rd in Minimax last year. Here we go. Scott Marsh moves up to the race lead, passing Trobech. Enzo Ball is 3rd for the Netherlands. Then it's Radenkovic. It looks like South African race suit. Claydon Enzo Smith into P5. That's a good mix of nationalities, but it's Marsh, head down, as he looks across, defends a little bit into turn number 1. That's quite early to defend in this type of race, Justin, but you can't afford to let drivers go. 8 laps goes past very quickly, doesn't it?
Oh, 8 laps goes by in an instant. Yeah, I'm not really surprised that they're blocking on lap 1, lap 2, because you want to try to keep the lead or keep it second.
There was Radenkovic, not sure if that was a block or that was an offensive manoeuvre that went a little bit wrong there. That is Radenkovic. So, and again, he started at the front, he led the first lap. Now he's been involved in a couple of incidents. As a driver, you've got to shake that off, haven't you, and then just get your rhythm back.
Yeah, you do have to get your rhythm back, but at the same time, it's very difficult because now you're in a new position, you have new karts around you. It's really hard to try to get the idea of how they're going to battle and then keep on moving forward.
Yes, here we go, back on board with Mohamed Wali. He looks to the inside of Houseworth, the Austrian driver coming up the hill. Now watch to see if we can try the crossover move. Oh, somebody dives up the inside there. That is Gomez, that in the number 267 kart. So Mohamed Wali's dropped to about 14th or 15th position. Now will he make the move? He looks to the inside. Yes, Mohamed Wali flat out. Oh no, he has to back out of it. That is over 100 kilometers an hour. You can see Wali's having to defend into turn number 2. Kart steps out in front of him. Oh, there goes Houseworth, dispatched. So Mohamed Wali picks up a position, and that's a great example of just how quick your reaction's got to be as a driver, haven't they, Justin? You've got to be prepared for anything.
Yeah, you have to be looking all around you in the corner of your eyes, especially whenever somebody's on the inside of you or outside. You always got to be ready.
Let's have a look back now. Up the inside, one driver up on the curb, and Houseworth was on the outside there. That's a classic accident down there at turn number 2. Wali was able to defend. Up at the front, Marsh, Ball, Trobech, and Enzo Smith. Torobojski is 5th. Then it's Bouvier, Wolf, Iglesias, Rudenkovic down to 9th. Austin Lee is 10th. Gaston Irathu is up into 11th position. Marsh is going to get caught. The slipstream effect is critical here. Watch how Enzo Ball in 2nd place draws up behind Scott Marsh. Will Marsh defend? If he doesn't, he's going to be in trouble coming into braking. Can he hold on to the race lead? Torobojski up the inside of Ball for 2nd and backs out, runs a bit wide. Lucky for Torobojski there. I think he realised he was in a bit too deep.
Yeah, I was very lucky. I mean, when you're going in for a pass like that, you got to make sure that you're not going to go in too deep and hit the cart in front of you. You got to be careful.
And then he backed out of it and then misses apex, so it cost him a bit of time, but it could have been worse if he hadn't have backed out and made contact. That could be costing him a lot more time in the steward's room later on.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, and there's a bit more. That's Radenkovic again. Well, who is that? So Radenkovic has been batted around like a pinball in this one, and driver getting going again. It's so that race, I think Radenkovic is easy as a driver. When you've been involved in a couple of incidents, the red mist can come down, can't it? And then you start overdriving.
Yeah, you got to be careful to not overdrive. You always got to keep it a little bit calm so that you know that you can keep hitting your marks and drive very, very smooth and hit everything. But you can't drive with a vengeance out there and start overdriving and driving too quick for the
Yes, well, you can see Radenkovic just in front of us here from Mohamed Wali. We've got Gomez, and then the next kart up the road is Ryu Sakai from Japan. Then Radenkovic is in front of Sakai. So this is 10th, 11th, 12th. We're on board with 13th place Mohamed Wali. Now, what can Mohamed do? We're on lap number 6. Gets up the inside, Sakai. This is a perfect opportunity. Slots up the inside. He's just made the move stick. Now, through turn number 7. Will we dive to the inside into turn number 8? Can't, because Sakai is defending. Now we've got to get a good run. The next passing place, Justin, is down at the very bottom of the hill, isn't it?
Yeah, the next passing place, you can get it at the bottom of the hill, but really going up this hill into the hard braking corner, awesome.
And so Mohamed Wali, he's going to get good momentum now up the hill. If you dive up the inside going into turn number 12, you cost yourself momentum. So he's now going to look for turn number 1 as they cross the line. Marsh, Ball, Enzo Smith, Wolf is your top 4. We'll look back. Marsh defending on lap number 7. Round the outside goes Enzo Ball. And that's what happens when you defend too much, Justin.
Yeah, it does. Sometimes you got to be really, really careful when that happens.
So Marsh down to 3rd. 5 karts in a row. It's Ball, Enzo Smith, Marsh, Wolf, and Maxence Bouvier. The top 5. We're on the penultimate lap of this race. Through turn number 7. Under break. Here comes KC, Claydon, Enzo Smith for South Africa. They missed Bahrain and they're back with a vengeance here. We've seen New Zealand do well. Now the other returning nation, South Africa, puts themselves in a great position. Lap and a half to go. Marsh now second. It's KC Ensor Smith, or Claydon Ensor Smith, to give him his full title, up towards turn 15. 1 lap to go, Justin. In this situation, who would you rather be? Ensor Smith in the lead or Marsh in second?
I would rather be Marsh, 100%.
And there is the reason why. Because Marsh is just able to mirror signal maneuver in the slipstream. Great call there, Justin. As we go down towards turn number 3, and just look at the pack behind closing. Iglesias, Trobech and Lee. We got an 8-cart battle. All Scott Marsh has got to do now is hug that white line like it's his favourite cuddly toy. Ensor Smith, though, is not done yet. And Marsh, we've seen a move around the outside from El Fagali in the Minimax race, but Marsh doesn't let it happen to him in junior down the road. Now Scott Marsh can control things.
Yeah, a little bit, but this corner's a really, really tricky one. If you block, you can always be overtaken in the next one after.
Yep, but Marsh covers his line. Casey Enzo Smith, he's got the run. It's going to be a drag race. Wolf is in third. Enzo Boll is down to fourth. So Scott Marsh comes out of turn 15. 1 corner to go. Can Enzo Smith make the move as they cross the line? No is the answer. He cannot. So Scott Marsh takes the win in the second Junior Max race. And look at that. Oh, they're 3 wide across the line. That is for about 20th position. And you can always see the reaction of the drivers. There's fist pumps for those in the top 10, and there's slapping of the steering wheel on the NASA panel for those outside it. So Scott Marsh, Casey Enzo Smith, Noah Wolf, Maxes Bouvier, Enzo Ball, your top 5. Luis Iglesias, Austin Lee, Nick Trobech, Mateo Radenkovic and Gathan Irasu, your top 10. Looking back there, Ben Hernandez gained 1 place for 30th, so obviously he's going to be disappointed with that, but this is Ben's first Grand Finals, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
There's always a time where you're just nervous, you're a little bit overall. What were you like in your first Grand Finals?
I don't even remember, really. It was all the way back in 2013. I would assume that I was very nervous, but...
Yeah, because you raced 2013 as a micro driver.
Yep, in micro.
And then in last year as a junior. Now it's your first year as a senior, correct?
No.
Oh,
no.
Last year was your first year as a senior. Something like that.
First year and senior for it, yeah.
Yes. Well, there we go, Justin. At the end, what can you tell us about the first 2 junior races? It's going to be a very, very, very exciting couple of days, isn't it?
Yeah, it'll be really, really exciting. Watching a lot of battles out there. A lot of people, especially because of qualifying, how it was yesterday for like the other classes. This one was in the dry, so you know that it's going to be a lot of good battles, and it's not like some carts are going to be falling from P5 down to the back. You know?
Yeah. You know, it's the conditions were at least consistent this morning.
Yeah, very consistent.
Well, there we go. Going through the weighbridge, you've got the official with the iPad, and then you've got the weighbridge. Is this where the nerves are almost thinking you come in saying, please, nose cone brackets don't have fallen, please, nose cone brackets still be in place? You know what you've done in the race as a driver, so if you think, oh, was that moved a little bit too close, or I'm fine.
Most of the time, whenever you're out there on track, and you're on the straightaway, you usually check a little bit, and then you know when you're coming in if you're gonna get it or not.
Okay, no problems. Thank you very much, Justin. Here is a look at your provisional result on screen. Scott Marsh, Casey Enzo Smith, Noah Wolf, Maxes Bouvier, Enzo Ball, the top 5. Iglesias in 6th, followed by Austin Lee 7th. Then it is Mateo Radenkovic, Nick Trobech, Radenkovic, Irathu, your top 10. Kapantaris, Mikhail Pedersen, Rio Sakai, Thomas Gomez, Mohamed Vali in 15th position. Tino Siedler is 16th, followed by Lipovic from Hungary and Liudakis from Greece. Now we move on. Dion van Verven, Igor Stepanov, Soichiro Shioda, Javier Medellin, Sebastian Orozco, Filippo Parmigiani, and Sebastian Bach, the top 25. Outside the top 25, Ecuador's Francisco Altamira in 26th, followed by Yung Chung Choi from South Korea. Kaspar Toroboyski dropped to 28th after battling right in the front of the field. Then Katrina Thung. Well, Katrina, she'd be very, very nervous in the paddock. Your first race, you've come home inside the top 30. Well done, young lady. Daniel Hausworth, Ben Hernandez, Maxim Shurko, Rayan Manavner, Armand Hamilton, Ziming Wang, and Bern Copino from the Philippines round out the finishers. That is the first round of Junior Rotax. It's a big thank you to Team USA's Justin White for joining me on those. And before we come back to the commentary box, I believe we're going to have a quick few words with Jen Wade in our studio.
Thank you, Henry. Yes, of course, Gus, some exciting racing, but we see really talented drivers and experience coming out now in juniors.
Yeah, you see guys are really quick, so they're able to turn it on for a lap, do a good quality lap, and then start in front of in the front of the field. But then heat racing is something completely different. So you see, like we discussed, you have nations like the UK, like France, like the Netherlands, for example, where we have big grids. You always need to fight for your position on track, and there's maybe some other nations in which the grids aren't that big and which the fighting isn't that fierce. And that's, yeah, for some drivers a little bit difficult to have that going on this event, because yeah, you have 36 drivers on the grid, and when you're not prepared to, or where you've never been in a fight like they are now, then it's really difficult for them. And
but
sadly,
what great experience though. I mean, they must be learning so much. By the time they leave here, they'll go back and just be like front runners constantly, and able to step up to that next level as well when they, do travel internationally and race, in different events.
Yeah, I think for some of them, they're now on the weighing bridge like, what just actually happened to me? I started on the front row and I finished somewhere halfway down the grid.
Because they were smart in qualifying, or they were luckier.
Yeah.
And now they're at least they're at the right end. They're not having to sort of fight their way through, but they're there.
They're there, but there's now for these who are not that experienced in the bigger fields, the challenge of keeping at the front of that grid and not getting shuffled backwards in the intensity of the fighting. And that's really what you saw in these two junior heats, was like some guys really quick in qualifying, right up there. But then the more experienced or the more race-crafted guys in the field, like pushing and coming forward and improving their qualifying position throughout these heats.
That's always going to be the case at the Grand Finals, isn't it, though? Because we do have 60 nations, and not everybody has that size grid or that experience. For some people, this is the first time they've ever left their own country as well, and they're racing against the best drivers who've, well, when I say the best this year who've achieved the best results.
No, but it's like the drivers who are here are the best in the world. You see some of these guys running in different categories, like CIK championships. Callum Bradshaw, I think, not sure if he's in this heat or the one, I think I see him in this heat. He's a OK world champion, so he's better than that in like direct drive classes you're not going to get. So they're the best of the best drivers here and in the world. So
and what's really nice is when you see all of them on the same material like we have, how close it is, and not much experience on this circuit. So it's really bringing out the best racing.
Yeah, and I think with senior now starting, I think we're going to see similar things in these junior and senior categories with these experienced guys pushing forward with maybe their quality, because we have this senior qualification which was mad, let's say.
So the race should be also a little bit mad, and really interesting for all the spectators here to be watching what's going on through the field.
Yeah, and we have the pleasure of having 2 heats back to back now. So the A and B heats are up now, and then the C and D afterwards, and then we'll have some studio time after the heats to regroup.
I think so, and I think it's going to be really nice. Nice afternoon here, a little bit cool, not so windy now. So quite pleasant outside. We were actually saying it's a bit warmer.
Yeah, I wanted to say that the rain was staying away, but it's a difficult thing to say in the studio. So.
Okay, we won't talk about rain or weather.
We won't talk about weather.
I think we've got a very, very special guest all the way from F1, Henry Baudet. Who have you got with you?
Thank you very much. Well, I have indeed all the way from the Rotax Grand Finals to sports car racing via Formula 1 commentary. Ferdinand Habsburg. Ferdinand, great to have you in the commentary box. With me, we've got 2 senior Rotax qualifying heats that you're going to join me for now. But really, the grids across the front of the screens there, you back at home can pick your favourite. Welcome back to the Grand Finals. Welcome home, Ferdinand.
Thank you very much. I just arrived, so I'm very excited to be joining straight away into senior heats.
We gotta get our money's worth, haven't we? We've got to get straight into the thick of things. So here we go. It's senior heat race A versus B. This is the first senior race of the day. We got Ethan Faramond, Sean Butcher, Kai Hunter, Miska Kaskinen, Jan Stiek and Alejandro Samaniego at the front of the grid. It's a good start from the outside of row number 1. Sean Butcher gets the jump on Ethan Faramond, and Team UK's Sean Butcher leads down to turn number 3, or safely through just about. That's always a good side, down towards turn number 5. Lots of jostling back in the back, but it's Butcher who leads. It looks like it's Kai Hunter from second position, into second position, so a good start from both Team UK drivers. Ethan Faramond, not the most confident getaway in that white race suit, and there is Finland's Miska Kaskinen making a very, very committed move on Jan Stiek, and it didn't quite work out, but try and cast your mind back, Ferdinand, as we've got yellow flags waving. The first couple of corners, as a driver, you're through cleanly, you breathe a sigh of release, and now you get your head down.
Well, now he's going to be feeling the pressure. The first 3 pulled away a little bit clearly, so that's at least shows the podium will be not too far away. But it's only a short race, isn't it? 10 laps.
10 laps, it goes by in a heartbeat. Obviously, you're not used to racing in sports cars, where endurance racing, you've got a lot more time. But the 2 British drivers working together, Hunter and is that, well, no, it says Sean Butcher down in South Race. It looked like Ethan Faramond in the race lead. I'll have to check that, because it definitely looks like 2 Team UK race suits, but we'll have to double check. Maybe I'm completely wrong, but certainly a breakaway up at the front between the top 2. A lot of jostling back in the pack there. Yun Byum Hong has not come round at the start, so we've lost the South Korean driver, and there's Pietro Valtro Pons with the bright turquoise blue crash helmet. Always helps in these type of events where all the karts look the same. If the driver's got a distinctive coloured crash helmet, then that is a huge help. And it is Ethan Faramond still leading. Sean Butcher has actually dropped back to 7th, so I do apologise for that, ladies and gentlemen. I thought from the outside of the front row, Butcher had made the best start. Kai Hunter in 2nd place, Jan Stiek from Germany in 3rd. Then you have Fuji Kishi, Miska Kaskinen and Callum Bradshaw, 2020 world champion Callum Bradshaw, making his move on board with Ethan Ho. Is our camera card. Ethan Ho from Team USA, as Bradshaw puts in the first lap. Now, there's a Cacciolo from Portugal going through. This is the type of action we're guaranteed all the way through. Very, very close all the way through, Ferdinand.
Well, they're taking it actually pretty safe. We saw not too many accidents. Fortunately, they're being clever about it. It's just the heat. The final is where the points matters, where the podium matters. So the top 3 just doing an excellent job, not taking any risk with each other, which is great to see. Very mature drive from them, clearly. A bit more hustle and bustle around the back. I think it's from P4 all the way back to P20 approximately, where they are extremely close.
And that's where we've got a new race leader. Kai Hunter has passed the race lead. So Kai Hunter from the, and Ferdinand, I know that you've been very fortunate. Your racing career has the world. It's a class, of course, supported. But have you ever been to the People's Republic of the People's Republic of Tyne and Wear up in the north of England? Because the People's Republic of Tyne and Wear are about to be cheering and raising the roof as Kai Hunter takes the race lead. Faramond, Stiek, Kishi, Bradshaw up in the 5th position once again. Cream rising to the top early on.
Absolutely. I mean, it's fantastic to see. I'm totally on the edge of my seat, actually. I watched a couple of the Minimax races, and I saw a couple of special places where I haven't seen people overtake yet, around turn 7. Some good moves there.
You could guarantee one thing: go-kart races will always find extra places to overtake. It's been a while since your last Grand Finals. Try and remember, when was the last time you qualified for one of these races?
I think it was 2015.
Or was it here in 2015?
Maybe it was 14 then.
14 in Valencia, the wettest Grand Final of all.
It was good.
It was good, but you've done a lot of work for Rotax. You've stayed in there. Now, of course, your work with Austrian TV. Obviously your racing career is progressing, as we got a battle for the race lead. It's side by side, and that is Jan Stiek and Ethan Faramond. So almost like a Micromax race where a driver gets pushed out wide. And that was Kai Hunter. And a problem there. That's another British driver bouncing up over maybe Ethan Faramond. Was that Callum Bradshaw getting caught up? You've got to react so quickly, haven't you?
I spoke too soon, didn't I? They are taking it a bit rougher than I was expecting.
And the problem there, as we just see now, coming down the hill, that looks like Ethan Faramond and Callum Bradshaw coming up the inside there, having to try and break through. I mean, there was contact there, then somebody else spun. Oh, we've got 2 or 3 drivers off the side of the circuit. We will pick up that. It's Giuliano Raucci, Kenta Komagi and Mads Rees that have had a problem. Kai Hunter still leads from Stiak, and again, we just saw this. There was contact, and that's rear wheel to rear wheel, and the poor driver on the inside there. That's the Danish driver, Mads Rees. Very, very fortunate there as Faramond it was Faramond and Komagi, and that's just a rear wheel to rear wheel. That's always nasty when that happens.
I mean, clearly it was just a matter of a lack of consistency and flow, because they lost a bit of speed exiting turn 4, I think it was, and then was trying to regain where he was supposed to be back in the top 3, but was being overtaken, and he didn't quite want to let that one go, and one thing led to the next.
I was about to ask you, Ferdinand, looking at the racing a couple of laps ago, do you wish you were back out there? But then after watching that last thing, do you still wish you were back out there?
100%.
Yeah, of course. Ethan Ho now up behind Lebanon's Edwin Knesser, down through turn number 11, down the hill towards turn number 12. Take us on board as we follow Ethan Ho as a driver. What are we doing around this circuit?
He's trying to get a clean exit now into the last final couple of corners of the track. The long straight here is very iconic. It's a place where you really don't want to be losing any time on the exit of this last corner. Nice flow of straight, tuck into the slipstream and make sure that you might even get a little bump drop with the guy ahead of you, work a bit of teamwork together. But yeah, super cool to see a couple of nice onboards here. It seems to be gaining a little bit on the brakes there onto Kneisser. Team Lebanon extremely well represented here over the last couple of years, growing.
I remember, I think your last Grand Finals as a driver, I remember Lebanon maybe had 1 or 2 drivers and they weren't competing at the front. Now they very much are. That's the great progression and global nature of this event. So, lap 7 out of 10, a 3-kart breakaway. Kai Hunter in kart number 369 for Team UK, Jan Stiak for Team Germany, and Miska Kaskinen for Team Finland. They're your top 3. Then there's a gap back to Sean Butcher in 4th, Callum Bradshaw in 5th, and Lewis Gilbert in 6th. So that's England, and Scotland, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Then Fuja Kishi, Ethan Faramond in 8th, Aidan Fox for Team USA up into 9th place. Then Abkazava, Samaniego, Petrovic, Cacciolo, Pastrian, Christiansen, Knesser, Ho, Ali and Pons with Christos Chatsis.
There we go.
What happened there?
We're getting into more fighting at the front. They don't seem to want to let go of the lead of this race.
And it's helping. Look at Sean Butcher now closing in. When I looked away at the timing screen, the top 3 had a nice big lead. Now, as I come back, you notice that. Here we go.
Oh my goodness.
Kaskinen up the inside of Kai Hunter.
Oh no.
That was overcommitted. Miska Kaskinen, and he's managed to bury that kart in the tyre bars. Oh, there's already 2 drivers at the side of the circuit. That's Mad Rees. Let's have a look. Kaskinen. Kai Hunter is moving across
on the brakes.
Yes, and Kaskinen.
See that?
Yeah, no, and it was it wasn't Kaskinen. It was Stiak rather. Sorry, it was Stiak was diving at the inside. Kai Hunter was in the process, and it was just that little overlap. It looked like Kai Hunter managed to get away with it in terms of he lost time, but and a couple of places. Stiak, I'm trying to see, hasn't come round. Hunter down to 13th place now.
You don't want to see that in reality. It's okay to lose 1 position here or there, it's just a heat. But dropping 8, 9 possessions and maybe even getting a penalty for moving under the braking, it's just something you don't want to be doing at this point of the weekend.
And looking at look at that now. Sean Butcher, who was seemingly out of contention, now leads this race. There's Kaskinen in 2nd. It was Stiak that's gone out, or has come back in, but it's been delayed. Lewis Gilbert is there in 3rd position, and trying to see who that is in 4th place. That's Callum Bradshaw in 4th position. Yes, then it is the Team Germany driver. Maybe then that is Faramond. I think our timing screen has decided to stop playing ball. It says Stiak leads the race, but that's definitely a Team GB race suit at the front of the field. As we cross the line now.
Sean Butcher in the lead.
Yes, it is
there
Butcher.
We go.
Final lap. And side by side for 2nd, 3rd, you can see Bradshaw. Look out, that's Kaskinen looking over his shoulder. Bradshaw and Gilbert are next in line. Stiak is 5th, then Faramond, Abkazava, Kishi, Fox, Samaniego, Cacciolo, Petrovic, Hunter, and Pastrian.
I think we're going to see something here. On the P2 to P4 is too close for comfort, I think.
Well, Kaskinen, yeah. So what are the 2 British drivers going to do? Do we work together or do we battle? The answer is
battle.
No, we fight.
Absolutely,
yes.
No question about it. this point of the race, it's the final lap. You might as well try to send it. Everybody else has been doing it. I think if you were smart, like Sean Butcher, he just waited for everything to come to him, and now he's just cruising to the finish. Second and fourth, they seem not to be wanting to do any of that.
Extremely smart driver from Sean Butcher to recover from a poor start. In a 10-lap race, you make a mistake at the start. You've got to be very, very quick to sort of take it out of your head. As the checkered flag waves, Sean Butcher, the Anglo-Australian driver, takes the win. Miska Kaskinen for Finland in second. Bradshaw is third. Gilbert is fourth. Jan Stiak is fifth. Then it's Abkzava for Latvia in seventh. Then Faramond in eighth. Fuja Kishi in ninth. Then it's Cacciolo Samaniego. Paraguay, when you last raced, Paraguay had never had a driver in the Grand Finals, and now they've only got one, but Alejandro Samaniego qualified last year, he's qualified again this year, and he takes his top 10. He takes his country's first ever top 10 finish in a race. Whether he makes the final, wins, gets a podium, or what have you, that is crucial to not just the driver's confidence, but to the confidence of a nation as they try and build in this event, isn't it?
Well, just a representation of Rotax and all around the world, getting them to be more inclusive, and that's what Rotax is doing. That's why I love coming to these races. That's why I am so happily sort of an ambassador for Rotax around the world, because I really believe in what they're doing around the world, and promoting the ability for equal opportunity for everybody, boy or girl, no matter what country you're from, that you have a chance to come to the Grand Finals and win.
Yes, indeed, and we'll have the results up on our screens. What I think we might do, normally I would just read down the list of results. If you watch the drivers, this is again the iPad. Oh dear, there's Bradshaw, nose cone. Doesn't look too happy with that. Lewis Gilbert pointing it out. Oh, look at that. You've got a nose cone penalty, lad. That's my Scottish accent.
I can tell.
By the way, yes.
Let's try.
Yeah, I do my best. There is Jan Stiak. But we'll look at the results coming through. But instead of me reading down the results, we'll let the viewers do that. Let's talk a little bit about life now, racing in the Le Mans Endurance Series, and working as on Austrian TV as a race analyst.
Yeah. Well, what would you like to know?
Well, I'd like to know how you got the gig, and if there's room for a Welshman with a moustache. No, I'm joking. But first of all, your career behind the wheel, it's still going from strength to strength.
Appreciate it. I mean, it's obviously growing a lot, and starting off at the Grand Finals and with Rotax in general, graduating to cars, and then doing 2 seasons in DTM was a big step in my professional racing career. With the Class 1 cars. It was incredible. Then moving towards trying to go into Le Mans and endurance racing, and being able to win Le Mans and the World Endurance Championship in my first year was a very special thing. That was obviously an LMP2 category. Now that I've done that and won the World Endurance Championship, won the European Le Mans Series, anything you can do with an LMP2 car, the goal is now to get a multi-year contract with a hypercar, and that's in the pipelines for me, so I'm excited about that, and try to win Le Mans overall. That's what the dream is. I think class win is something special, but being able to win it overall, well, at least the opportunity to do that is what we're trying for.
Well, you've had a look at the results on screen. The bottom of your result sheet, sadly, Tommy Dragan from Romania, Juan Adira from Colombia, Daniel Kukuruzov from Ukraine, Giuliano Raucci from Brazil, Mads Rees from Denmark, Owen Mangion from Malta, and Yun Byum Hong from South Korea failed to finish. Every driver has to deal with disappointment, Ferdinand. Those drivers at the bottom, they've got to shake it off and come back for their second and third heats tomorrow, and really sort of fresh slate. You know, you've got a night to sleep on it, as the second group of drivers now set themselves down. And again, we talk about different nations. There's India on the front row of the grid, a nation in karting that is still building ever so slightly. Well, it's building step by step by step. They had a podium last year in DD2 with Carl Kumaran, who is here representing the UAE this time, but they just in their own right, India in senior. This is going to be a very nervous moment. Do you not agree, for India? I mean, there was a mix-up in qualifying. I don't know if you saw, but everyone sat and waited for 6 minutes, and they had one flying lap, and a lot of the drivers didn't get it in. He did. He just went out and got it. That's what has made him. So maybe second place or pole position for this race is a little bit unrepresentative of his outright pace, but he's given himself a chance. But now the nerves must be settling in, because when he arrived, his goal was top 50.
All you need is one chance, you know. All you ever need is one chance, and I hope that the pressure is not too high, because in the end it is just the heat, and you really need to finish consistently in the top 3, top 5, and you have a really good chance to be somewhere in the final, and that's when it matters. So right now it's like taking a breath, actually, and taking it easy. And if I could give him some advice, it would be, let's not take it too serious. It's just the heat. Let's calm it down. Let's take a breath and just see where it goes. We saw in the last race, you can have a crap start and still end up finishing the heat. You never know what happens. People go a bit nuts sometimes, which I understand. I've been there. I've made that mistake of taking a bit too much pressure on Hart. And yeah, but just taking it nice and easy, I think that's the way to go. He'll be in the top 5.
And I want to say that, you know, this as well, that Rohan's mechanic is a British driver, Reggie Dewey, one of the most talented drivers I've seen in a generation. His nickname is Mr. Excitement. He's always run as an independent. When the money runs out for him to race, he mechanics, and he teaches, and he finds himself starting, you know, a world level event, a heat race, but it's in qualifying from the front row. So you've got an underdog driver, an underdog mechanic working together, and it does just show that talent can, at this event, is allowed to shine, both behind the scenes and on the track.
Well, I think now we need to switch from football in Qatar and switch to this race, because we're going to see something special if Mr. Excitement is in charge.
Mr. Excitement is, well, he's in charge behind the scenes, and if Reggie has told his driver anything about his driving style, we're in for an absolute treat. There's Joep Breedveld, the Dutch driver. He's got a fan club. They're called the Joepsters. Kai Rillarts, one of the most successful drivers this year in Europe from Belgium, is going to be one to watch in this race as well. There is Spain's Guillermo Pinilla-Diaz. The Spanish race suits, they look very royal every single year. And there's Team Australia. Now, Team Australia, they've got Scott Howard as their entrant, and he has nicknamed himself Captain Kanga. And if you have a look in the driver's tent later, Ferdinand, you will see a multitude of blow-up kangaroos, some of them with tattoos painted on them.
Beautiful.
As always, the Australians having a nice understated grand finals. Not too loud, not too boisterous, just nice and quiet, like Australians always are.
Yeah, always, as you're saying, without any sarcasm in your tone. Zero sarcasm whatsoever.
Zero sarcasm at all.
Very serious.
Here we go then, out on the circuit. It's the second Senior Rotax qualifying heat, Group C and Group D. Pole position, India's Rohan Madesh and Hungary's Zsombor Kovacs, a podium finisher back in 2016 as a junior, alongside Joep Breedveld from the Netherlands and Michael Dauphin from France on row number 4. Kai Rillarts and Nolan Lemare on row number 5. They started side by side the International Trophy final, and one of them didn't make it to turn number 1. Guillermo Diaz is next alongside Luke Neeson. Then it's Australia's Harrison Hoey. Eduardo Barrichello, the son of Rubens Barrichello, is in 10th position. Patrick Donica and Francisco Grimaldi from Argentina. Behind them, Brandon Carr and Matteo Richter from Team UK and Czech Republic. Then Wilgot Elkvist from Sweden and Axel Goos from the Netherlands. Row number 9, Diego Cantu and Arnold Domingo from Mexico and Hungary. Aliska Babičková from the Czech Republic and Israel's Daniel Muaulem. Then it is Ji Cao from Chinese Taipei and the island of Taiwan. Gianluca Savalio, Leon Mandel and Kevin Foster. Rows 11 and 12. Row 13 is Theo Eriksson and Ryu Heng Ye from China. Terry O'Connor and Najashi Rashdan from Bahrain. On row number 14, David Lackner and Christian Vinsk. Then Akash Nandi from Malaysia, Theo Kakati. Watch for Theo on the outside of row number 16. Toby Spinks, Karabo Malmela, Khalid bin Shalash from Saudi Arabia, and Gustavo Correa. They round out your 36 kart grid. I'm assuming we're going to see more of the same, although will the drivers have looked at that and think, wow, there's a lot of drivers getting penalties there. I could maybe just be smart and gain positions without even being on track.
Well, I think before I speak on that, this is part of the race, I must applaud you on how you are able to express all of those names every single race. Nobody appreciates that enough, but here we go into the start. Nice opening space for the front row in second place. Everything seems to be nice and clean so far. Everybody's giving each other nice space, but it always changes as the track gets tighter into turn 2 and 3. But no accidents so far. Extremely good. Nice little snaky queue following up into the second overtaking place.
And what you said about the pressure not getting to Rohan Madesh. Rohan Madesh leads this race. India up the hill into turn number 7 and turn number 8. Breedveld, you saw the very tall Dutch driver at the inside. And I think that was Luke Nielsen or Joep Breedveld getting wrong. It was the number 322 car. Oh, it was Axel Goos, I think, that was in trouble there. But it is. Breedveld is in 2nd position, so a good start. The Joepsters will be going crazy out in the grandstand. But it is Madesh from Breedveld. Kovacs is 3rd for Hungary. Zsombor Kovacs, a driver who is doing a lot of driver coaching, helping to run a team now, steps back into the cart every once in a while, but it's Madesh under pressure, and now it's a case of, okay, Rohan, how do you cope with the pressure? Now, no one expects you, and there's the answer, is just Joep Breedveld up the inside. Madesh has now got to think he's getting absolutely freight trained, so Rohan has got to find his pace and just tuck in and go.
Absolutely, I mean, he left the door open a little bit too wide for comfort. I don't think that Joep and Zsombor were just going to hang around and wait. So now he's just got to find his pace again and try to get back into a groove. He's now in the train in the middle of it, and that's normally not a bad place to be. You can, if you're on a similar pace with everybody, you just follow through and wait, see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, he's now around drivers that he hasn't been around ever, and he's up the front. So his pace, even if your pace is a 10th or 2 off, which without being offended, Rohan's is a pace a 10th or 2 off generally, but if he could just sit there, be smart, stay in the tow, allow the drivers in front, and again, he's not allowing people to come past. That was Nolan Lamare trying to get through. Kai Rillarts has made a good start. We got Harrison Hoey defending for Team Australia, but yeah, this Madesh runs a little bit wide. He's got to just settle down now as Rohan. He's got the orange sleeves on that Team India race suit. Up at the front, Breedveld and Kovacs are 1-2. Zsombor Kovacs has taken the race lead from Joep Breedveld. Through turn 6 and 7. Now up there you can see the late afternoon cloud. All Madesh runs a little bit wide. He doesn't want to undo the good work. He's just got to settle down and realise that, look, a top 10 finish should still be like a victory for him. But just don't beat yourself. Done so well in qualifying, now don't let the occasion get to you. The other drivers will be trying to get him out of the way. As you know, that's the cruel nature of karting. You know, the other drivers are like, we don't know him, we want him gone.
Absolutely, but it's what makes this sport kind of special. You know, if you can't fight back or you can't bite back, you're going to get bitten.
You can see this mechanic Reggie who was just there, just saying, right, just go, just sit in line and just go. He had the hand signals out. Zsombor Kovacs, Kai Rillarts up in the 2nd place. Rillarts has been sublime this year in Europe. Hasn't always had the results that his pace has warranted, but it looks like he's got himself together. So it is Hungary, Belgium, Breedveld in 3rd. Then it's Michael Dauphin in 4th, Harrison Hoey in 5th, Lamare is 6th, Barrichello is 7th, Madesh 8th, Nielsen, Donica, Padilla Diaz, Carr, Babichkova, Cow, Kakati. Look at Theo Kakati up 17 places to 15th. He has got the UAE black, and this year it's sort of like almost like a luminous yellow race suit colour on it. Almost on the camera it looks a little bit like lime green, but it's luminous yellow. And Theo Kakati is on an absolute mission. But Kai Rillarts has now got Zsombor Kovacs just where he wants him. He hasn't got to worry about what's going on behind him because he's got a gap and he's pushing away.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a couple of people really climbing the grid just as we were hoping for them. Eduardo Barrichello doing an extremely good job up to 7th. And I must say, Eliska Babichkova, extremely impressive. But the 3 biggest jumpers are the 2 Theos and Rui Hengye. That's pretty bloody impressive. 18 places up and 10 places up.
Yeah, Theo Eriksson from Team Norway has gained 10 places. Rui Hengye from China has gained 10 places. I think that's the driver, yes, China. And Theo Kakati at 18 places to 14th. Rohan Madesh is still there in the top 10 in 8th position, and now if you have a look, there he is. He's got a gap in front of him, but he's got about 3 cars behind him. Luke Nielsen from the Netherlands, Patrick Donica from Poland, and Guillermo Diaz from Spain. Then there's a gap back to Babichkova. So we're halfway through this race, and Kai Rillarts runs a little bit wide coming out of that thing. Zsombor Kovacs, he's going to look comfortable, Ferdinand, but Rillarts is trying to work with him. And now
there we go. You spoke too soon again, mate.
I saw it. Curse the commentator.
No, yeah, he clearly just went for the move right there. He's got 4 laps ahead of him, so still a lot to play for here for Zombor. I'm sure he's keeping it cool, keeping it patient. He's quite experienced guy. He knows what he's doing.
Yes, indeed. But that one move has allowed Breedveld to close in. And of course, that's the risky run, isn't it? The minute you go side by side, you slow each other down, and you're giving the opposition behind a chance to close up.
Yeah, I mean, now I was about to say, look, the top 3 have got a gap. I think they're going to take it safe, but I'm not going to say that again because
you don't fall into my trap.
No, in the race before, I was clearly wrong. It all went haywire after a couple of more laps.
Yes, indeed. So in 4th position, you have Harrison Hui from Australia. Really strong performance from Harrison. Then it's Nolan Lamore in 4th. In fact, it's Lamore in 4th, Hui in 5th. Then another gap to 6th and 7th, which is Eduardo Barrichello and Michel Dauphin. Then Madesh in 8th, Nisa 9th, Donica 10th, Diaz, Babichkova, Kakati, Cow, Ye, Eriksson, Edqvist, Grimaldi, Richter, Carr, Savaglio, Mandel, Foster, Lackner, Vinsk, then Spinks, Carrera, O'Connor, Domingo, Nandi, Mwalem, Malamela, Ghost, Bin Shalesh, Cantu, and Najashi Rashdan. All 36 drivers still running. And the top 3, now that Rillards has made the move, we're on lap 7 out of 10. Rillards has made the move, but he can't pull away.
No, he's Zombor's keeping the pressure on. Job's also just right behind him, so really it's down to just not making any mistakes now. He's got a little bit of breathing room, but I think that there was certainly an element of the track where Zombor was catching him a lot. I think that was around turn 4 and 5. He was catching him extremely
going down the hill.
Exactly.
And then, yes.
Seemed to close up on him a lot, and now he's on his butt cheeks.
I mean, and this is the absolute crystal clear image of what slipstreaming does at this track. Rillards came out of the final corner 10 kart lengths in front of Zombor Kovacs. Like you said, very eloquently, I must make that one. By the end of the main straight, he was right on Rillards' butt cheeks.
Yes.
I'm gonna use that one. I will credit that to you next time I use it. But guaranteed that was a great one. But and now Rillards through the technical section, the turn 8, 9, and 10. Rillards extends the lead again. Really, really interesting how identical equipment, but yet the way the mechanics set the karts up. You've got Kovacs very fast in a straight line, Rillards very fast through the fiddly bits. You can't change gearing, and it's incredible the way that these mechanics can tweak the karts depending on, even though they've all got the same equipment. Now look at Kovacs still closing again. Rillards has had a good lap through turn number 1, and look at Kovacs eat that gap, but Rillards has got to defend.
Oh, let's see. Oh, Zombor lost another position down to 3rd. 2 laps to go. I mean, he's got one more chance after this. He better be in a good position. Maybe. The top 2 will start fighting, and that's where Zombor could gain again. But for the time being, it looks like he might be pulling back a little bit. He's under pressure from 4th now.
Yeah, and I mean, so you Breedveld up to 2nd place. Kovacs is really between a rock and a hard place there, because you've got Nolan Lamore from France breathing down your exhaust pipe. Harris and Hoey there from Team Australia as well. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th are so close you could flick a bogey over them.
That's a good one as well.
I'll give you that one. Good luck with trying to use that one in Formula 1. Up the hill, lap and a quarter to go. It looks as though Kai Rillards has finally managed to get that break, and it's because Joep Breedveld is focusing on defending, not attacking. Last lap board goes out. Rillards from Belgium leads. Breedveld 2nd, Kovacs in 3rd. Breedveld's turn to defend now. Can Zombor do something down this first half of the lap? But it looks like it's Kai Rillards' race to lose.
He's defending with all his heart, but I think that Zombor might just be able to catch him. He seems to be so strong on the brakes. He's losing a little bit on the exits at the same time, but if he can get the move done on the entry, that'll be enough.
Up the hill towards turn 6, towards turn 7. Now we break for the double apex left-handers at turn 8 and 9. Breedveld gets a good run out. Kovacs can't attack really because Lamare and Hoey are right there as well. But Kai Rillards, again, that check over the shoulder. People think, oh, why are drivers looking over their shoulder? It's just to give them a sense of their surroundings up the hill. Can Joep Breedveld hold on?
He's got to know if he's got a block from the next corner or not. Now it's not really any more opportunities left. The checkered flag comes out. We've got a winner. Extremely dominant at the end. Seemed to pull away absolutely no problem at all. Zombor Kovac took it quite cautiously at the end, which I think was a smart move in the end.
Yeah, didn't try and lunge at the inside. You know, third is better than second on track, and then a trip to the stewards.
Absolutely. No, it's a very smart move from him there. The 4th and 5th and 6th position were clearly adding the pressure onto that, but I think most impressive here was Kai Rillards taking the lead after about, I think, lap 6 or 7, and then just absolutely keeping everybody in check.
Yeah, really, really good race indeed from Belgium's Kai Rillards. So good in Europe this year. Hasn't always had the results to show for it. Now he at least gets one heat win in the bag. Joep Rietveld second, Zombo Kovacs is third, Dolan Lamare is fourth, Harrison Hui is fifth, Eduardo Barrichello in 6th position for Brazil, and in 7th, Rohan Madesh. Before you leave us for the day, Ferdinand, you know, a word about Rohan Madesh, a driver, we said, you know, to hold it together, and he absolutely did.
Just as I recommended to him on
yes,
the grid feed, he
was
must have heard what
listening.
I was saying.
Well, they can hear us, you know. More importantly, looking at those clouds now, we do have some rain. 2 races to go today, ladies and gentlemen, and the rain has returned. So as the senior drivers head back, but again, Ferdinand, we are on course for another spectacular week of racing in senior Rotax. You can see on the, well, the rain is at turn 16. Outside the commentary box, we're outside turn number 1, and I'm looking, the rain hasn't reached turn 1 yet, but it's about to.
We're getting Spa-Francorchamps vibes, I'm suspecting.
This is, yes, it is. It's like the Ardennes forest, but in Portugal.
There's the rainbow.
Ah.
At least we have something pretty to look at, no?
Somewhere over the rainbow. Wait, I'm not going to ask us to sing. No, that's banned. But yes, those clouds look very, very ominous indeed.
I would not exaggerate too much. It's looking okay. There is still some sunshine. I think the rain and it's even moving around. It might make the track a tiny bit more slippery in the final sector, but I would not jump to any conclusions too soon. Everybody's on slicks. I'm sure they're quite confident. As soon as they get up to temperature, even a little bit of wet, those mojos will handle it.
Of course they will. That's why we use them. Kai Rillards, Joep Rietveld, Zombo Kovacs, Nolan Lamore, and Harrison Hui, the top 5. Eduardo Barrichello, Rohan Madesh, Mikel Dauphin, Guillermo Diaz, and Theo Kakati, the top 10. Luke Neeson, Patrick Dodica, Eliska Babakova, and Ji Kao with Vilgot Edqvist, the top 15. In 16th position was China's Ryung Heng, then Theo Eriksson, Francisco Grimaldi, Brandon Carr, Matteo Richter, the top 20. Gianluca Savaglio, Leon Mandel, Kevin Foster, Toby Spinks, David Lackner, the top 25. There is the rest of the finishing order. Some of those drivers, Axel Goss has got a lot of work to do after a poor start. Ferdinand, thank you very much for joining us in the commentary box. We're going to hand back over to Jen Wade in the studio, but a lot of good race to come. Thank you, Ferdinand.
Thank you very much for having me, guys.
There we go. Thank you very much, Ferdinand Habsburg. If anyone recognises that voice, of course, if you're watching ORF Formula One coverage, catch Ferdinand. Otherwise, World Endurance Championship. But he's going to join us again in the next few days, Gus, so should be fun.
Very good, very good.
Yeah?
We had some exciting senior races just...
on the edge of the seat the whole time, but
it was
so good.
2 very different races, actually. So we saw the first heat, which was similar to juniors, which was like back and forth and everybody trying whatever to get in front. And the second one was more of like, you saw some teamwork there, guys working together, guys trying different setups with the carts. I was just speaking to one of the guys who was within the team from the guys who were there in front. So we're just speaking to them. They're trying some different things for later in the week. So you see tactics. They're playing out a little bit.
And of course they're watching very closely the session before. So they're watching that race, checking it out. And of course when they are working in a team, and here it's different. There's teams within the national teams, something completely different to what we used to.
Yeah, correctly. So they're just working together, trying a little bit. You saw Rillards and Breedveld then. These two were, of course, Belgium and Dutch, but they're within the same organization when they run the usual program. So yeah, they were trying some things together. Whereas you saw in the first senior heat, you saw the UK guys really working together and trying to get to the front with Sean Butcher and Callum Bradshaw.
But a little bit of chaos. I was going to say, you said they were two very different races. Some desperate moves, I think, in that first one. But now, of course, they're going to pay the price in some cases because they've lost the points.
Yeah, so we'll see for tomorrow for the other heats, but we'll get ready to do some DD2 action as we had some droplets falling in the last lap of that senior final. So we'll see if it pushes through.
Yeah, I just came in. I'm like, oh no, not again, because it's always right before the session goes out. So we'll see if these guys can get through and girls can get through the race without any major, chaos that they have to come in and quickly do the change to wet tyres. But here we go, pole sitter. Glenn Van Paris on pole position, so hand it over to Henry.
Thank you very much, Gust. Thank you very much, Jen. I'm joined now in the commentary box by Team South Africa's Eugene Brits, and Eugene's already been out in Masters action, and Eugene will be joining us for the studio show as well at 5 o'clock local time. As you can see on the screens, the starting lineup, 36 drivers strong. But just to remind you, at 5 o'clock here on the live stream, the studio show will be joined by Eugene Brits, by Victoria Koleska from Poland, the E20 driver, Nick Izani from DD2 Masters from Malaysia. We'll be joined by several people behind the Rotax Asia Festival in Japan, as well as the Rotax Distributor of the Year and Andy Eisliner for the social media, along with all the news, gossip, films and updates from today here at the Rotax Grand Finals. First of all, DD2 Heats A and B, 36 drivers. You can see the drivers on the screen. It'll be Glenn Van Parijs, Mark Kimber, Zendarua, Petter Bazell, the top four. Rain in the air. This will be a 10-lap race. And Eugene, just very quickly before they come, let's just see. Will we get a good clean start the first time of asking? At the back of the field, Rubens Barrichello from Brazil. They will not take the start this time around. Slippery track conditions. Eugene, you've been out there in the dry. What is the track like? First of all, welcome to the commentary box, Eugene.
Thanks for having me. Thank you. Yeah, well, as I walked in, there was a little bit of spots of rain just outside our door here. So I think this is going to be quite tricky, but I think with the wind and the clouds moving away a bit, it should stay dry.
Yes, yeah. I mean, there's few spots of rain. One driver, Rubens Barrichello, there you can see at the back, he will be desperate for some rain because he's a magician. Because he's just so good in the wet. They're all starting on slick tyres, but a little bit of sprinkles of rain, the track gets slick. That's where the real talent comes through, and you can't really argue with 300 odd Grand Prix and 11 wins.
Of course, yes. No, it's quite tricky, this track. The way we've been looking at it, it takes a while to dry in certain spots. Other spots clear up quite quickly. So even the lightest little bit of a shower makes some of the corners, especially the big hairpin at the bottom of the circuit, makes it very tricky. So
and that stays wetter longer than any other track.
Exactly. It's very strange, but these guys know how to handle it. I see on the front row there, Kimber, he's the European champion, obviously, in DD2, so he's used to these conditions.
And so Glenn Van Parijs, though, tough customer as well. The yellow race suit of Team Belgium, Zendarua, Petter Bazell, former champion, Emil Akmens, Chris Hannon, Rasmus Friedel, Bradley Liebenberg, your countryman, Axel Sanyala, former winner, then Jason Leung, Francisco Palladino, Zabo, Bors, Quevedo, Camona, Marinovskis, Lochmelis, Crixon, Large, Wells, Jaeger, Bedard, Bethune, Glenn, Knowlton, Passadore, Markussen, Cherian, Ochoa, Ali, Young, Coutinho, Gamma, Chang, Binakli, Barrichello. 36 drivers, lights are out, we're off and racing here at Portimão, the first DD2 heat. Glenn Van Parijs takes a nice early lead through turn number 1. Now, is the track slick under brakes? Will we get those tyres warmed up? The leaders all through turn 3 and down the hill cleanly. In your Masters race, we saw a couple of incidents and accidents, but up the hill, out of turn 5 and 6, it's Van Parijs leading. It looks like Zendarua has made a very good start in that white race suit. Kimber is down to 4th position, and Emils Akmens in the red and white of Team Latvia up into 3rd place. But again, the drivers now breathing a sigh of relief, especially up at the front. All the hard work in qualifying, it hasn't come to nothing. They've made it through, and now they can get into a rhythm.
Yeah, exactly. And usually these first few laps, you just stick to the inside, just make sure that you get through cleanly. if there's a space available, obviously they'll go for it, but they just make sure that they get these few first laps done.
And yeah, so there's Mark Kimber moving up the inside, taking third place. Now normally you'd say in racing, you say defending on the opening lap or two is frowned upon, but time and time again, all my co-commentators have said the same thing. No, you have to defend at the start.
I think that's something my mechanic drilled into me is inside. But it just depends, because these are qualifying races for the final. You know, you don't want to give up 3 or 4 positions that might cost you in the end making the top 36 to go through to the final.
Well, there we go. Kimber's lost a couple of places. You can see Bazell, Petter Bazell in kart number 446, a former champion in Sarno 2019, picking up a place. There he is in the red, white and blue of the Czech Republic. But Van Parijs and De Rua have got a breakaway, and then Bazell third, Kimber down to fourth. The Dutch race suit of Chris Hannon is fifth. Then it's Akmens in sixth, Rasmus Friedel in seventh. Behind Rasmus Friedel, it's Sanyala Palladino and Bradley Liebenberg. Obviously, Bradley, a driver that you've known for many years, Eugene, has raced this event before. I think he's got some unfinished business with this event at this circuit.
Yes, he's very motivated, and so far so good. They lacking a little bit of pace here and there, but they're working at it, and you know, just good clean heats is all you need.
Yes, indeed. Now, there's the inside camera at turn number 4, watching these karts. In DD2, we're doing 130 kilometers an hour, something like that.
Yeah, I think we clocked. It depends also on the gearing that they use. If the guys use the longer gearing, I think a few of them used in qualifying, you can go over 130, 133. But yeah, mostly at 130 at that point.
Yellow flags waving at post number 2. I'm looking at Daniel Ali and Jonathan Markusson have not clocked up, so I'm thinking there may be an issue with the Canadian driver in kart number 436. In fact, it is the Team Canada driver, Daniel Ali, I believe, or is that Kane Charian who has not come out? Charian has slowed down as well as Markusson. So Kane Charian and Jonathan Markusson having a problem, and yellow flags waving now. This looks like it's a full course caution. So the first one of the day, full course caution. What will happen? Glenn Van Parijs will Glenn Van Parijs will act as a pace car. In fact, the lap still continue. Obviously at the front, it was the start of the lap. The problem was it's Van Parijs, De Rua, Bazell, Kimber, Hannon, Akmens. I'm looking down. Rubens Barrichello has gained 9 places, up into 27th position. Okay, as a driver, you psych yourself up at the start. The adrenaline's going. How do you cope with a mid-race sort of slow period as the... I think we're going to...
It's still going.
Red flags. Oh. Okay, so we've stopped the race, and I can see right down the side there's been a problem. I think it is Kane Charian and Daniel Ali who are the drivers involved. Jonathan Markusson has come around, so the 2 drivers involved in the incident, Kane Charian and Daniel Ali. So the race will stop, the drivers will come back to the start. Now, okay, you've been in many races, Eugene, where this happened. As a driver, what are you trying to do now to mentally reset?
Yeah, so now you just have to see, I mean, they haven't done 3/4 of the race or anything, so the race will restart with 6 laps to go, I assume. But you just keep calm in the situation. You know your pace is good. If you're in the top there, you know you have the pace to stay there. So they'll start now. I think they start single file again, and then you just take it again lap by lap.
Yes, now the rules in karting generally, ladies and gentlemen, is that if the race is less than 25% old, then you have a full gridded restart. If it's between 25 and 75%, then at the discretion of the race director, you can restart. You'll do single file, and we've stopped at the end of lap number 3, so we're on lap number 4. What would happen is we would do a rolling lap again in single file, and when you come across the line, that is when you would restart the race with 5 laps to go, have you? The race director may decide to stop the race completely. If the race has done more than 75% of race distance, then that can be declared a full result. Now, obviously, all we know in the commentary box is that Kane Charian and Daniel Ali have not come around, and that, yeah, that's all we know. We haven't seen it on TV or anything like that. The officials will now be checking the kart. You've got the iPad of doom going out.
For the front fairing.
Yes. Did you or any of your drivers in your race suffer the fate of the iPad of doom?
I saw on the app there was a front fairing bulletin that came out. So I think there was a few in our race that picked up a few, because there was a few incidents in our race as well, guys spinning off left and right. So
yes. I mean, we were following Troy Bretherton from Australia. Has got the camera card.
It was
and
behind
he was
me,
right
yeah.
behind you. So you know, I mean, how do I say this? Your backside got a lot of coverage on TV. How was your race? Tell us what it's like to be back in the Grand Finals, just for you as a driver, but for South Africa as a nation.
No, super fun. I'm so happy to be back here. It's luckily we have been to the circuit before, so it wasn't like a new location or anything like that, which was, you know, it's nice coming back because you don't have that many sessions to settle in.
Yep.
But it's really fun. I mean, this place is awesome. The event is great. We had a little bit of problem in qualifying yesterday with the rain, just got caught out slightly, and but now we made up, I think, 11 positions today in the start. So with the front fairing penalties, we might even get a top 10 finished here. So we'll see. So far, so good.
Okay, now the rest of my see our technical commissioners there: Ernie Salmon, Paul Klassen, Sue Potter on screen. They're checking the carts to make sure that nobody can touch the carts, that everything there. The drivers have been told to stand away from the carts. My co-commentators today, we've talked about the Rotax Winter Series. The Rotax Winter Trophy in Florida in January, which I think will be a great opportunity for drivers from nations, not just the United States, but from all over, any nation that you can't race in January and February, to go to the Rotax Winter Trophy. We've got the Dubai O Plate coming up at the end of January. That's at the Dubai Autodrome. We've talked about the new Rotax Asia Festival. We're going to talk a lot more about that in the studio show with Jen later on. I want to talk about the African Open. There's an event. So the African Open, tell us a little bit about it and why drivers, not just from the continent of Africa and South Africa in particular, but why should people consider doing that Rotax event?
Yeah, so the Rotax Africa Open is a standalone event in as part of our championship, where you can win a ticket to the Grand Finals, and it usually forms part of a national weekend. So you do, say, the Friday, Saturday will be the national race, and then the Sunday we'll have this once-off African Open event. So you have a good time to prepare. You don't have to come beforehand or test or anything like that. You have the national weekend to prepare for it. But it's usually in fantastic places. Like, I know you know the Circuit Dubi in KZN, in Durban.
KwaZulu-Natal.
Yes, correct.
The backdrop of the KwaZulu-Natal mountains. Okay.
The steepest circus
those
in the
of you that know me, there is no circuit in this world finer than Landau International Raceway in South Wales.
Yes, but you haven't been
global
to
home of world motorsport, birthplace of champions. However, I will concede that Idube Raceway in the KwaZulu-Natal mountain range may have a slightly more scenic backdrop than South Wales.
Yes, and you'll also leave walking a little bit skew, because it's like the steepest place in the world. You really walk at an angle.
Good for my quads, good for my quads, my glutes. Yeah,
but that circuit is really fun. I don't think there's another circuit close to it in the world. It's three massive elevation parts in the circuit. And then our new circuit in Benoni is also fantastic, where we had one African Open already. It's in Johannesburg. Very, very nice, very new circuit. Basically built on the CIK format, so we can try and host some international events there.
Well, there we go. That's just one of the many Rotax events around the world. That's again, and this is the thing with the Rotax family, the network of distributors. You're thinking, well, I'm from Spain, and how am I going to get my go-kart out to South Africa to race, or to Florida to race? And that is the beauty. There are teams as well where you can go through the distributor network. If you wanted, you could speak to the South African distributor, say, hi, I want to come to the South African Open, or the African Open rather, or the International Trophy, or the Asia Festival, or any of the other fantastic Rotax events around the world, and they will put you in touch and say, okay, well, these are the teams that are going to be there. Speak to them to hire equipment, engines, things like that. It's a lot easier than you thought to travel and to, make it possible to experience racing around the world.
Yes, no, it's probably one of the easier series to do that with, and you almost. I mean, we hear how many competitors are we here now?
394.
394 competitors.
I can't believe you didn't realise that as part of your research for this job, Eugene. I'm very disappointed.
394 competitors that we all travelled here without go-karts, and we're all racing, and you know, the qualifying's already so close, and you can just see that everything's pretty even out here.
Now, we're having a little look at the circuit. Now, I haven't been given word onto how we're going to restart. It does look as though we're going to go the order in which they were running at the end of the last fully completed lap.
Yeah, you usually go one lap
before
back.
the thing. Now, there's Rubens Barrichello going through. Nathan Glenn from Ireland, the Birrell race suit. We'll have a little look down at we'll get the running order complete. There's Roger Young from Chinese Taipei walking back to his kart. He's, again, one of the drivers, Chinese Taipei, a real growing force in karting. There's Mr. Pasadora from Uruguay, just waiting. And this is the beauty of it, that you have an ex-Formula 1 driver, but again, just racing there. And again, the same rules apply. There's no, you know, all in the awning together. You can't have a special ex-Formula 1 driver only awning. It's everyone together, racing for your nations. Looking down, we're obviously going to have, I think, 33 or 34 starters. But of course, you have the drivers like Talal bin Akli from Saudi Arabia. Here's a story. Talal's never driven outside Saudi Arabia. He's never driven in the rain. He's never driven a DD2. He didn't actually get his ticket for winning the championship in Saudi Arabia. He came second. However, the driver that came first decided, no, I'm a football fan. I want to see Lionel Messi play football. He gave up his ticket to Talal, or Talal then inherited the ticket by coming second, so that the driver could go and watch a football match yesterday with his hero, Lionel Messi. Little did he realise that that football match would be the greatest upset in the history of the World Cup, Saudi Arabia beating Argentina. So not only did he get to watch Messi, he got to watch Saudi Arabia win. There's a national holiday in Saudi Arabia today. Here's Ramiro Brito, just explaining to drivers, look, we've had an accident, please, let's calm down, let's use our brains, you're supposed to be the most experienced drivers here.
There's a lot of adrenaline probably flowing in those first few laps. The thing is, like, because it's only, you know, it's your first heat race of the weekend, you want to make sure that you get good points. You don't want to, if you come away here with like a 36 or a 35th place, you know your weekend's going to be just
we'll take a few minutes.
You're then going to need something special to even make the final. I'm just going to see, let's hear what is being said if we can. Nobody's going to send the drivers away. And you know what, probably that might have been a good thing that we could listen to that, because you know, obviously there's been an accident. We will tell you, I will keep you up to date as what is happening. I know Gus Specken is our man on the ground to tell us that, and maybe when they're in place we can get some sort of information on what is going on. There's Roger Young just speaking, exactly asking questions. Hang on a second, we'll just let the drivers go back to their karts. We'll pick you up very shortly. Well, thanks to our man on the ground, Gus Specken, who's going to be our roving reporter. He's going to be in the studio, in the commentary box, out on the grid. So Daniel Ali is the driver that's in problem. Obviously, he decided to get out of his go-kart while his go-kart was still travelling. He's in the ambulance. He's hurt his arm, conscious, obviously in a bit of pain. He's in the ambulance now. We're going to have a full restart, a single file restart, like you said, Eugene. 5 laps to go, so we will get this race underway. The time schedule has been pushed back a bit. This is the penultimate race of the day, but again, for Daniel, and his brother Adam is racing, so the Ali family and friends back home. Yeah, Daniel has hurt his arm. He's conscious. He's in the ambulance. They'll talk him, but again, that's what happens. And of all the 394 drivers here, I'm sure you race week in, week out over the course of years. Accidents happen, and you know, everybody gets out of their kart while the kart's still moving at some point, don't they?
Yes, of course, and especially when it's vertical. But I had when we were here in 2015, I had a big crash there in that same corner. It's just a very fast corner, so anything that happens there, you touch wheels, everything's a little bit exaggerated, and you know, it looks a little bit more spectacular than what it usually is.
Now, South Africa are the medals table leader in the Grand Finals. So since 2000, South Africa, you've amassed 14 wins, 5 second place finishes and 4 third. Of course, the greatest in terms of wins, Cristiano Morgado has got, I think, 5 or 6 wins. You've got Wesley Orr has won multiple times. There is the ambulance, so the medical team here at Portimão with Mr. Ali in it. We'll get an update on him. But thank you to Husbecken, our man on the ground, to tell us that. But the event has changed so much. What was the first time you qualified for this event?
2011 when we went to LA.
2011. Yeah. We'll talk about a little bit, and we'll save it for the studio show. But the answer is going to be the changes, the grand finals. However, South Africa missed out completely last year.
Yes.
Travel restrictions. Getting a ticket this year or coming here now, I've seen that you've got the white rhinos and the blow up rhinos.
Yes.
Talk about using this event as you have a platform to show off your nation, but also what's going on in your nation.
Yeah, I mean, this year we came here with a lot of camaraderie and everybody's working together quite nicely. We have our media people around here that's also helping out quite a bit. So that everything's going well this weekend. We had some good team spirit. We were sad that there wasn't a team. Well, there is a team contest. But you've got to submit your photograph. You've got to make a film and submit it. We had a whole dance routine planned and everything.
Well, you can do it on. You can still do it. It's got to be on video. If you get your media guys to speak to Andy Eisleitner in the media room, then she will tell you how to submit your team contest photographs. But yes, slightly different. Always evolves. Engines are being refired, and we are back up the way for what will be the second half of this race. Glenn van Parijs, Zen de Rooij, Peter Bazell, Mark Kimber, Chris Hannon, Emil Akmans, Rasmus Friedel, Axel Signala, Francesco Palladino, Jason Leung, the top 10. Patrick Blockmelis, Hugo Quixon, Bradley Lieberberg, Brian Quevedo, Matis Malinowskis, Daniel Carmona, Joseph Ilse. Then Bertolt Bors, Olivier Bedard, Joshua Bethune, Louis Large, Nathan Glenn, Max Jaeger, Nicolas Sabo, Jose Pasadore, Hung Yung Chang, Rubens Barrichello, Mick Knowlton, Gonzalo Coutinho, Alejandro Herrera Gama, Roger Young, Manuel Ochoa, Talal Binakli, Jonathan Markison, green flag waves. Glenn van Parijs has brought them round at a fair old lick. We are off and running, but Zen de Rooij already on the attack, Eugene.
Yes, so I think what Zen will try and do here is just stick with Glenn and just push them a little bit away from the chasing pack. He's a very experienced driver, so let's see what he does here. He's looking racy though, so he's trying to find a gap there on the inside.
Now, those of you might remember that last year Glenn van Parijs and Zen de Rooij may have had a lively discussion in one of their races over a position, and already you can see Glenn van Parijs having to defend. Bazell, Kimber and Hannon are still there. You cannot write off Mark Kimber, neither Chris Hannon, and there's the move from Zen de Rooij.
I was looking at Kimber's times during the practices, and he looked to be one of the quicker DD2 guys. He was also doing it on his own. So this slipstream here is massive when you come down this back straight.
Even in DD2. There's Bazell making a move on Van Parijs as well. So now we'll have a look. So as they come into the slipstream action, de Rooij defending a little bit. What can Bazell do? He's a little bit far back, but he's going to get pushed along by Van Parijs, Kimber and Hannon, is he not?
Yes.
Oh, Van Parijs around the outside. Great move.
Beautiful, and that was just the slipstream effect there. Just he got the slingshot and kept around the outside. And now he'll go down. He'll chase down Zen. Yeah, maybe his tires were a little bit cold after that restart. And now that they're back up to temp, he'll get going.
Yeah, because that's one of the few things you can adjust the tire pressures. To bring the tire pressures up or back. That's one thing that you can adjust as a mechanic, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Two schools of thought. Either you start hard to get early race pace, or you start soft to have late race pace.
Well, Zen de Rooij comes down towards turn number 12, lap number 5 out of 10. Up the hill to Belgium in second, third, Czech Republic, fourth, UK, fifth, Holland, sixth, Latvia, seventh, Sweden, eighth, Finland, ninth, Italy, 10th, Canada. Look down. In the top 10 in this race alone, we have Zen de Rooij has been on the podium. Peter Bazell has won. Mark Kimber has won 2. Chris Hannon has won. And Axel Signala has won. Jason Leung has been on the podium. And we've had a change. I think it is Bazell and the timing screen on one side is decided to not adjust itself. Let's have a little look there. While Eugene, anything happens, please tell the world.
Shot. I think Peter Bazell went off the inside there, led. and then stuck around the outside. Now Kimber's gone back up in the inside of Bazell.
Okay, so we still have De Roo, Van Parijs, Kimber, Bazell. Yeah, you can see the changes there. So Kimber's at the 3rd, Bazell 4th, Hannon is 5th. For those of you watching on the screen, the green number is the position they're currently in. The order in which you see the names is the order they started this lap in. So you can see that the Bazell has passed Kimber on this lap. And now Peter Bazell closing in, Kimber in 3rd is closing in on Van Parijs. Bazell down to 4th, then it is Hannon, Akmens, Rasmus Friedel had a quiet race. Sometimes you see that is just your drivers biding their time, saving tyres maybe, and waiting for others to make the mistakes.
Exactly. This track tends to, you get a lot of oversteer as the race goes on, so your rear tyre starts going off. So maybe guys that take it a little bit easier in the beginning will have a little bit more pace now when the others start sliding around.
Yeah, well, Sven de Roo is getting his head down and is trying to pull away. And again, it's hard sometimes as a driver. Oh, there's a move there for Kimber up into P2, down at the expense of Glenn Van Parijs. Again, sometimes it's very hard, isn't it? Your adrenaline is up, then there's a red flag and you stop, and you've got to get it back in, you've got to get your focus down. As Akmens up the inside there of Bazell, and that was almost nasty. He had to back out of it. Van Parijs and Bazell, but yeah, Sven de Roo is absolutely switched on.
I think there's a lot of guys that are running different gearing here, because there's some places where some of the guys are quicker and they're able to get up the inside, and then they get down back to the straight and you just get past. But this morning when I was watching Zen, he was doing the qualifying all on his own and he had serious pace, so he's used to running here alone up in the front.
He decided not to try and like slipstream and just go into his own thing, and sometimes that can work, you know, it can work for you and work against you. Now Bradley Liebenberg will keep updated. So Bradley has, where's Bradley? He's dropped back a little bit. You can see they're down to 11th position. It's hard, even though Bradley's very cool. There's a move up the inside. That I think was the blue and white race suit against possibly of Brian Quevedo. Have a little look. That's further back in the pack, or is that? Get a number check on that next time around. But I was saying about Bradley Liebenberg. Even though he's a very successful driver now in saloon cars, if you're not racing karts all the time, you can lose. It takes a little while to get that sharpness back. As I say that, he makes a move up the inside there at the expense of Hugo Quaston from...
Gets pushed wide a little bit, but he stays flat out on the inside.
That was against Jason Leung of Team Canada. As Axel Sanyala battling away with Palladino. But yeah, it does take a little while to get yourself back into the rhythm of it, isn't it? Testing is one thing, but the racing, the intenseness of the racing is another thing altogether.
Exactly. You have 36 guys here all trying to get in front of you and stay in front of you, and you know, things happen a lot quicker in a kart than in the saloon kart. But Bradley's got the skills and the experience here to make it work.
Indeed he does. So, out of turn 16, across the line, Mark Kimber closing in, and Van Parijs in 3rd. Lost a few little graphics on our screen, so please bear with us. But it is De Roo from Kimber, then a gap back to Glenn Van Parijs, Akmens, Bazell, Hannon, Friedel, Sanyala, Lokmelis, and Palladino. Then it's Liebenberg, Leung, Malinovskis, Quevedo, Carmona, Els, Mattoon, Glenn, Large, and Bedard. It is the last lap, and can Mark Kimber close in? Bazell having to defend. It does look as though Sven de Roo's done enough, Eugene.
Yes, I think so. I think he, at this point, he knows there's not many places left that he can get overtaken. So he's probably just, you know, relaxed to see it to the end of the line here. But Kimber showed good late race pace here, so nothing to worry about for him.
You cannot count Mark Kimber out ever. Sven de Roo, though, out to turn 16. Checkered flag waves, and Sven de Roo for Slovenia takes the race victory. The rest of the field streaming across the line. I'm looking back to see where the very distinctive, there goes Rubens Barrichello across the line. It looks like he has been
just outside the top 20, it looks like.
Just outside the top 20, but again, still trying to pick up pace as possible. My timing screen, unfortunately, has decided to freeze, and I'm pressing the magic restart button on my on the laptop here, but we'll come back to live timing later. But there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Unmistakably, Zen Darua is your race winner by the powers of Bond technology. Ah, this is why. This is why.
Connected up, yeah.
So you come on the slowing down up. Oh, Chris Becker to the rescue again. Thank you. Gemran Paris, Zen Darua, Peter Bazell third, Mark Kimber in fourth, Chris Hannon in fifth. Ackmens, Friedel, looking down the order, we'll get the full result between Liebenberg and Joseph Ilse, 13th and 17th, and, well, Rubens Barrichello, 27th. Just goes to show how intense this field is. I don't think that Hung Jui Chang from the island of Taiwan and Chinese Taipei came to this event thinking, do you know what? In my very first race, I am going to just narrowly beat ex-Formula 1 driver Rubens Barrichello across the line.
Yeah, it's amazing. I always love it when the Formula 1 guys come back and do a little bit of Rotax or karting events, because I was looking forward to, and obviously Antonio Pinzonio was supposed to race with us in the Masters, and I was looking forward to have that as
I know, he did have, Antonio Pinzonio did qualify, but then had to race someone else with his son.
Yes.
I think his son's career is taking off, and he was racing the Supernats in Las Vegas, so Antonio drove as well, and had to give up his ticket last minute. But Peter Guitai, the Hungarian driver,
last minute call up.
His English is very limited. He's walking around going, Pizzonia, Antonio Pizzonia. And again, very delighted to be here, but and that's unfortunate. But we still have, and of course, there is the small matter, the fact that a certain Kimi Raikkonen's son may have done some Rotax karting.
Oh, really?
Well, the word is out that
the Iceman is coming.
Come on, Kimi. You know you want to. Juan Montoya,
that would be fantastic.
Juan Montoya has always said he would get back in a kart if he could fit.
Yeah.
Sorry, Juan. But yes, the Iceman hopefully will cometh soon. There is a look at the...
this is always a stressful part, especially after a red flag, because you fueled up the kart for a certain amount of laps, and you know you try and run it as close as possible. So if there's a red flag and you do 1 or 2 extra laps, you know, could lead to some people being underweight.
Yes. Well, here's a full rundown of the provisional finishing order. From Slovenia, Zen Darua takes race number 1 in DD2. Mark Kimber from Team UK finishes second. Glenn van Parijs, the pole man from Belgium, is third. Emils Ackmens from Latvia in fourth. Peter Bazell from the Czech Republic in fifth. Chris Hannon is sixth. Axel Sanyala seventh. Rasmus Friedel eighth. Patrick Lockmelis ninth. And Brady Lieberberg 10th, so that is Sweden, Latvia and South Africa, the top 10. Jason Leung from Canada in 11th, and we hope that Daniel Ali, who I can just see is leaving the circuit now in the back of one of the ambulances. I've seen his dad at the back of the ambulance as well, so I mean obviously he's conscious but in a degree of pain. He'll get his arm checked out in the hospital later on. Outside the top 20, Louis Large from the People's Republic of Thailand and Weir finishes 19th. Olivier Bedard is 20th. Max Jaeger is 21st. Then Jose Pedro Pasadore from Uruguay. Hung Yung Chang, Mick Knowlton, Gonzalo Coutinho, Rubens Barrichello in 26th. Then Alejandro Herrera Gama, Roger Young 28th. Manuel Ochoa from Peru 29th. Jonathan Markuson 30th. And now at the back we have Hugo Quicksan, Bertol Bors, Talal Binakle gets the finish. Well, it's one of those things. He's only a second off the next driver, is Talal Binakle. Can you imagine coming to that event? Now, let's listen to Ramiro Brito for a minute to see what his briefing for the next group of DD2 drivers are for the last race of the day.
Corridors that are painted on the ground, you must be inside of the corridors when I turn off the red lights. And third, the start is when I turn off the red lights, is not when you get the straight. So please, constantly reduce speed since post 10 on, and just go full throttle when I turn off the red light. Who is the pole position? The first? Nobody does. Okay, sorry, I'm kidding. Okay, constant and reduce speed. Okay, he's the guy who dictates the speed of the start, the velocity. Okay, constant and reduce speed from post 10 on. Okay, questions, doubts, guys? Enjoy, good luck, have fun. Have a good time.
Well, there you go, Eugene. And you know, Ramiro Brito giving his words there. Take us through, what was he explaining to you on the grid? You've had that briefing just a few hours ago.
Yeah, so he mainly goes through start procedure where you can, or where he wants you to start forming up and keeping constant speed. With us, he just mentioned a little bit, like, especially in the DD2, you want to clear the spark plug, so you put the cart in neutral and you give it some petrol, and you know, it revs through. But in doing that, you slow yourself down. So he just wanted us to not do that too often and too much to cause gaps in the start line. And the main thing is just to give everybody, you know, an even starting position. So form up, stay as close as possible to the people in front of you, and don't leave gaps.
Now, one thing I have noticed, ladies and gentlemen, is our 2018 DD2 champion, Paolo Besonsone, qualified very well in kart number 441, and yet on the screen appears last. So there was obviously a technical issue for Besonsone after qualifying. I was joking with him because he won in Brazil from, I believe, 11th or 12th on the grid. He then won the international trophy from about 16th on the grid. So we were joking, he's saying, I'm going to make it fun for you again this year. Jokingly, well, Paolo, yes you are. You're going to have to start all your races from the very back of the grid to try and make it 2 DD2 wins. And against this field, Eugene, obviously every class is full of talent, but the DD2 class this year is mind-boggling.
Yeah, it's very, very close, very competitive.
And you're glad that you finally got lowered the age limit for Masters.
It took me 32 years to get out of that class, so yeah, now it's a good class to be in the Masters category. But you know, with these two groups and being 72 drivers, when you finish 14th, you're like, oh, maybe top 20, but you have to multiply that by 2. You know,
yes,
you're like,
yes.
Oh, no, I'm 28th. So
exactly,
it's a lot of fighting to do from the back of the grid. But I mean, he's shown before that he can do it, so let's see.
Well, let's see the starting lineup for the last race of the day here at Portimão. David Maslakiewicz, or Johnny Bravo to his friends from Poland, starts on pole position. Jakub Bazel from the Czech Republic on the outside of row number 1. Nicola Pico from France and Philip Moitzi from Austria on row number 2. Ragnar Virus and Rasmus Vendelbo from Estonia and Denmark are on row 3. Danish driver Christoph Saxe and Antoine Barbarou from France on row 4. Row 5. Juan Rodriguez from Colombia and Sebastian Boyd from South Africa. Ruben Kverkilt and Jackson Rooney go from row number 6. Great mullet for Jackson Rooney. Yannick Jacobs and Carl Kumar are on row 7. Imke Arts and Victor Frost Bay on row 8. Row number 9 will see the karts of Nikola Tosic and Matthew Taskinen. Then row 10, David Cardenas and Kaspar Sebiadowski. Row number 11, Fabian Bock and Philippe Waka. Row 12, Tomas Javorek and Gustavo Suarez. We look back to row number 13, it's Christos Oikonomou and Lucas Perno, then Clay Osborne and Jordi Vesterlaken. Nico Bareza and Andre De Castro round out your top 30 ahead of the Portuguese man of war, Guillaume Lemos and Gregorio Petoccio. Suleiman Alkandari, David Sakandi, Paolo Besonsone and Nikita Ilyanov round out your 36 strong field. Watch for the driver of kart 441, Paolo Besonsone, at the back of the field. 36 karts, lights are out, we're off and racing. It's a good start from David Maslakiewicz. Team Poland lead through turn 1 and down towards turn 3, but Jakub Bazel trying to get up the inside, but Maslakiewicz hangs on. And at the back of the field, we look on the screen to see if the yellow flag, oh, you can see yellow flags waving. Somebody has gone off at turn number 3. We'll try and get possibly Semiantovsky, Javorek and Bertoccio involved. You can see 2 or 3 karts off at the end of the main straight. And there is Carl Kumar and the Indian Express going around the outside, racing for the UAE this year. But up at the front, David Maslakiewicz, Eugene, is making a good start, but he's got a lot of pressure. Nicola Pico, for example, is a very aggressive driver as well.
Yeah, exactly. You have some inexperience mixed with experience, and there I see our South African Sebastian just getting past there on the inside. But so far so good, you know, good clean starts. Actually, all the races have had some nice, good clean starts here, which is good to see.
As you say that, though, our camera car facing a driver going backwards. Now, our camera cart belongs to Paolo Besonsone. So from the back of the grid, Besonsne now coming up onto the number 432 car. There's battles in front, and the number 432 is Jordi Vesterleken at the end of lap number 1. Besonsne is already up to 25th position, make that 24th. This is, talk us through how a master gets through the traffic.
Well, this is, so you'll see now that this place you can't really overtake, but maybe you'll send one up here. He's trying, no, you can't do it there. So now you just have to stick behind through this section here, and then there's another opportunity down here at the bottom of the hill into this hairpin. Let's see if he's brave enough on the brakes here, going for this one. No, the guy in front of him went, opens the gap, tries to swing up the inside. Cut back maybe. Yes, he's got it.
But
the
now
New
he's on the
Zealander stayed that
outside.
side.
Yeah.
Yes, he did. Loses out, and now you'll lose all the way down this straight here because you couldn't carry the momentum. So let's see if he closes up here on the slipstream into turn 1.
This is the great view of the slipstream effect. Osborne checking over his shoulder, so he knows that Osborne is going to try and get in, but Besonsne is there in 23rd position, Clay Osborne in 22nd. Up at the front, Nicolas Pico has taken the lead for Team France. The black crash helmet of David Mastiakiewicz is in 2nd place, and he's under pressure from Jakob Basel. Philippe Moitzi is 3rd, Virus is 4th, then it's Vendelbo, Barbaru, Rodriguez, Saxa, Rooney, Boyd, Kverkil, Kumaran, and Imke Arts with Victor Frost Bay in front. Now, you know me, Eugene, as we'll talk about. Oh, there's lots of action going on. There's a move back in the pack. I think that might have been Ruben Kverkil, maybe one of the Team Norway drivers, making a move. But Nicola Pico getting his head down. He's broken the toe ever so slightly, so Mastiakiewicz and Basel, they need to work together now.
Yeah, exactly, and you can see the guy in 2nd place, they're defending a little bit, so it's going to help Pico get away. Let's just see how much they closed up there. It's not too much, he's actually keeping the gap quite distant. Oh, there they made up quite a bit on the brakes there.
Is that gearing, do you think, maybe?
Yeah, that could definitely be gearing. Also a little bit, that bottom hairpin, you can actually roll a lot of speed to catch the guy in front of you, which is quite cool. It's a very, very cool corner. Because even though the guy's a few meters in front of you, if you roll 1k an hour faster than him, you make up all the ground. But Pico might be on a different gearing here because you can see he pulled away quite a bit now here in the tight section.
Down towards turn number 12 on lap number 4. Fabian Bock has continued after being involved in an incident early on, but we've lost Kacper Semiantowski and Gregorio Protoccio. You can see the outside of turn number 2, there's a driver in an Italian race suit with his arms folded. That's Bas Lamas' driver, so Bas will have to use all his years of experience to get Protoccio back up into contention in this one. Here we go, Besonsne still stuck behind Devin Sagadi. This is 20th and 21st. Can Besonsne make a move up the inside? Not quite. Of course, the problem is how aggressive. You've got to be aggressive at game places. The more aggressive you are, UG, the more you use your tyres.
Exactly. You have to save these tyres. I mean, we used this one set from qualifying all the way through to the final. But that corner there is, even though you get a good run, it's very difficult to go past there because the braking is so flowing. It's such a flowing corner. That was a nice move. The door opened up when the guy in front of him went past, and he slid through.
Yeah, I think that might have been Christos Oikonomou, the Greek driver, kind of getting shoveled out of the way by somebody, an unnamed assailant at turns 8 and 9 there. And now Besonsne doesn't want to make the same mistake that we saw on board a couple of laps.
Wait
so
for
he's
the
going to just
straight.
sit. Yeah, wait for the straight. Oh no, say that. That's oh dear. But now he's lost out momentum again.
Exactly. So now he's stuck in that similar position where he's fallen back slightly. The slipstream will help him stay there, but if he waited there through that last part, he could have made the pass at the end of the straight here. The front group is bunched up quite a bit now.
Yeah, so up at the front, lap number 6 is underway. It's Pico, Mastiakiewicz, Basel, Moitzi, Virus, Barbaru, Juan, Jose Diaz Rodriguez, Vendelbo, Rooney, Kverkil, Saxa, Boyd, Imke Arts. This is really the biggest group we've seen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, 7 or 8. This is like a Micromax race. Same chassis, the Barrel ART chassis, just a little bit more powerful.
Yes, and the 2 gears, obviously.
And the 2 gears. And the combined age of the drivers, well, the combined IQ of the drivers, but the combined age of the drivers. But it's Pico is, you know, managing to keep Mastiakiewicz at bay for the time being, but Johnny Bravo is going to get a great run down this straight.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how much he does close up here, because that will show us how if there's a different gearing, and he definitely does close up. You can see him there right on the bumper now.
So as a DD, that's the part slipstream, part gearing?
Yes, definitely. Yeah, definitely the slipstream helps if they're on the same gear, but you wouldn't close that much if you're not on the different gearing.
Now that Masterkiewicz has got the problem because Jakob Bazell is right behind him, and you can see Jakob Bazell running wide to try the undercut on Bazell, rather running wide, going down towards turn 5 to try the undercut. You're in a real sort of tough situation now. If you attack and sort of swing wide to try the crossover, you're going to be toast, because it's not just going to be Jakob Bazell that sticks his nose at the inside, it's going to be Moazzi, Vieros, Barbaru, Rodriguez.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why you see a lot of these single file sort of going into the corners, because you can't open up, you can't, you have to be really, really brave around the outside on the brakes, but usually everybody just follows the guy in front going single file.
Now we have the start of lap number 8 through turn number 1. This is where Pico is vulnerable.
Yes.
Will Masterkiewicz be able to make a move? Not quite.
So the thing is that what Pico's doing well here is he's managing to build the gap through the infield section, so that when it comes to the straight, it's not such a huge advantage. Basically, the gap that he's created is just closed up.
Here we go, yeah, so you can see the gearing is designed for better exit speed.
Exactly.
So you can see Pico now open that gap up. And here comes Bazell.
Makes the move.
Good move
that
there.
That was a late lunge to the inside there, but it worked. And the other thing is, if you notice that someone is on the longer gearing, geared for more top speed, you can make these moves because you know he's not going to be able to fight you back.
Yes.
The one thing that we noticed is that as the tires drop off during the race, the longer gearing might not be suitable. You might not be able to carry the corner speed just because you don't have that edge grip on the tires anymore.
I'm with you there. So again, there might be a case of, you know, Pico using the tyres have got the grip
exactly
to pull you out of the corner.
Exactly.
Use that gearing now.
Yeah.
Now, Essonsene up behind kart 450, which is Victor Frostbay, the Danish driver. Essonsene has gone all the way from 36th to 17th.
Up 19 places, that's impressive.
Is indeed, and he's got Sebastian Boyd in front of him in 80th. So Sebastian's dropped 4 places. Carl Kumaran, the Indian Express, runs in 13th. Imke Arts is 12th. And Imke, there's Imke, you can just see her with the, she's the first kart not in this lead group really. So Pico on the penultimate lap managed to keep Bazell, Masterkiewicz, Moazzi, Vieros, Barbaru at bay, but he has not got the pace to pull away. He's having to be very, very smart, isn't he?
Exactly, and then at this point in the weekend, you're just learning about the competitors, you know, seeing where they're strong, seeing what they are running and what you think you can do better than them. And I think Bazell will go back from this race pretty happy, knowing that, you know, where did he start? Third?
Jakob Bazell started second.
Okay, so he was on the outside, maybe dropped back a little bit, but he fought his way back up to second.
And that's critical there as we start the last lap. Jakob Bazell having to defend from David Masterkiewicz. That's given Pico the breathing room, and now Nicola Pico is into the part of the track where his kart is stronger. I have to say, I think that was Jakob Bazell's last chance, and Masterkiewicz sort of spoilt it for Bazell. Maybe if David had pushed Jakob a little bit more, then Pico would be under a little bit more pressure coming to the final half a lap. But 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 drivers all in a row. Pico, Bazell, Masterkiewicz, Moazzi, Barbaru, Rodriguez, Vieros, Vendelbo and Rooney. It bodes very well. Hasn't a lot of overtaking, but it's been very tactical. Like I said, cat and mouse, drivers feeling each other out.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, they don't want to do a risky move and throw away this position. This group looks very fast and very competitive, so that was a good race.
Yes. Checkered flag waves. And Nicolas Pico from France takes the win. Jakob Bazell, the younger of the 2 Bazell brothers, comes home in 2nd place. David Masterkiewicz is 3rd. Philippe Moazzi is 4th. Antoine Barbaru is 5th. Then it's Juan Rodriguez from Colombia in 6th. As you see, Juan's looking over his shoulder up 3 places. Ragnar Vieras, Jackson Rooney, Rasmus Vendelbo, and Norway's Ruben Kverkilt rounds out the top 10. A little bit further back, Christopher Saxa. Good move there from the likes of Lucas Perdo, up 13 places from 26th to 13th. And what a drive for Paolo Bessonsone, up 21 places to 15th. Now, any drive, anytime you gain 20 places in a race, Eugene, you're going to be happy with that. The problem that Paolo's got, is that the job is only 1/3 over.
Exactly.
He's got to do that twice more.
Yes, unfortunately, like, we're in the same position, so we start every race 24th. We made up some positions, but tomorrow we reset and start there again. So, yeah, it's a good race, and he'll be happy about that. But you have to do the same tomorrow without anything happening, taking him out or causing him to lose more positions. And also there might be some penalties coming in front of him.
And of course, you always worry that any race of that close competitive nature. There's Petr Mizell over the barrier to sort of congratulate his brother, Masljakevich, shaking hands there. Is he going to shake? No, he's not going to shake. He thought about looking at Pico and shaking his hand, but no, it's okay. The other thing is that now the iPad of doom. Anytime you gain 21 places in a race that close, there is always the worry, is there not?
Exactly, for front fairing. And it's this front fairing there's a lot of controversy around it, but it does, in some sense, it does create a little bit of cleaner racing.
Yes, I mean, we were here in 2015 without the front fairing.
Yes.
And let's just say the racing, turn number 3 was not a great place.
Exactly, it just gives a little bit of a sort of a consequence to your actions.
Exactly. There, the drivers go through, and we'll pick up on a couple of those. There's number 445 on your screen. That's Juan Rodriguez, the 19-year-old driver from Bogota, Colombia. And here is a full list of your provisional finishing order in the second and final DD2 race of the day. Nicolas Pico from France, Jakub Mizell from the Czech Republic, David Masljakevich from Poland, Philip Moitzi from Austria, Antoine Barbarou from France, Juan Rodriguez from Colombia, Ragnar Virus, Jackson Rooney, Rasmus Vendelbo, and Ruben Kverkilt. That's your top 10. Christopher Sachs, Kyle Kumaran, Lucas Perdo, Imke Arts, and Paolo Besonsone. Sebastian Boyd, 16th. He'll be disappointed with that, but again, it's a start.
Exactly, but they are down 6 places, so he'll improve from there.
He will. Of the rest of the orders, Clay Osborne, who's been a champion, the 19th. Matthew Taskinen, Devin Sagadi, Philip Luaka, Christos Oikonomou had a spin down in 23rd. Gustavo Suarez from Chile, 24th. And sub-drivers Jordi Vesterlaken, work to do for the Dutch driver. The Portuguese man of war, Guillaume Lemos, in 29th. Suleiman Al-Kandari, on a Kuwaiti licence, but representing the Bahrain International Circuit, David Cardenas. He'll be disappointed with 31st, so will Fabian Bock. And then the drivers at the back of the field that couldn't make it to the end, Gregorio Patoccio among them. Well, that concludes the racing. Eugene, thank you so much for joining me here in the commentary box. Good luck tomorrow. We'll hopefully see you back in the commentary box before the weekend. The week is over.
I'm always here. Well, I'm here till Saturday, so call me.
Exactly. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And as we look at the circuit there, but the on-track activity may have finished, but our coverage certainly hasn't. It's over to Jen Wade and Chris Beckett in the studio. Take it away, guys and girls.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, well, an exciting afternoon. Of course, everything's okay at this stage for anyone that was concerned about what happened in that little incident before when we had the slight delay. All good. So, Gust, what's your take on the DD2 class? I know you said you haven't driven, you're a shifter driver at this point in your life, but it's fast.
Yeah, it is.
Hard racing.
It shows that respect needs to be given, especially on this track, because you're going at a serious speed down into turn number 2 and 3. And yeah, when respect is not given at all times, then you see incidents like we saw sadly in the first heat. But as far as we know, there's no serious harm, so that's all good. Then again, we saw again some beautiful racing in the remainder of that heat and in the second heat. So yeah, it's shaping up to be a very exciting couple more days for racing throughout all classes.
Of course, there was also a little bit of bad luck and good luck in that race, but we see, as you said earlier, the drivers sort of rising to the top, who've had that experience obviously at this level.
Yeah, we said that in juniors, yeah.
Yes, yeah. And I think that's showing, but some of the guys that were at the top now have to do a little bit more work to get the points back, of course, for the pre-finals.
Yep.
What was I going to say to you? Something about the, yes, at this level, I would say this is probably one of the highest level of DD2 that we've had this year in many different championships. But now we start to see also a lot of the drivers that, like yourself, were in juniors or seniors. Mark Kimber, for example, last year's senior champion from Bahrain. He's there, he wants another title. He's at the front, he's pushing. But you see, they know they're getting each other's measure.
Yeah, so these guys are most experienced in the recent years. So you have, of course, the Masters, which are the oldest,
Seasoned.
let's say, the seasoned, yeah.
Yes.
Guys with the most experience, but like the very competitive racing experience is in the DD2, and it shows that, especially in the front, the racing has been very good, very measured in this starting stage of this week. And yeah, we've seen guys feeling each other out a little bit, seeing what's possible, what's not possible. We've seen it in seniors as well in some races. In other races it's been a bit more crazy, but yeah, I think the racing in DD2 and seniors, well, the first senior heat was a bit messy, but the second senior heat was more calculated. But we've seen some smart racing. We've seen, especially in the younger categories, we've seen some yeah, more exciting battles.
That's a good word. No, it has been exciting. And of course, everyone now has done one heat, one qualifying heat, all important points. Not every class has 2 grids, so some people will, or drivers will actually be guaranteed to be in the final, but they have 1 heat less in this case because they have automatically pre-final and final. So when we look at tomorrow, we've got 2 more heats coming up for those that do have 2 heats. And also this evening, don't go away, we've got our studio coming up very shortly with Henry and some special guests. And of course, we're going to meet some interesting people, as usual. Talk a little bit about social media, what's on the new website, all the videos coming up. Follow us, like and subscribe on YouTube, blah, blah, blah. Okay, you have to stay for the studio before you run off.
Of course.
And I know you're going to be there in the morning also for the Deb Sports warm-up session at 9 o'clock.
As does Henry.
As does Henry.
Yep.
And so does Eugene Brits and the camera guys here with us, all the Kart Data crew, and the Portuguese team. So just letting them know already.
Yeah.
We're going to see you back here really soon, and don't go away.
So we have the studio, I think, in
we do.
What's it about?
We're running just a
10
fraction
minutes?
late. We should have started now because of the delay.
So, but I think we will be starting in about 10 minutes time then.
Yes,
with the,
everyone's
with the studio.
banging on the door saying, let me in. So don't go away. A slightly shorter studio this evening, but it's been great. Lots of fantastic guests this afternoon. So
for sure. We'll see
have
you
more tomorrow.
in the studio.
Yes.
And then
we'll
tomorrow,
see you in the morning at the
more
warm-up
action.
session at 9 o'clock. Good specken.
We'll see about that.
Stay tuned. We'll be back shortly.
Take a deep breath. The 2023 lineup is here, and it's epic. More power, more control, more hardcore. Mountain beasts for off-the-hook riding. Virtually unstoppable crossover sleds. A trail legend. But the question is, have you got what it takes? We are Lynx. Are you?
rock and roll. Let's hit it.
Glad we got up early for this ride.
Fire up, let's roll.
Look who finally caught up.
Awesome, we should do this every week.
Can-Am was never just about building a motorcycle. It was about doing things our own way. A passionate group of engineers, riders, and rebels. Creating the unexpected. Pushing the limits of what's actually possible. If Can-Am can take that DNA that my father built into the very first motorcycle in 1973, then get ready to ride.
For the kids to be here, it's huge emotionally on them. It's a life experience. It's huge, you know, where would you get to travel to Bahrain normally for most of the drivers here now? One thing I keep telling all of my drivers is our goal was to be here, so now we're here, let's just enjoy it.
My favorite part of the track is the flowy section. We have turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, till turn 5. I mean, it's like a roller coaster. It's really nice.
I feel like, oh my God, I'm going so fast. I want to go faster, faster, faster. My heart beats really fast. Gives me goosebumps, but that tickling feeling in my heart is what I like about the speed.
there are 72 drivers. We have 3 heats, and yes, it feels quite nice to be racing with other champions.
I think, you know, the Rotax program, for years now, it's been the best program out there. Take the engine out of the box and off you go and you're competitive, and that's what we want when we're teaching drivers. We don't want to have to question the go-kart or question the engine or anything. We want to focus on the driving, so that's why the Rotax, I think, is #1 across the world.
I always look out for #1, but I also appreciate the other drivers on the grid, because what's the point of looking out for #1 if there are no other drivers?
For the final race, anything could happen, but I'm always aiming for P1.
Everyone wants to win, but there's 72 other drivers that want to win as well, so let's just enjoy it, and if they're having fun, then they'll be competitive.
The road to the 2021 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals has been full of twists and turns, but at long last, a familiar sound is in the air, the Rotax roar. After the silence, out of the darkness come 378 brand new chassis and Rotax engines heading towards a new future. And joining the family as part of the most spectacular sight in karting is our newest member, the Rotax E20. The smiles are hidden, but they are still there, as are the hallmarks of the Grand Finals: parity, fairness, and equality of equipment. Some things never change. Surrounded by this new, intoxicating, mesmerizing kingdom, our hearts begin to beat a little faster. The differences in 2021 are night and day, double the challenge. A new track, one that is beloved by all who tackle it. Scorching desert sun and cool Arabian nights. To be a champion, you must master both. Some will shine brightly, others will fade to black. After nearly 800 days, the Rotax family is back together. Our international bond resumes. Each driver is connected, but their goal is singular: to beat every other champion and become the best in the world. 5 long days and nights of practice, qualifying and racing have passed, and for the finalists, one last check. Every nut, bolt and wire fastened, secured and ready for the final test. Who will stand tallest and conquer the Rotax world? For the winners, the long road to Bahrain was worth it. All the trials, tests and tribulations fade to memory, replaced with the title of Rotax Max Challenge Grand Final Champion. For those who fell short, there's always next year. There will be a next year. Our journey to Bahrain was tough, but BRP Rotax would like to thank everyone who walked it with us.
minus 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff.
My dad brought home like an own-built go-kart, and we used it on the driveway, just driving back and forth in the neighborhood.
A girlfriend of mine asked me if I want to go karting, and I joined her. I had no idea what it was.
It was at a track in Hong Kong, a rental track in Hong Kong. It was the fastest thing ever, and I absolutely enjoyed it. I really want to go back every day.
And I remember that day like it was yesterday. It was a really great experience.
I was like 4 or 5 years old, just driving that. It was pretty amazing.
It's just amazing for the E20s to be the first time part of the Grand Finals. I mean, there are 380 cars. That's just a really big event.
I think it's pretty good that we start pretty early with it and can develop it from here. And then we are testing it out and see what the pros and cons are with having the e-cars here.
The support from Rotax really made this first experience for me in the E20 class much easier than I thought it would be. I felt pretty comfortable in this environment. When you step on a gas, it's like, I've never felt torque like that in a racing go-kart before.
It's just immense speed, so the acceleration is just incredible.
When I saw the track on the ground for the first time, I said, wow, okay, this looks really good. I have to say that Brain has actually really delivered on both the torque Ferme and the track as well, and the grandstand and everything.
Very exciting to drive in the E20, and hopefully I'll be on the podium.
Yeah, I'm here to win it. I'm here to win it all. Absolutely, no question about it.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to the studio show here at the 2022 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. We have a packed half an hour lined up. I'm going to be talking to some of the drivers you see here, Eugene Britz, Victoria Kolechka, and Nick Izani. Jen Wade is going to be talking to some of the distributors. In fact, our Rotax Distributor of the Year, as well as the distributors and involved in the Asia Festival. We've got the weather, we've got news, we've got social media updates, but we've got the colours of the Grand Finals. Here we are. Of course, the Rotax Grand Finals, the most colourful event in all of karting. Nation versus nation. You can see 60 nations here. First of all, Eugene Britz, Victoria Kolechka, Nick Izani. Tell us a little bit about the colours of South Africa. We see Lebanon on the screen, but talk about racing for South Africa. There you are.
Yeah, there we are. So with 12 drivers that came here this year. It's been really fun. We really try to pull together the team spirit and get things going up here.
And again, you're a veteran of this event. Another veteran of this event, Nick Izani from Malaysia. 4 drivers here from Malaysia. The last time you qualified was 20 years ago. What has this event changed into now?
It really surprised me. I mean, it's totally different to what I experienced back in Sharm el Sheikh. Actually, it was actually Sharm el Sheikh. I mean, we had to bring our own carts that time, and I remember flying down my cart from Holland. It was Gilad. Anyway, and there were not as many drivers as today, obviously, because there are more categories now. But the competition is a lot tougher now. I have to say, it's totally different. It really surprised me a lot. Of course, not having to be able to drive the car like you used to. It's a lot more challenge, but it's fair for everyone. I think it's a true Olympic sport then.
It is. Now, you guys have both been here before. You've experienced this. Victoria, what is it like putting the Team Poland race suit on for the first time? Not racing for your team back home, but racing for your nation. What is that feeling like?
It's amazing. It's one of a kind. You cannot experience it in any other competition.
And of course, you're now 3-4 days into your first event. You can see Estonia, you've got Ukraine, there's Bahrain, there's Norway. You know, you were there on the front of the thing. You know, now you've had the first few days. Are you finding it a bit more relaxed, or are you still, when you walk into the paddock and you see the tents and the drivers, is it still a little bit sort of like a kid at Christmas?
The experience is breathtaking. Like, the cart line was so beautiful that I cannot explain it in words.
Well, you know, it's the pictures say an awful lot. There's Ireland, 2 drivers, India with 3 drivers, there's Saudi Arabia. Eugene, you've been coming to this event, I think what was your first event you were saying?
2011.
2011. The event has grown, but the sensation of putting on the colours, being a Springbok, is it never gets old, does it?
Yeah, no, it's awesome, and especially like when we're ordering the team clothing, when we're getting everything ready to come here, it's cool. And then obviously the first 2 days when you get here and all the carts are lined up, that's also, like Victoria said, that's an amazing sight, and it's one of the coolest sights in go-karting, I think.
Now, we'll talk about the colours of the event, and again, some fantastic images. A huge thank you to Lucas Ivanic and the rest of the official Rotax photographers. Now we'll talk about the racing, because today we had final qualifying for 3 of the classes, 11 heat races. Every one of the 394 drivers representing 60 nations has had at least 1 heat race around this fantastic 1530 metre circuit. We will start. The first race of the day was the E20 class, and Victoria, you are an E20 junior driver. There are 8 girls here. There's 3 in the E20 junior class. Tell us a little bit about your race.
So, at first, it was hard.
Yes.
To not make up, but you know, it was a bit hard to just to race.
Just to race. Everyone's earned their ticket here, haven't they? You know that you're up against the very best of the best.
And I'm really excited just to be here.
Now, the racing was really close, and I think you came away with a top 10 finish. Is that right?
Yeah, I finished 12th, but after the time punishments, I am 8th.
So, now Eugene and Nick, you can help us out here. We gloss over the 12th place finish. No. It wasn't nose cones. It was a top 10 finish. That's right. It's racing driver excuses, or racing driver BS 101. Is that right?
Exactly.
But we'll get there. So, but you've had a good first day.
Yeah.
Tomorrow you have another heat race. The good news is that all 3 of these drivers are in classes with 36 drivers or less, so they're all going to make the final. The fact that you haven't got that pressure to get, does that mean you can enjoy the next couple of days? Saturday is the big day.
Yeah, I can easily enjoy it.
Okay, now moving on to the DD2 Masters. We'll start with you, Nick. Your return to the Grand Finals, like you said, a much bigger event. Malaysia with 4 drivers here. You can see the Team Ukraine on the screen. There's Estonia. All 60 nations had their photos taken. For you guys, Malaysia, 4 drivers. Let's talk first of all about a little bit of history. We have our first young lady from Malaysia here. Right, how has your junior driver, your young lady, got on?
Well, she's my teammate in Malaysia, so we raced together. I mean, she was my teammate, and I know that she started karting 2 years ago, and I think the team did a good job with her. And her father works really hard with her, doing almost every other races in Malaysia and in the region, and I think they did some races in Europe. It's a steep learning curve for her, to be honest, but she wins everything in the region there. But coming down here is definitely tough for her. But I'm proud representing Malaysia, and to see a woman driver on the grid. Yeah.
We'll move on to your race. So again, first time back since 2003. A tough baptism back into karting. Yeah, I think 25th, 26th. We've still got provisional results. The results for a lot of the races are provisional, while post-race penalties are established. But as the first heat race, obviously every racing driver wants to win every race they ever do. But for you, just to be competitive, that must have been a success story.
I mean, speed is very important in racing. I'm a bit disappointed, to be honest, not to be able to get within the 3 or 4 tenths bracket, or even 2 tenths. Learning the circuit is the toughest thing for me at the moment, I think. And also not having a teammate here, because you don't have a teammate here as a Malaysian team for me. So a lot of things trying, but of course, knowing that you already qualify for the final, you're going to make it the final anyway. Give you the opportunity to try different things, different gears and different setups. So I think I could have been a little bit higher up. It's just trying different things and trying to be better driving on the circuit. I think from tomorrow onwards, things are going to get better for me. I'm very sure about this.
Excellent. Now, if there's anyone that can talk about how one day can go badly and the next day can go well, it's Eugene. Yesterday in your qualifying session, Eugene, it didn't go well, but today in the race, you raced your way up, and I think you got a top 10 finish at the end.
Yeah, I think either top 10 or just outside top 10, depending on the last penalties. But yeah, it changes so quickly. I mean, when we started the first tracks action, we went back to the hotel first and quickest in the whole of the Masters. And then yesterday we came here and we qualified 24th. So it goes one way or another, and the weather's been playing up here with us in Portugal. But yeah, so far it's been enjoyable, and we carry on heat to heat.
It is, So and tomorrow we've got another heat day. So Victoria, you've had one race in the books. Now you can enter your second heat race. How much different do you feel? You've got that first race out of the way. The nerves would have gone a little bit. There'll always be adrenaline, but you can what to expect. How different do you think tomorrow's race is going to be?
It's hard to tell, but I'm going to do my best.
Of course. Now you've got your crash helmet here. Always great to see drivers' crash helmets. So just a little bit. Now we've got George Russell's crash helmet hiding behind us. The crash helmet design. Talk about your crash helmet. What is it about your crash helmet that's special to you?
It's special to me that it matches my go-kart, Praga. And I just, because Praga was the first go-kart that I ever raced been in. So that's some sentimental.
Sentimental, yep. You speak better English than me, and I'm paid to do it.
Yeah, Cash will be happy about this, I think. Yeah?
Yes, Cash will be very happy. Yes, you're these two drivers in the Praga kart. Nick, your crash helmet, a sentimental value, or was it just what colours you fancied?
No, my helmet is representing my flag, to be honest. It's just a little bit more fluorescent colour, so it's a little bit more visible on track. Pretty much. It's designed by some Italian guy. I'm not sure he's still alive, but...
there we go. Well, hello, Mr. Italian guy. If you are still alive, Nick says thank you. Eugene, your colours, you obviously got your national colours. What does a crash helmet mean to a driver?
Yeah, it's your unique style and your identity and how your dad or your mechanic spots you on the track, right? So,
yes, a commentator.
Of course, that as well.
Always good to have a good helmet for a commentator to spot you from miles off.
Exactly, but I also have just a flag and put it into the different colours.
Okay, now we know we've got to move. We've got lots coming up. Final word. Come Saturday, what are your expectations for your first ever Grand Finals?
Fun.
Fun? A position? Are you going to give us a prediction?
I'm not hoping for a good position. I'm just hoping for experience.
Okay, very good. Good politically correct answer. Nick, first time since 2003. what would you want to go? Because you're not going to wait 20 years to try and qualify again. This is now you're back. You're back with us.
I came back to karting 2 years ago, and I'm a businessman. I have a very busy schedule in Malaysia, but things turned out so well for me. You know, I won the senior championship. I won the DD2 Masters. It's so overwhelming for me. And I did a couple of races in Italy last month. And of course, coming here, I thought that, to go for the top 10 or top 5. But I think after qualifying yesterday and today's race, I think it will be a bit tough for me. I'll be happy to finish in the top 10, to be honest. It all depends how we get up to speed tomorrow. Yes. We have to get within the 2 or 3 tenths at least. And then I can play around with Eugene. A little bit.
South Africa looks delighted at that prospect.
South Africa, I remember I was in Puerto Rico the first time, and I saw I think Wesley.
Gavin Cronje won the first year.
And then after that we saw Wesley and we saw Morgado. They have been a strong nation, And when I line up today just behind Eugene, I'm like, oh shit, what happened to South Africa?
There we go. So. I mean, no pressure. So we've mentioned Gavin Cronje, the first winner. We've mentioned Cristiano Morgado, the greatest driver in terms of the number of wins. Wesley Orr, legends. And now you find yourself as the team leader of a new-look South African team. So no pressure, Eugene. But what are your expectations?
Well, I mean, we're battling back. We're trying to get as high as we can for the pre-final and the final, and then we'll just take it from there. It's not with us because we don't have to qualify, to make the final. Everything is just in that last race. And it's the longest race of the weekend, so anything can happen.
Who knows? Anything can happen. Exactly. Well, there we go. Thank you very much to Eugene, to Victoria, and to Nick. As always, the colours of the Grand Finals are spectacular. Last year's Grand Finals, perhaps more spectacular than most. Let's have a look.
But my dad brought home like an old built go-kart, and we used it on the driveway, just driving back and forth in the neighborhood.
A girlfriend of mine asked me if I want to go karting, and I joined her. I had no idea what it was.
It was at a track in Hong Kong, a rental track in Hong Kong. It was the fastest thing ever, and I absolutely enjoyed it. I really want to go back every day.
And I remember that day like it was yesterday. It was a really great experience.
I was like 4 or 5 years old, just driving that. It was pretty amazing.
It's just amazing for the E20s to be the first time part of the Grand Finals. I mean, there are 380 cars. That's just a really big event.
I think it's pretty good that we start pretty early with it and can develop it from here. And then we are testing it out and see what the pros and cons are with having the e-cards here.
The support from Rotax really made this first experience for me in the E20 class much easier than I thought it would be. I felt pretty comfortable in this environment. When you step on a gas, it's like, I've never felt torque like that in a racing go-kart before.
It's just immense speed, so the acceleration is just incredible.
When actually I saw the track on the ground for the first time, I said, wow, okay, this looks really good. I have to say that Brain has actually really delivered on both the Port Fermé and the track as well, and the grandstand and everything.
Very exciting to drive in the E20, and hopefully I'll be on the podium.
Yeah, I'm here to win it. I'm here to win it all. Absolutely, no question about it.
Well, welcome back to the studio. Of course, quick change now. And I've got special guests, of course, distributors from our big network of Rotax around the world. Welcome, Gary.
Thank you.
I'll use first names. It's easy for everyone to remember and easier for me to pronounce. Chang. So, and Kevin. Gary, we'll start with you, if that's okay.
Yep.
From, of course, the UK, and anyone that doesn't know, from JAG Engineering. They're the biggest distributor, I guess, at this stage, and of course we know you from past years, Distributors of the Year, but there's a reason for that, a good reason. So maybe tell us a little bit about JAG in a nutshell, and what you're actually doing within the company.
Within the company, I basically feast the engines before they go out. Massive sales again this year. We had record sales last year. We've already beaten that this year.
You want to tell us when you talk about record sales? What are we
looking at the moment? This year we sold 1,036.
Okay.
90 engines out the week before we left, so it's been
Yeah.
busy.
Okay, you are busy then.
Very.
And you are checking everything
Yes, every single engine.
meticulously before it goes out and to your customers and dealers. So
Yeah, it's basically, it protects our market. That's what it's the reason for it.
yeah. And I know your sister Tina, who's
Yep.
watching.
She will be.
Hi Tina.
Yeah.
Wherever you are. She has all the statistics. I know every engine that's gone out of JAG.
Yeah,
also,
we have data that goes back to 1995. Tina does all the data as far as engine-wise, what's happening at the tracks, what our market share is. So she has a very busy time on the computer doing all of that.
she loves it. She
Oh,
loves all this data.
hopefully, yeah.
We don't call her Data Tina for nothing. But no, it's impressive.
Yeah.
And I think you are really partly responsible for the fact that we have sealed engines as well.
Yeah.
Because this also helps if engines go missing or if people buy engines secondhand and they want to know a little bit about the history. It's really impressive. But as far as the racing goes, I mean, racing's happening there, not only, I guess, British Championship, but even a lot of
Racing's mad in the UK. We have, on average, every weekend we have 200 drivers. Can be a lot more as well. So, yeah, Tina takes the data for that.
Yeah.
She covers about 34 tracks. That data's kept put in every week. So it gives us a fair idea of where our market share is in the UK.
Yeah, fantastic. And of course, this weekend, 19, 20 drivers, I guess.
19.
19?
Yes,
Yeah. Nice. A lot of work and a big, huge support also for your competitors, you know, throughout the UK, not only doing the British Championship, but all the other championships happening. I know you guys are often on the track. John and Jean also watching at home. Hi, John and Jean. That should be here, but they're watching,
Yeah.
I know,
Yeah.
religiously. Always there supporting, you know, the
yeah,
clubs.
I mean, we cover, I think we go away about 17 weekends of the year. So we cover, not only do we cover the British Championship, we have Ultimate Karting Championship, we have Super One Championship, and we have the NKC. So it's busy, busy.
Absolutely crazy. And of course, just to go sort of to the other side of the world, beautiful location if you need a holiday, I did mention that, to Thailand, Chang, and also to Japan, Kevin. So maybe you can tell us just, again in a nutshell, a little bit about what you do, where you're from, how you got there, and what's happening in your part of the world.
Okay, my name is Chang from Rotax, Thailand. Basically, I sell engines, service the engine, and the tires, of course, and organizing a race. And I started this, I believe Mr. Kelvin has helped me to get started at the very beginning because I was lack of experience and stuff like that. But with a good advice, so we try to work our way up, and now Thailand is slowly growing.
And of course, Thailand has been part of the Rotax family for a long time, but you know, some of our good friends, you know, they do different things, they're in different businesses, but you were a racer before? I mean, how did you get into this crazy world of karting?
Actually, my friend introduced me into Rotax almost 10 years ago, and then I started racing, and then yeah, from senior all the way to DD2, and then I stopped, and then I got away from karting for a few years, and then somehow, yeah, got back into it again, but then this time not racing.
Of course, you're from Moment Media, that's your company,
Yep.
but you've got another company as well, which is another business like many of the distributors, except Gary. You don't ever leave the workshop other than to go to the track and home, I think, and walk the dog. But Chang, I know you're a busy guy here with your wife, Orm,
Yep.
Koala Cup Orm, as we call her. But it's really nice to have you here, and I know you organise all the RMC races as well there. So this is growing slowly with the support, Kevin, of ECO in Japan. So tell us a little bit of history about yourself, because I know there's also racing history there.
Yes. I'm not Japanese. I'm from French Polynesia, Tahiti.
Tahiti,
yes.
also a nice place for a holiday.
Yes. Yeah, I've raced like 20 years ago. Quickly stopped, too many injuries. And we were looking for parts, and that's when we found Eco. So I flew to Japan. I knew Mr. Matsudo, and 10 years later, I started to work there. It's been like 12 years now.
Okay.
Yeah.
But obviously you guys know each other quite well. You're getting to sort of work together within the region, so
yes.
it's a good partnership.
Yes, since Rotax gave us Eco Japan to look after the Asian market, that's when I started to create the network. That network is all about friendship and build that relationship. You know, we are like, okay, brothers in Asia, so we have to help each other.
Yeah.
We have to bounce each other.
How much racing do you have? We talked to Gary about how many people are racing, but tell us how many Rotax Max Challenge
There are actually
series?
16 from Hokkaido, northernmost island, all the way to Okinawa, southernmost island.
This is only in Japan?
Only in Japan,
Okay,
yes.
and for each Rotax Max Challenge, how many rounds?
6-7 rounds each. So we are busy from, let's say, in the middle of January all the way till the end of December.
Plus you have Mizunami Festival and
The festival,
the
etc.
endurance racing, the
Endurance.
Masters event, which has barbecues and
Yes, and
lots
Winter
of
Cup
fun.
as well. Yes.
Yes, lots of racing. Are you ever home, Kevin? Sometimes. Okay, but here you are in Portugal. Coming back to you, Gary, thank you so much. What's happening? What's new? What can we look forward to finish off?
Big news, obviously, in the UK for next year is Micromax. Obviously, the introduction of the Intermax as well. Kart Mania we've got next weekend, so
I'm going to be there.
Yeah, we get back from here and we're straight off again for work the following weekend at Kart Mania, which is our main kart exhibition in the UK.
Okay, Micromax.
Micromax is massive, looking massive. We've sold lots of engines already. We had engines in yesterday, so as soon as I get back Monday, I will be again featuring engines as we have future orders already. So lots of Christmas presents
Isn't
going out
that
the door.
exciting? All the kids that are going to be there racing Micromax
I mean,
next year.
yeah, I mean, it's looking like, by what the teams are saying, it's looking like it's going to be the biggest cadet class in the UK.
Wow.
So.
Nice. We'll be watching because I've been watching the live stream anyway when you guys are racing. So
Yeah.
love the Micromax,
Yeah.
but it's really nice to see it come in as an official class there.
It's taken
and
us a long time.
Yeah.
But we're there now, so yeah.
We don't want to rush these things, you know. The rest of the world's been doing it, but it's okay.
Yeah.
Nice, it's good. And Chang and Kevin, what's happening? What's new? I've heard there's a huge race happening in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
When I say huge, I mean it's a huge development for this market. Malaysia, of course, is kind of being reinvented. So
Sort of, yes.
RMC, Asia Festival.
Yes.
Entries are closed in case you want to go to Langkawi.
Yeah,
it's
very
in
sorry.
Langkawi. I know there's a lot of people that will be sorry they didn't know sooner or get their entry in before it was full. But Langkawi, maybe in the future we'll come to Langkawi, but
Again, yes.
tell us.
130 drivers so far.
International?
International coming from Asia. We also have a few from Europe. I think the furthest one is Finland, was it?
Yeah.
Finland
I think
also,
Finland,
some
yeah.
guys from the UK.
Yeah, some guys from the
Yeah,
UK.
Yeah.
From
France.
America.
We have like Sri Lanka,
Yeah.
India,
Very
Vietnam.
international,
Yes, we try to make it international, and all the cards are packed into containers. One container leaving, I think it left last week from Japan.
Okay.
And then on Thailand.
Yes, this week another container leaving Thailand.
Wow.
heading to
Starting
Langkawi.
to sound like the MENA. And, but everyone's bringing their own material, or you can rent the material.
Well, there is some arrive and drive packages, but of course this is a new market, so we are trying to get a few engines here and there, just to support.
And I know there's an interesting rule that you have to have the engine from the country that you have the license.
Yes.
So if you're coming from the UK, it has to be a UK license, or I can rent it from your region. Yeah, okay, and special hello to Genji, Hashimoto and the team, Imran and everyone. They're watching, or they will be when they wake up. Everyone out there. Chang, you're looking I guess, looking after the technical side, the scrutineering, and overseeing this with the team on the track there. Plus, I think you've got some of the guys, Gonzo, or some of the guys coming over. Ramiro, I heard, the race director.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yep.
Wow. This is special. Okay, they're trying to take over the grand finals. Definitely. Langkawi, 2005?
Yeah, 2001, 2005.
Yeah. I was there also. It was fantastic. Two of the best memories.
Oh.
They're all good. Okay, Kevin, and you're helping out, coordinating the event. So,
everything.
Yeah. Anyone you want to say hi to before we clock off?
Yeah, the boys at Eco Motorsports. I know that they can't make it, so so here we are. And another shout out to Boss in Brisbane. Boss, I miss you.
Yeah.
All the Aussies.
Chang, anyone you'd like to say hi to?
Oh, I just like to say hi to all the Thai driver back home, and we go to race in Langkawi next month. Looking forward to it.
Yeah. And we can watch on the live stream?
Yes, sure. We will have live stream.
Yeah.
there.
Where
Yep.
can we find it, Chang? Is it on social media or?
I think on social media, if you check out
Or the
Rotax
website?
Malaysia official, they will
Yes.
have share the links there on Facebook.
Amprex RS.
Amprex, AMPREX?
REXRS.com.
Okay. And I think also Eco, also sharing the links and everything. So lots of news happening.
Yep.
What are you doing in 2 weeks, Gary? Oh, of course, silly question. Engines.
Working engines.
Yes.
And Kartmania. So we'll see all the
Yes,
customers at
we will be at
Kartmania.
Kartmania with the e-carts as
Yep,
well.
that's correct.
So anyone in the UK, come out to Kartmania and
see
say
you
hi
there.
to Gary and Tina and the team. Great to have you with us. Nice to know what's happening. And I'm pleased I introduced you guys as well.
Yes.
Next year, if there's something happening in the Asia Festival, we'll be there.
Yeah, we'll be there.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. We're going to take a quick break and be back with the news for today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
When I saw the karts for the first time, you know, it was just magic. I loved my first race suit, helmet, gloves, and boots. I looked like a hero, my own superhero. And when I went on the track, I knew this was my dream. The rumble of the engines behind me, the screech of the tires around me, and I was in control of it all. I felt like the king of speed. Then I learned it would take much more to be first. But every time being second just made me strive harder for victory. Week after week, month after month, we learned, we practiced, we traveled, and we raced. We couldn't buy speed, we had to learn it. The power was always there, and it was down to us to unlock it. Every year we set out with one goal, one dream. To earn my ticket to the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Money can't buy the feeling I got when I qualified. Money can't buy the feeling we had when we knew all those years of hard work was worth it. And now I am here. I raced my way to a ticket to the most spectacular, most colorful, most unique karting event in the world. All the sacrifices were worth it for the chance to compete with the best, to finally be among the best, and to give it all I had. To hit every apex perfectly. To be the best Rotax driver in the world. To be part of this is like a crazy dream. To get to the final, to hold your flag, to hear your anthem on the podium. I have raced, I have competed, and I have won. Through all these years, I made so many friends, I became a part of the Rotax family. The noise, the color, the speed, it still makes my heart beat faster, my eyes open wider, and my desire to race get stronger. And still to this day, I feel like the king of speed.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the next part of the studio show. Let's go through the results from today. We had 11 heat races and the rest of the qualifying sessions. They were all very exciting indeed. We'll start off with race number 1. That was E20 Junior. Now that went to Sweden. Joel Bergstrom was the eventual race winner. I have to say a big thank you to Alex Goldschmidt at the race report, Rotax, for providing with up-to-date results. Solstice was demoted to P5 for a bumper penalty. We also had a couple of other bumper penalties for likes of Coco Shi, but it was Sweden that came out on top in Junior E20. Sweden also came out on top in Senior E20 with Jesper Sjöberg winning from Matthias de Gem from Lebanon and Spain's Raul Vargas. Yesterday's guest, Shota Kitazono, he retired. He knocked the start switch off, not the safety switch, out of place, and also got a front fairing penalty just for the trouble. So Shota starting at the back. He's got it all to do again tomorrow. Then we started with the traditional combustion engine classes. Micromax was a fantastic race. It was won eventually, very, 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 very narrow margin of victory for Mahos Masinas from Lithuania. Jensen Chalk for Team UK second. Marco Manson on New Zealand's return to this event came home in third. Then we got underway with the 2 Minimax heat races. In the first Minimax heat race, again, very, very, very close race all the way through. It was Christopher Elfagali with a fantastic last lap move around the outside of Harry Bartle at turn 8 and turn 9 to take the win. So Lebanon take their first win with Team UK in second, and Sebastian Mins, a very defensive drive, but he came away in third place. We then moved on to the second Minimax heat race, and there was lots of front fairing penalties now. Alois Girardet from France amongst those, but it was Jacob Ashcroft from Team UK who took the win from Casper Nielsen, Tom Streller, Kai Johnson finishing fourth for Team USA. For Jacob Ashcroft, a very special win. 2 years ago, he qualified for this event here in Portimão and couldn't race because it was cancelled because of COVID. He then gave up his cadet racing in the UK for one weekend to qualify at the Grand Festival in Kirpin. He won that, came back here 2 years later. He wins his very first race. We then moved on to DD2 Masters. Now, this is the big controversy of the day. Race winner on track Claudio Pagliarani loses the win. He gets an 8-second penalty, 3 seconds for going outside the tram lines, 5 seconds for having his front fairing pushed back. So Paul Louveau from France emerges victorious. Kristaps Kasparovich was second. Our guest in the studio earlier, well, Eugene Britz came home in 11th, and Nick Izani, he came home just outside the top 20 in 21st position. So not a bad start for Nick in his first race. Then moved on to Senior, and we still have other events being amended. But in the second Senior race, Kai Rillarts for Belgium dominated. They're the only official results we've got. Rillarts won from Joep Rietveld, Zombo Kovacs. Lots of penalties, again, nose code penalties. Karabo Malamela, Khalid bin Shalash, Nikau, Guillermo Pania, Diaz Kevin Foster, and Theo Kakati. Theo went from the back of the grid all the way up to the middle of the pack, and then nose cone penalties. He gets pushed back a little bit further. Obviously, we will keep you updated with how Daniel Ali is doing in DD2. He hurt his arm, and he is currently at a local medical facility being treated for that. The rest of the results remain provisional, but you can catch up on all those results and a lot more on the various social media channels that Rotax have. Andy Social, not Antisocial, that's me. Andy Social
Hi.
Tell us a little bit about how the Rotax family can catch up on all the results, first of all, of the new website, but then all the social media and the fun and games.
Thank you very much for having me. First, of course, we have our Instagram, we have Facebook, we have Twitter. If you have any questions, if you want a shout out from Henry on the commentating, then be sure to write a message, or we will always have a Q&A in the stories as well. So write your question. We'll be happy to answer it.
One more time, because I know that Jen wants a shout out on the commentary. If you want me to say hello to you on the commentary, which I'm more than happy to do, what do you have to do? You have to go to Instagram or Facebook, or what social media channel does Jen have to go to get me to say hi to her on the commentary?
You can also go to Twitter or YouTube.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yes, exactly.
I'm a Twitter fan.
We have all the handles here. You can find them. And yes, we check them every day, every hour, so don't worry, we won't miss it. Yeah. And you'll get a shout out. So
simple. It's Rotax Karting is the YouTube channel. That's where you can watch the live stream, everybody. You go to Rotax Kart on Facebook, Rotax Karting on Instagram and Twitter. And there's a hashtag. Tell us about the hashtag that everybody must put in on their posts so that we can gather all the information.
Yes, please use hashtag RMCGF for Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals 2022. So we can see your post, your story. We'll be happy to repost.
What kind of questions are you expecting to answer? What type of things are fans or spectators going to be asking? I'm assuming, how do you qualify? Where can I come and watch? How much does it cost to enter? Those answers are very simple.
How do I get a ticket?
How do I get a ticket? The answer is it's priceless to enter. You can't pay to enter. You have to earn your right. Isn't that right?
Exactly, that's right.
Now, Jen, we've got, so there's all the social media updates.
Yes.
Please keep checking. We've got the daily films. The films that we're watching during the breaks there, they're made by a fantastic film crew. Mickey Helmschmidt, Basti Funk and Ann Junior, they do a fantastic job for us, don't they?
Of course, and on YouTube, I mean, it's if you like and subscribe.
Like and subscribe. Smash the like button. It's the notification. So am I doing it right?
He likes that part.
Have I got to do it? You want to
Are you smashing the notification button?
Smashing the notification button.
Yes.
What's the notification
That's what
button?
we want. It gives you a notification.
The bell. The
Yeah,
bell.
the bell icon.
Ring the bell. Ring the bell hard, and and that allows you to get all the information up to date.
Yes.
Obviously, the live stream coverage is produced by Kart Data TV. We are so grateful to Kart Data for providing us with the pictures and the studio. Obviously, a lot of work goes in behind the scenes. We want this to be the most interactive Grand Finals of all time. So if you want me to say hello to you, wherever you're watching, whoever you're supporting, please type in. You can tell I'm old. You can
hit that notification button.
That's the one.
That's it. And of course, that way you also know when the live stream's coming on.
Exactly.
If there's any new videos, which the guys are producing, we've got some on there already from the last couple of days.
Yes.
And you can also watch back from last year or previous,
Yes,
you know,
exactly. We have all
videos.
the playlists from the last Grand Finals, so feel free to watch them. There's a lot of good footage, of course.
Yes.
And of course, we know there's a new website. We talked about this last night. New website for Rotax, a new website for the Grand Finals.
I've got a pen here. I'm going to write it on the back of my hand. Right. Tell us the brand new Grand Finals website.
But there's an easy way to find the Grand Finals website.
There's an easy way. Tell the
don't have
people
to
about
write it
the
down.
easy way. Tell the people about the easy way.
The easiest way is to Google Grand Finals Rotax, and you'll get to the new Rotax Grand Finals website, where you find all the information about live timing, where the live stream is. All the links are there.
All the links. There's the gallery with beautiful photos.
And the daily reports that
daily
come out
reports.
Exclusive
Everything.
clips as well, apparently.
Yes.
There's exclusive social media daily recaps as well.
Yes.
Now, if we get 20,000 hits on the Instagram thing, Andy's promised to dye the red hair green, because the new rebranding, red is for the Grand Finals, green is for the National Championships, and blue is for the International. 20,000 hits on YouTube or likes on Instagram.
Yes. So we've got the blue
The hair goes
international.
red, more than 20,000, okay.
We've got the international microphones because we're at the Grand Finals as well.
Yes, yes.
For the international people here, 60 countries.
Yes, that's
lots
right.
of photos. I think one question, getting back to the questions, is going to be, we want to see our teams. Is it possible?
Yes, of
Can
course.
we?
Please send in if you want to see your team. We've already seen a few. We'd be happy to post them on our social media handles or show them on the live stream.
Which
So-
brings me
There's
to the last
team
thing.
contest,
Yes,
isn't there?
the team contest.
The team contest is different this year.
Yeah.
How does each nation here submit their video for the team? I've seen Finland's,
Yes.
I've seen Japan's, haven't seen many more. Tell us how
Yeah.
each team here can submit their team contest
closed.
video, because
So,
South
yes,
Africa have got a
submission-
dance.
Submission
It's
has
closed.
closed, exactly.
Oh, boo.
But of course, give your teams the support they need on social media, like their footage, their videos, and at the finals on Saturday, we will announce the team contest winner.
We have to wait till Saturday.
Yes.
But in the meantime, we can see some of the videos being posted.
Exactly.
Yeah?
So please keep your comments, your hashtags, your stories, your photos coming in. RMCGF 2022.
Exactly.
Andy Social will make sure it's all there and posted, and we will get your shout outs on the commentary. Speaking of the commentary, I think, Jen, we have to say a massive thank you because we've got the weather coming up and tomorrow's schedule.
do.
But before we round off today, I have to say a huge thank you both to yourself and Specken for your work here in the studio.
Thank
The
you.
commentators, all the co-commentators, Alex Goldschmidt, Specken, Tiffany Chittenden, Eugene Britz, Justin White, Ferdinand Habsburg. We have a host of guest commentators tomorrow as well. Yes, I know what you're going to say. Filippo Laghi will be back on commentary. Our Italian stallion friend will be back, as well as some of the same commentators from today and
Yes.
some new faces.
And by popular demand, Senna Van Wallstein,
Yes.
the senior max champion from Brazil,
Yes,
hopefully
Senna-
has his voice back.
Yes, Senna must have been watching the same football match I was because he's a little bit hoarse today. Or it could be the fact that he might have been enjoying the Portuguese
Yes.
hospitality that we are all really grateful for.
Yes, but now
But now,
I'm going to tell you what's happening tomorrow with the weather.
there's your stick. There's your pointy
Thank you
stick.
so
Let me found
much.
you one.
Thank you so much. Here's my graphics. Andy, you'll be impressed by this. But what's happening tomorrow with the weather? Now, today I was okay except for a little bit of rain, but it wasn't too much rain because we didn't need the wets.
Nope.
Wet tyres. So as we work our way through the day, starting in the morning, let's take a look at the temperature. 15 degrees. Wear your jacket in the morning, up to 20. And in the morning, the sun's going to come up at 7:25. A little bit of cloud there hovering around. And sunshine, lots of sunshine, a little bit more wind to blow the rain away.
That's the hot air that I blow in the commentary
That's
box
right.
here, the wind, yes.
And we'll need to turn the aircon up. And there we go. And here I am just to tell you, we'll be live tomorrow at 10:15, a little bit earlier tomorrow. So 10:15, join us right through till 5:30.
Yes.
And immediately after we finish, we'll be back here in the studio. But tomorrow,
Yes.
have we got a show for you?
Oh, yes.
Yes. We are bringing the world of motorsport right to the studio.
Yes. Amongst
And if you're
tomorrow's
Brazilian,
guests,
stay
we
tuned.
want to be there. Amongst tomorrow's guests.
There's
We're
a
not gonna have-
surprise.
It's going to be a surprise. We have
Andy, there'll be a surprise. We'll let you in on it. You can send the information out, the teasers,
Gladly.
so everybody knows what's happening.
Yes, indeed.
As long as you don't give it out
I'm not gonna
during the
tell-
day.
Zip. My lips are sealed.
Okay,
My
promise?
lips are sealed. Promise.
Okay.
Faithfully.
Some
faithfully.
exciting stuff coming tomorrow.
Yes.
And of course, also exciting on Friday. But we're not allowed to say
Yes,
anything because
big
we
news.
don't know anything.
No, we don't.
But we've got a press conference coming up.
Yes.
Oops, did I say that?
We've got
Yes.
some- let's just say that Rotax have got some very exciting news. We've got a great show tomorrow. Racing all day tomorrow. Heats plenty. The weather. 10:15. Get your
And
messages
follow
in
us on social media.
Social media.
Check out the new website, all the news. Anything else?
No, all good.
And that's us. That's it from us.
Yes.
And that's
Lost Star.
Yes. We'll see you tomorrow.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks for watching.